bought with the income from the Sage Endowment Fund, a gift of AJUA 1891, :L.IPKF. DL 131 1.5 Ribber. JP 1 at 3L registered trademark Janiversity Library degree Mli ASI. P. SL degree LMMXJ RAN /3 1924 022 982 502 Cornell University Library. The original of this book is in the Cornell University Library. There are no known copyright restrictions in the United States on the use of the text. http://www.archive.org/details/cu3192402298250 Zoroaster, the prophet of ancient Iran. The Zoroaster, the prophet of ancient Hian, by A.B. Williams Jackson, Professor of Indo-Iranian languages in Columbia University Ktfagor feed, published for the Columbia University Press by the Macmillan Company, London, Macmillan & Co. Limited 1899, all rights reserved, copyright 1898, BT the Macmillan Company. J.S. Gushing K. Barrick and Smith, Norwood, Massachusetts, USA. Drew West as a mark of regard. Preface. This work deals with the life and legend of Zoroaster, the prophet of ancient Iran, the representative and type of the laws of the Medes and Persians, the master whose teaching the Parsis today still faithfully follow. It is a biographical study based on tradition. Tradition is a phase of history, and it is the purpose of the volume to present the picture of Zoroaster as far as possible in its historic light. The suggestion which first inspired me to deal with this special theme came from my friend and teacher, Professor Geldner of Berlin, at the time when I was a student under him, 10 years ago, at the University of Halle in Germany, and when he was lecturing for the term upon the life and teachings of Zoroaster. It was from him that I received my earliest vivid impression of the historic reality of the ancient sage. The special material for the work, however, has grown out of my own lectures, delivered several times in the regular university curriculum of Columbia. Students who may have attended the course will perhaps recognize some of the ideas as discussed with them in the class. As I have had the preparation of this volume in view for some time, I have naturally been constantly adding to my material or collecting new facts to throw light on the subject. It is the aim of the book to bring together all that is generally known at the present time, either from history or from tradition, about this religious teacher of the East. Our knowledge of Zoroaster has been greatly augmented from the traditional side, during the past few years, especially through the translations made by Drive West from the Pahlavi texts. This mass of Zoroastrian patristic literature tends a preface largely to substantiate much that was formerly regarded as somewhat legendary or uncertain. This has resulted in placing actual tradition on a much firmer basis and in making Zoroaster seem a more real and living personage. It is the object of the book to bring out into bolder relief historically the figure of this religious leader. In emphasizing more especially the reality of the great master's life instead of elaborating the more mythical views of Zarathustra which prevailed not so long ago, I may, in the judgment of some, have gone too far on the side of realism. But if I have done so, it seems to me that this is a fault at least in the right direction if we may forecast the future from the present. I can but feel that the old writers, like Anquetil du Perron, were nearer the truth in certain of their views of Zoroaster, than has sometimes been supposed. In taking a position so much in accord with tradition with regard to Zarathustra, I might adopt the plea which the old Armenian annalist, Moses of Chorene, employs in another connection: there may be much that is untrue in these stories, there may be much that is true, but to me, at least, they seem to contain truth. I may only add that in general where there is so much smoke there must also be fire, and in the book I hope that others may discern some sparks of the true flame amid the cloud. As to the arrangement of material and the form of the work, I have sought to make the first half of the volume more general, the second half I have allowed to be more technical. The story of the life and ministry of the prophet is told in 12 chapters, the more critical discussion of mooted points is reserved for the appendixes. The general reader may also omit all notes at the bottom of the pages. In respect to the spelling of proper names, the plan has generally been, in the case of Zoroaster, to employ Zarathustra, Zarathustra, or Zerdusht, respectively, if it seemed necessary at any point to indicate the special sources from which I was drawing or to distinguish between Avestan, Pahlavi, and modern, Lbaface 9 Persian. I have otherwise called the prophet by his more familiar name of Zoroaster. The same holds true of his patron Vishtaspa, Vishtasp, Gushtasp, and of other ancient names. I have furthermore aimed at giving authority for all statements that I have made, as the abundant references to the original sources and the citations will show. With regard to indebtedness, I have always tried to give credit to my predecessors and fellow workers in the field. A glance at the footnotes, I think, will prove this. Each of those to whom I am under obligation will best recognize my indebtedness, and when best be aware of my appreciation. I should like to have referred also to Professor Tile's latest book, which deals with the religion of Iran, because some 20 of its interesting pages are devoted to Zarathustra. It arrived after my work was all printed, so I have been able only to add the title in my bibliographical list on p15, and to draw attention to the points which are of importance in connection with the present subject. Furthermore, in various parts of my volume I have made acknowledgment to several friends for kind aid which they have readily given on special points, and which I shall gratefully remember. I now wish to express to the trustees of the Columbia University Press my appreciation of their encouragement given to me to carry out the work, and I desire especially to thank President Seth Lowe for the personal interest he has taken in the book from the beginning, and to acknowledge the kind helpfulness of Dean Nicholas Murray Butler in all matters of detail. The Macmillan Company, likewise, have been constantly ready to meet my wishes in every regard, and I owe my thanks also to the printing firm of Messrs. Gushing and Company, to their compositors and their proofreaders, for their careful and prompt dispatch of the work. But beside these acknowledgments there remain two friends to mention, who come in for a large share of remembrance. Preface: these are my two pupils, Mr. Louis H. Gray, Fellow in Indo-Iranian Languages in Columbia University, and Mr. Montgomery Schuyler, Jr., a member of the class of 1899 in the college, who has been studying Sanskrit and Avestan for the last 2 years. Since the first proof sheets arrived, these two generous helpers have been unflagging in their zeal and willingness to contribute, in any way that they could, to giving accuracy to the book. Mr. Gray's indefatigable labor and scholarly acumen are especially to be seen in Appendix V, the completeness of which is due to his untiring readiness to pursue the search farther for texts that might hitherto have escaped notice, and to Mr. Schuyler's hand is owed many a happy suggestion that otherwise would have been lacking in the book, and more than one correction that without his aid might have been overlooked. To both of these scholars I wish to express my thanks, and I feel that they also will recall with pleasure the happy hours spent together in work as chapter after chapter came from the printer's hand. Forsan et hecolim memonisijubabit. And now I send the book forth, hoping that in some measure it may contribute to a more general knowledge of the sage of the past, the Persian prophet of old, the forerunner of those wise men of the East who came and bowed before the majesty of the newborn light of the world. Columbia University, in the city of New York, October, 1898. A. V. Williams Jackson. List of works connected with the subject or most often consulted. The other books which have been referred to are given with their titles as occasion arises to quote from them or to refer to them. The present list is therefore very abridged. Inquitil du Peron. Zendavesta, Ouvrage de Zoroaster. Tome I1, 2 et Tome en Paris, 1771. Vie de Zoroaster, I Part 2, pages 1 to 70, very important. German translation by Kleuker, Zendavesta, THL 3, pages 1 to 48, excerpts in English by K. E. Kanga. Bombay, 1876. Avesta. The Sacred Books of the Parsis. Edited by Karl F. Geldner. Stuttgart, 1885 to 1896. All Avestan references are made to this edition except in the case of Yash's 22 to 24, for which Westergaard's edition was used. The fragments are found in Darmstädter, Le Zendavesta, 3, 1 to 166. Auzo, F. G. Los Pueblos Iranios y Zoroastro. Madrid, 1874. This volume of studies shows sympathy for tradition. Z. Born in the EST, p7, Hldit is _2 la pound eoinge _Vedic _per p, 14, cf pages 147-149, but confused by tradition with another Z. Who lived about BX 600 JP 15. Brisson, Barnab 6. Barnaby Brissonii, de Egio Perserum Principate Libri Trace. Argentority, 1710, ORIG ed 1590. Consult especially the full indexes at the end of the edition. Dabistan. The Dabistan, or School of Manners. Translated from the original Persian. By Shea and Troyer. 3 volumes Paris, 1843. Darab Dastur Peshhotansanjana. Gagar Civilization of the Eastern Iranians in Ancient Times. Translated from the German. Kultur. 2 volumes London, 1885-1886. Contains also a translation of Spiegel's essay on Gushtasp and Zoroaster, from Iranisk Alterthumskunda, 12 list of works Zarathustra in the Gathas and in the Greek and Roman classics. Translated from the German of Drs. Geiger and Windishman, with notes and an appendix. Leipzig, 1897. See also Windishman and Geiger. Darmstedter, James. The Zendavesta. Translated. Sacred Books of the East, Vols. 4, XXIII. Oxford, 1880, 1883, and Vol. 4 in 2nd ed., 1895. Darmstedter, J.L.E. Zendavesta, Traduction Nouvelle avec commentaire historique et philologique. 3 volumes Paris, 1892-1893. Annales du Musée Guimet, XXI, XXII, XXIV. This valuable work has been constantly consulted on points relating to the Avesta. Das Ataur. The Desataur, or sacred writings of the ancient Persian prophets in the original tongue, together with the ancient Persian version and commentary of the 5th Sasan. Published by Mullah Firas bin Qas. An English translation. 2 volumes Bombay, 1818. Dosabai Framji Karika. History of the Parsis. 2 volumes London, 1884. Especially Vol. 2, Chapter 2, pages 146 to 164. Dunker, M. History of Antiquity. English translation by E. Abbott. Volume 5. London, 1881. Firdausi. C. Shahnama. Geiger, Wilhelm. Das Yadkarizerieren und sen Verhaltnis zum Soname. Sitzib. Der Philosophie Philal. Und History. Cidk Bayer. A.K. Dewis, 1890. BD2. Heft 1, pages 43 to 84. Munchen, 1890. Kultur im Altertum. Erlangen, 1882. English translate by Darab D. Pisanjana. See above. A. Geiger. Zarathustra in Den Gathas. Discourse. Translated by Darab D. Pisanjana. See above. Geldner, K.F. Article Zoroaster. Encyclopedia Britannica, XXIV, 820-823, 9th ed., 1888. Also forthcoming article, Persian Religion, in Encyclopaedia Biblica, ed. Cheney and Black, read in manuscript. Gottheil, R.J.H. References to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic literature. In Classical Studies in honor of Henry Drisler, New York, 1894. Pages 24 to 51, Columbia University Press. Very useful and constantly referred to. 9 Drister Iranis Chen Philology. HRSG von W. Geiger UNDE Kuhn. Strasbourg, 1896-. List of works 13 Harles, Sita. Avesta, Lieber Saker du Zoroastrisme. Traduit du Texts Zend. 26i. Paris, 1881. Valuable Introduction, Chap 2, pages 8 xxxii, Zoroaster. Hogg, M. Essays on the Parsis. 3rd ed. Edited and enlarged by E. W. West. London, 1884. Especially Essay 4. Holte, A. Zoroaster und seine Zeitalter. Lüneburg, 1836. Horn, P. Die Ichtermeter und Perser. Geschichte und Kultur. Die Religion Zoroasters. Helwaldskulturgeschichte. 4 Auflage, BDL 301-332. 1897 Hublik, A. L. Avesta, Zoroaster et le Mazdayasna. Paris, 1880. Sketch of Zoroaster, pages 134-149. Hyde, T. Historia Religionis Veterum Perserum Eorum Magorum. Oxon 1700. A Fund of Information. Citations after this first edition. Justi, Ferd. Die Alteste Iranische Religion und ihr Stifter Zarathustra. In Prussisk Jahrbucher. BD 88, pages 55-86, 231-262. Berlin, 1897. Handbuch der Zen-Sprache. Leipzig, 1864. Iranisches Namenbuch. Marburg, 1895. Consulted on all proper names. Kanga, Eschatology. Extracts from Inquitil du Peron's Life and Religion of Zoroaster. Translated from the French. Bombay, 1876. Commercial Press. Klewiker, J. F. Zendavesta, Zoroaster's Lebendigswort. 1 BD, 3 Thil, UND 2 BDE, 5 Thil. Riga, 1776-1783. Translated from the French of Inquitil du Peron. The Anhang contain valuable material from the classics and other sources. Often consulted. M. Nant, Joachim. Zoroaster. Essai sur la philosophie élogiste de la Perse. 2 DD Paris, 1857. General in character. Meyer, et Geschichte des Alter Thumbs. Erster Band. Stuttgart, 1884. A. Mills, L.H. Study of the 5 Zarathustrian, Zoroastrian, Gathas, with texts and translations. Oxford and Leipzig, 1892-1894. Always consulted on points relating to the Pahlavi version of the Gathas. See also SBE. XXXI 14 List of works Merkhand. History of the Early Kings of Persia. Original Persian, by Shea. London, 1832. Especially pages 263-337. Mole. C. Shahnama. Translated from the Ma'iller, F. Max ed Sacred Books of the East. Oxford. Especially the translations by E. W. West, Darmstetter, Mills. Nijeldik, T. H. Persisk Study N, IT. Sitzib. DKAK. Dewis. In Veen, Phil. Hist. CIBDC. 1-46 Veen, 1892. Oldenburg, Hermann. Zarathustra. Deutsche Rundschau, 14. Heft 12, pages 402-437, September, 1898. A sketch interestingly written. It arrived too late to be referred to in the body of the book. On p. 409 of his article, Professor Oldenburg gives Expraise to his view of z/s date, which he says, however, I merge alges suyuktiv estimatejasing Zoroaster abojilb.c, 900 to 800, without discussing the question. Pastorat, Emda. Zoroaster, Confucius, E.T. Muhammad. Second 60. Paris, 1788. Like Brisson, Hyde, and other old writers, this briefly notes some of the material accessible at the time. Seldom consulted. Ragozin, Zephaniadae. The Story of Media, Babylon, and Persia. Story of the Nation series. New York, 1888. Rap. Die Religion und Sit der Perser und Übrigen Iranier Neo den ZDMG. Griechiskan und Romis Chenquellen. 1901-89, XX. 49-204 translated into English by K.R. Kama. Bombay, 1876-1879. Shahnama. Irduzi I Liber Regium qui inscribiter Shahname, ed. Vollers, E.T. Landauer. Tom. 3 Lugud. 1877-1884, L.E. Liber des Rois par Abu el Qasim Ferduzi, Traduit et Comments par Jules Moll. 7 volumes Paris, 1876-1878. Quotations are based on this translation. The Shahnama of the Persian poet Firdausi. Translo and abridged in prose and verse. By James Atkinson. London and New York, 1886. Chandos Classics. Especially pages 246 to 313. See also Noldeek, Grundriss, 2. 207 and 6. Spiegel, Father of Esta, Die Heiligen Schriften der Parson. Übersetzt. 3 BDE. Leipzig, 1852-1863. Über das Leben Zarathustras, in Sitzch. Der HGL. Layer. Akkad. Der Wiss. Munchen, 5, January, 1867, pages 1-92. Mdinchen, 1867. Most of this monograph is incorporated into Spiegel's following book. List of works 15 Iranisklei Alter Thumbskunda. 3 volumes Leipzig, 1871-1878. The chapter entitled Die letzten Pioneer und Zarathustra, BDI 659-724, is important here, and is accessible in English by Darab D. Piesengena. See above. Tile, CP de Godsdienst van Zarathustra, van haar ontstaan in battery tot den val van het uitberdisklei eijk. Haarlem, 1864. Gesoheidenis van den Godsdienst. Amsterdam, 1876. Let's over de audit van het Avesta. Mededelen der Kak. Van Wetenschappen, 11, 3 DEK, pages 364-383. Amsterdam, 1895. Does not accept Darmstedter's view as to late origin of the Avesta, finds traces of Zoroastrianism in the first half of the 7th century BC. Geschichte Religion im Altertum bis Anf Alexander den Großen. Deutsche Autorigiert Ausgabe G. Gericht. 11 Band. Die Religion bei den Iranis Volkern. Erste Haft, pages 1-187. Gotha, 1898. This excellent volume dealing with the religion of Iran arrived too late to quote from or to mention except here in the preface, because the rest of my book was already in the press. I should otherwise certainly have referred to such pages in the work as bear upon Zoroaster, for example the following, pages 37-38, Jyotima is not identified with Buddha, but rather with the Vedic sage, cf. pages 177 to 178 of the present volume, p. 49, Age of the Avesta, the oldest passages of the Younger Avesta, according to Professor Tile, are placed not much later than B.CSI 0, Alt-Liagli they were not necessarily at that time in their Pasiaternanage redaction p64, Elizabeths 2. For Orts and Kyaxaries, p4, Atropaton, p6h, Backnan Kingdom, p92, Zoroaster in the Gathas, p98, Allusions to Z's name and its meaning, pages 99 to 107, Question as to his historical, legendary, or mythical existence p121, the cradle of the Zoroastrian reform, is to be sought in the north end, yoortjtweselp.ir, m_when first toward the east and southeast of Bactriaj_ even as far as Intaj to the south ointo media proper at Persia, viewers, ja fragment Iberdi. Religion des Zoroaster, aus dem Persischen I Versitzt. Bonn, 1831. Notes useful. West, E.W. Pahlavi texts translated. Parts 1, 2, 8, 4, 5. Sacred Books Max of the East, ed. F. Miller, vols. v. 18, XXIV, XXXVII, Sladii. Constantly used. Pahlavi quotations in translation are from these volumes. Wilson, John. The Parsi Religion, as contained in the Zandavesta. Bombay, 1843. The appendix contains a translation of the Zartushnama by E.B. Eastwick. Often quoted. Windishman, Father Zoroastrisk Study N. Abhandlungen, HRSG. Von Father Spiegel. Berlin, 1863. Valuable material, excerpts accessible now also in English translation by Darab Daster Peshhotansangana. Often consulted. Contents Chapter I Introduction Zoroaster's position among early religious teachers Zoroaster and Buddha Plan and scope of the present work Zoroaster as a historical personage Sources of information Zoroaster in the classics Conclusion if. Page 1 to 9 Chapter and Family History of Zoroaster The lineage of the Master Introduction Zoroaster an Iranian The name Zoroaster, Zarathustra, its form and its meaning The date of Zoroaster His native place Zoroaster's ancestry and his family, Genealogies Conclusion 10 to 22 Chapter 3 Early life and religious preparation The life of the Prophet until the age of 30 Introduction Prophecies of the coming of Zoroaster, and the miracles before his birth and childhood of Zoroaster according to tradition Zoroaster's youth and education period of religious preparation Conclusion 23 to 35 18 Contents Chapter 4 The Revelation Zoroaster's 7 Visions and the First 10 Years of the Religion Page Introductory Survey Sources of Information and what we gather from them The Revelation First Vision, Conference with Ahura Mazda Second Vision, Vohumana Scenes and Circumstances of the remaining visions and conferences with the archangels The temptation of Zoroaster Madi Hyoiman Ha, his first disciple Conclusion 36 to 55 Chapter V Triumph The conversion of Kino Vishtaspa in the 12th year of the faith Introduction Zoroaster seeks Vishtaspa meeting between Zarathustra and Vishtasp Zarathustra disputes with the wise men conspiracy against him, his imprisonment The episode of the black horse Complete conversion of Vishtasp Coming of the archangels Vishtasp's vision Conclusion 56 Chapter 6 The cohort Op Vishtaspa and its conversion The Gathas or Zoroastrian Psalms Zoroaster's patron Vishtaspa Romantic story of his youth Influence of Vishtaspa's adopting the new faith Members of Vishtaspa's court, immediate conversions, living personalities in the Gathas Other members of the court circle converted Conclusion 69 to 79, Contents 19 Chapter 7 Promulgation of the Gospel Early religious propaganda FABE Introduction The Cypress of Kishmar. Conversions more numerous, spread of the gospel, early religious propaganda spread of the religion in Iran Some conversions into Ranaverd conversions of Hindus Story of the Brahmin Kangrangho the Hindu sage bias Fabled Greek conversions. Zoroaster visit Babylon? Conclusion did 80 to 92 Chapter Vini Development of the Religion. The next few years of Zoroaster's ministry. Introduction. Record of a noteworthy conversion. Tradition of Zoroaster's healing a blind man. Question of Zoroaster's scientific knowledge. Other items of interest, incidents, and events. The Sacred Fires. Conclusion 93 to 101 Chapter 9 The Holy Wars. Op. Zoroastrianism. The last 20 years of Zoroaster's life. Introduction. Religious warfare in the Avesta Arjadispa, or Arjasp and the Holy Wars. Outbreak of hostilities, causes and dates. Arjasp's ultimatum. His first invasion. The Holy War begins. Arjasp's army and its leaders. Vishtasp's army and its commanders. Battles of the First War. Isfendi R as Crusader, and the following events. The Last Lowly War. Summary. Arjasp's second invasion. 102 to 123 XX Contents. Chapter X The death of Zoroaster. The end of a great prophetic career. Page. Introduction. Greek and Latin accounts of Zoroaster's death by lightning or a flame from heaven. The Iranian tradition of his death at the hand of an enemy. Conclusion. 124 to 132 Chapter 11 The sequence of events after Zoroaster's death. The later fortune of the faith. Introductory statements. The course of events. The first 10 years after Zoroaster's death. Evidence of further spread of the religion. Death of the first apostles, later disciples and successors. Prophecies and future events. Summary. 133 to 139 Chapter 12 Conclusion. Brief resume of Zoroaster's life. General deductions, summary, and conclusion. 140 to 143 Appendix I Suggested explanations. Op. Zoroaster's name. Short sketch of the principal etymologies or explanations of Zoroaster's name that have been suggested from ancient times down to the present. 147 to 149 Contents XXI Appendix II On the date of Zoroaster. Introduction. First, a discussion of those references that assign to Zoroaster the extravagant date of BC 6000. Second, allosions that connect his name with Ninus and Semiramis. Third, page the traditional date which places the era of Zoroaster's teaching at some time during the 6th century BC. Conclusion. 150 to 178 Appendix 3 Dr. West's Tables of Zoroastrian Chronology. A series of tables of Zoroastrian chronology deduced by West, basing his calculations upon the millennial system of the Buddhism. 179 to 181 Appendix 4F Zoroaster's native place and the scene of his ministry. Introduction. Classical references as to Zoroaster's native place. The Oriental tradition. Discussion as to whether Eastern Iran or Western Iran is rather to be regarded as the scene of Zoroaster's ministry. General summary. J 182 to 225 Appendix V Classical passages mentioning Zoroaster's name. Passages in Greek and Latin. Authors in which Zoroaster's name is mentioned or some statement is made regarding him. The so-called Zoroastrian logia or oracles. 226 to 273 Appendix 6 Allusions to Zoroaster in various other older literatures. Armenian allusions, Chinese allusions, Syriac, Arabic, and other Mohammedan or Persian references. Icelandic allusion. 274 to 287 XXLL Contents Appendix VK Notes on sculptures supposed to Apebsant Zoroaster. A Syriac tradition of an image of Zarathustra. Mention of a picture in the fire temple at Yezd. Reproduction of an idealized portrait. The Tact I Boston sculpture. Discussion. Other sub-PAOE posed representations. 288 to 294 Index map and key. 295 to 316 317 to 318 Abbreviations. Chiefly titles of Zoroastrian texts. AJ8L equals American Journal of SESIS. Midic languages, formerly Hebraica. AVBB. Avesta, ed. Geldner. Equals Bezenberger's Byte Rage. BD Bundischen SBEV1 BYT 151. Baumann Yacht, SBEV DAB 189 to 235. Equals Dabiston, TR Shea and Dat Troyer. Equals Datiston Idianic, SBE. DK18. 1 to 276, Dinkard. SBEXXXVII 1 to 397, 406 to 418, Slai. JA08. 1 to 130, equals Journal American Ori JBA8. Antal Society. Journal Royal Asiatic Society. KZ. MKH Kuhns Zeitschrift. Menagai Kairat, SBEXXIV 1-113. Ms. Manuscripts. Oik. Geiger, Ostyranus Cult Turpaos. Proceedings American Pers Phi. SBE. SD Oriental Society. Persian. Pahlavi. Sacred Books of the East. Ed. P. Max Muller. Sad Dar, SBEXXIV 253 SHGSHN 361. Shikand Gumanik Vijar, SBE. XXIV 115-251. Shahnama. Zoroaster Chapter I Introduction Illyri Yipfiat, Sik RTRHV Zapad for Prev Imavov KALRBY Zip M/4 OSIF Diofioltos Taf Bo El Irowoy, Fsaxkofti Oidi Envs TTXJ/PDZ Oiv NVS TV. LOHANNESCHKTSOSTOMOS. Zoroaster Exposition among Elojoids Tiak Hex Zokosteb and Buddha Plan and Scope OP The present Wak Zoroaster as a historical personage Sources OP Information Zoroaster in the Classics Conclusion Zoroaster's position among early religious teachers. Among the early religious teachers of the East, if we leave out the great founders of Judaism and of Christianity, the name of Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, the Persian sage and prophet of ancient Iran, is entitled to hold one of the most distinguished places. To Zoroaster is due the same rank, the same respect, the same reverential regard that is due to such seekers after light as Buddha, Confucius, Socrates. Even some of the great _T mugs _ Christianity may be found to have been voiced likewise by Zoroaster. A fact 3 should not but be of interest, although it belongs elsewhere to discuss the possibility or impossibility of any closer or more distant bonds of connection between Judaism and Christianity and the faith of ancient Iran. Between India and Iran, however, a natural connection and kinship is acknowledged, and owing to the importance of Buddhism as a contrasted faith, a brief parallel between the teachings to introduction of Zoroaster and the doctrines of Buddha may be drawn by way of introduction. Both these prophets were filled with a spiritual zeal for relieving a people and ameliorating their condition, both of them were inspired with a righteous hope of bettering their people's lives and of redeeming them from misery and sin, and both men became founders of religious faiths. The end and aim in both cases was in general alike, but the nature of the two minds and of the creeds that were developed shows some marked and characteristic, if not radical, differences. The faith of Buddha is the more philosophical, the faith of Zoroaster, the more theological. Buddha's doctrine is a creed rather of renunciation, quietism, and repose. Zoroaster's creed is a law of struggle, action, and reform. India's so-called prophet prince is overwhelmed with the wretchedness of human existence, an existence from which the sole release is absorption into nirvana. Persia's sage is equally cognizant of the existence of woe, but it is no world woe without hope of triumphant domination. The misery which Zoroaster acknowledges to exist is due to an evil principle against whom man must struggle all his life and fight the good fight which will bring final victory and will win joys eternal at the resurrection. Nevertheless, as a faith in reality, Buddha's belief had in it more of the elements of a universal religion. Zoroaster's faith, as Geldner has said, possessed rather the elements of a national religion. Billions of human souls still take refuge in Buddha, the faithful. Followers that bear the name of Zoroaster today do not number 100,000. In making such a comparison, however, with regard to the relative proportion between the two faiths in the matter of present adherence, we must not forget that national events and external changes in the world's history have contributed as much to this apparent disproportion as any inherent and essential difference between the nature of the two creeds has done. So much may be said by way of bringing Zoroaster into con. Zoroaster as a historical personage 3 trust with the founder of the Indian religion that came after his own, and as recent discoveries have thrown so much light upon Buddha's life, and archaeological finds have contributed so much to substantiating traditions that long have been familiar but were not always estimated at their true value, it seems worthwhile to take up the subject of Zoroaster's life anew and to ascertain all that we are in a position just now to find out regarding it. The purpose therefore of the following pages is to gather as much material as is accessible at present for illustrating the life and legend of the prophet of ancient Iran, and this will be done with special reference to tradition. Zoroaster as a historical personage. Before proceeding to details with regard to the prophetic teacher of Iran, one point must be emphasized at the outset, and an opinion must definitely be expressed. This is with reference to the question raised as to whether Zoroaster be a historical personage, a real figure whose individuality is indelibly stamped in upon the religion of Persia of old. Affirmative answer must be given, for Zoroaster is a historical character. This point is emphasized because it is not so long ago that advanced scholarship for a time cast a cloud of doubt over the subject, but happily the veil of myth is now dispelled. Scholars are generally agreed that although legend or fable may have gathered about the name of the prophet of ancient Iran, the figure of the great reformer, nevertheless, stands out clearly enough to be recognized in its general outlines, and Suf and Sij data for his life can be col1 among other references noted by Spiegel, Iraniske Yurthumskunda, I-708n, mention may be made of Kern, overhead word Zarathustra and den Mythiskan Person van die Nam, 1867, observe also Spiegel's remark in Die Erisk period, 43, p. 299, Leipzig, 1887, and especially the late lamented Darmstädter, Zendavesta, Part I Introd. Pages 76 to 79, _SBE 4. Oxford, 1880. For the historical side of the question see Geldner, Zoroaster Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th ed. XXIV 820, and consult Spiegel, EAI 707-708, and recently, with emphasis, in ZDMGR Lee. 193 Darmstädter later expressed himself more cautiously, see Leza. 3 Introd. P75 SEQ, Paris, 1893, and .zt Texto, Introd. P63, 10, 2d ed. /S5J74. Oxford, 1896. For introduction lecture enable one to give a clear and correct idea of his personality and in duality. There are parts, it is true, in every great man's life regarding which nothing is known. One has only to think of the Shakespeare-Bacon controversy, and in the case of all early teachers' lives there are many lacunae to be filled. The broken fragments of the statue are sometimes separated so far that we cannot find many of the missing chips, and we must be content to piece the parts imperfectly together. Caution must necessarily be used in such restorations. The existence of legend, fable, and even of myth, may be admitted in dealing with Zoroaster's life. Some apocryphal literature is acknowledged to have grown up about the hallowed Messiah of Christianity, too, but the shadowy substance gathered about the figure of Zoroaster must not be allowed to shroud and obscure his true personality. Cautious we must be, conservative we must be, yet not so far as to exclude a willingness to recognize characteristic traits and features, or to define more sharply objects and forms whose outlines are now and then somewhat dimly presented. In the present research an attempt will be made frankly to give warning where points are doubtful, and difficult as it is at this remote day, an endeavor will be made fairly and impartially to distinguish between fiction on the one hand and underlying facts on the other, so far as they may be looked upon as reasonably certain, presumable, or plausible. The achievement undoubtedly falls far short of the aim in the present monograph, and some will feel that too much weight is given to traditional statements, but in the absence of other authority we have at least these to turn to, and the purpose is to lay these down for reference and for judgment. After this prefatory note has been given, attention may now be directed to the sources of our knowledge in antiquity respecting the life and legend of Zoroaster as a historical personage. 1. See especially Drive East W West in C. Slady I Introd. Pages 29-30, Oxford, 1897. 2. See Apocryphal New Testament, London, 1820. Sources of information about Zoroaster's life. 5 Sources of information about Zoroaster's life. The data for reconstructing an outline of the life of the great reformer may be conveniently classified, first, 1, as Iranian, second, 2, as non-Iranian. Naturally, the various sources are not all of equal importance, yet each has a certain intrinsic value. Among 1. The Iranian sources of information. The Avesta, of course, stands foremost in importance as the material with which to begin, and in the Avestan Gathas, or Psalms, Zoroaster is personally presented as preaching reform or teaching a new faith. The entire Pahlavi literature serves directly to supplement the Avesta, somewhat as the patristic literature of the Church Fathers serves to supplement the New Testament. Especially valuable is the material in the Pahlavi Dinkart and the selections of Zatsparam, material which has been made accessible by Drive E.W. Westgen. His Marvels of Zoroastrianism, S. Pound 2 Slj. Pahlavi Texts, Part B, Oxford, 1897. Without West's work many of the following pages could not have been written. Of similar character, as based chiefly upon these two sources, is the later Persian Zarathustra, which was composed in the 13th century of our era. Firdausi's Shan Nama of the 10th century AD. J contains abundant old material Baron U on the reign of Zoroaster's patron King Gushtasp, Vishtaspat. Some other Parsi works and traditional literature may be included in the list, but these will be mentioned as occasion arises in the course of the investigation. Zoroaster is not mentioned in the ancient Persian inscriptions, but the silence may be accounted for. 1. See Eastwick's translation in Wilson, The Parsi Religion, pages 477-522, Bombay, 1843. Consult West in Grundrister Iran. Philol. 2 122, SBE. Slayi Intrad. Pages 20-24. Firdausi expressly states that the portion of his chronicle which relates to Zoroaster, Zerdusht, is derived from his own poetic predecessor, Dakaki, who was cruelly murdered when he had sung 1,000 verses. These Firdausi says he has incorporated into the Shahnameh. Scholars are generally inclined to accept the truth of the statement. See Noldik in Grundrister Iran. Philol. 2 147-150. West, The Modern Persian Zoroastrian Literature, Grundrister Iran. Philol. 2 122-129, and Spiegel, Die Traditionelle Literatur der Parsen, Wien, 1860. 6. Introduction, The non-Iranian sources are either, a. Classifiable or, 5. Oriental. The latter include especially the allusions to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic literature as well as some Armenian references and other incidental mentions. In point of antiquity, the classical references, as a rule, rank next to the Avesta, and these allusions, even though they are foreign, are often of real importance, as they serve to check or to substantiate results which are based upon various authorities. The appendixes to the present volume will render most of this material easily accessible. Zoroaster in the Classics *. All classical antiquity is agreed on the point that Zoroaster was a historical personage, even though his figure was somewhat indistinct in the eyes of these ancient authors. To the writers of Greece and Rome he was the arch-representative of the Magi, and he sometimes seems to be more famous for the magic arts which are ascribed to his power than for either the depth and breadth of his philosophy and legislation, or for his religious and moral teaching. Nonetheless, he was regarded as a great sage and as a prophet whose name was synonymous with Persian wisdom, or as the founder of the Magian priesthood, who are sometimes said to be his pupils and followers. Registered trademark 1. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic literature, CLASCOL Studies in honor of Henry Driesler, pages 24-51, New York, 1894, C. Columbia University Press. Chinese, for example, but these have not yet been made generally accessible. Consult Appendix 6. 8. For instance, an allusion to Zoroaster which is found in the preface to the Younger Edda is probably traceable to some classical or Semitic original. See Jackson in Proceedings of the American Oriental Society, 16. Peektsy. March, 1894. Appendix 6. Asterisk. For a collection of the material on this subject, see Appendix V at the end of this volume. Consult also the Pahlavi Dinkard, 9. 69, 58, 4. 2134 8BEXXXVII pages 397, 412, 417, and CAV Moyith, MO/UIMS, Justi, Handhjevderzen Sprach, p. 235. Platonic Alcibiades I, p. 122, a. /Jadalafragi /Zopater Pobtob Boyd Fu Eortdk Tuoto Eeov Parala. Cf. also Apuleius, Demagia, XXIV. Rap, 2z Ilfov 19 p. 21n. So Hermodorus as cited by Diogenes Laertius, Fram. Histori Grisek. 9, ed. Muller, Plutarch, Isis et Osiris, 46, Clemens Alexandrinus, Stromata, IP 304, Pliny, Zoroaster in the Classics 7. The Magi, as we know from Herodotus, were a tribe, not merely a priestly family, and the right of the Classics to call Zoroaster a Magian is borne out in other ways. The Pahlavi Dinkard regards the Avesta and Zand as the sacred writings of the Magian priests. The learned Arab chronologist Al-Barayani adds that the ancient Magians existed already before the time of Zoroaster, but now there is no pure unmixed portion of them who do not practice the religion of Zoroaster. Several Syriac and Arabic writers speak of him as a Magian, head of the Magians, chief of the sect, Magian prophet, diviner. This direct association of his name with the Magi is perhaps to be understood with some limitations, but the Magi were the reputed masters of learning in ancient times, and Zoroaster stood for this learning in antiquity. Of the Magian teachings and doctrines it is difficult to form a clear picture, except so far as we may believe them to be reflected in Zoroaster, after we have made due allowance for changes or reforms that he may have instituted. The classical tradition that Pythagoras studied under these masters in Babylon may not be altogether without foundation. Plato, we know, was anxious to visit the Orient and to study with the Magi, but the Persian wars with Greece prevented him. History Nat 30. 2-1, Agathias, 2, 24 Plutarch, Numa, 4, Suidas, SV Pythagoras, cf. Rap, ZDMG. 19 p. 21 seq. Windels Kleiman, Zor. Stud. p. 44. See Appendix V at the end of this volume. 1 DK 4. 21, 4. 34, West, Phi. Text strands, in SBE. XXXVII pages 412, 417. 2 Albarunel, Chronology, translate by Sacha, p. 314, London, 1879. 8 Gottheil, References to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic Literature, pages 24 to 51, in Classical Studies in honor of Henry Drisler, New York, 1894, Columbia University Press. Asterisk. For example, Cicero, De Divinatione, 1. 23 etal, Umdesamen, Zor. Stud. p. 277 and see Appendix V below, and cf. Luian.jdiazog. Cited by Kleukers N. I. Avesta, on 2-3, p. 104, Cicero, De Finibus, 529, Valerius Maximus, 8-7, Pliny, SJST. 32. 1. Apuleius, Florid, p. 19, Porphyrins, Vita Pythagoras, 41, Laotantius, Institutions, 4. 2. Lamblicius, Vita Pythagoras, 19, Clemens Alexandrinus, Stromata, IP 357. Consult Windy's Omen, Zor. Stud. Pages 260 to 264. 5 Diogenes Laertius, Philosophe. Vit. 37, Apuleius, De Doctrine. Platt. Philosophy p. 569. The Anonym. Vit. Platt. p. 7, ed. Westermann, Paris, 1862, adds, 8 Ilk Tboductio and the followers of the sophist Prodicus, a contemporary of Socrates, are reported to have boasted their possession of secret writings of Zoroaster, and even a Magian teacher, one Gobryas, is claimed as instructor of Socrates. Aristotle, Dianon, Eudoxus of Cnidus, and especially Theopompus, were familiar with Zoroastrian tenets. Work bearing the name of Zoroaster by Heraclides Ponticus, a pupil of Plato and of Aristotle, is mentioned in Plutarch. The distinguished philosopher Hermippus, about BC 200, made careful studies of magism and of Zoroastrian writers, according to Pliny, HN 30. 2:1. Zoroaster and Magian were names to conjure with, and there are numerous allusions to ideas drawn from these sources in Plutarch, Strabo, Suidas, and others. Titles of a number of purported books of Zoroaster are also given in the classics, such as /Vyakoi, /Exelokov /C Stoatop Bifioe, Zakopotpov, Ekarapotkotik Zapotpov. Furthermore, some sayings of Zoroaster, like those mentioned by Gemistus Pletho, Maikakoji Arave Cnrb Tovzampot Bobmdikov, are both reported to have existed, and passages are occasionally claimed to be taken from them. Like other such productions, however, these are all probably apocryphal, although the encyclopedic character of the titles somewhat recalls the analysis and summaries that we have of the Zoroastrian Nasks. At all events, these references and allusions show how great a reputation was enjoyed by Zoroaster in classical antiquity, even if his name does not occur in Herodotus, nor that in Phoenicia Plato met with Persians who introduced him to Zoroastrian lore. Cf. Appendix V1. 1 Clemens Alexandrinus, Stromata, IP 357. 2 Darmstädter, L.E.Z.A. 3 Introd. p. 77. 8 Diogenes Laertius, Prium. 8 Pliny, HN 30. 2:1, Plutarch, Sevens. ETOS. 47, of. Disciv.vatnn, Zor. Stud. Pages 233n, 279n, and Apv Hilo. A. Plutarch, ATV Kalat. p. 1115 of. Windishman, Zor. Stud. p. 284. Thanks also to friend Landman. See allusions in Suidas and in Pliny. Appendix V below. West, Pahlavi texts, translated in SBE. XXXVII 1-488. Cf. De Harlez, De Origines du Zoroastrisme, p. 276, Journal Asiatique, 1878-79, Darmstädter, Lesa 3. Introd. p. 76. Conclusion 9 in Xenophon, nor with certainty in extant fragments of Tisias. The earliest authenticated classical allusion to Zoroaster by name seems to be the reference in the Platonic Alcibiades, although, according to Diogenes Laertius, Japrum 2, he was mentioned by the earlier Xanthus of Lydia. Conclusion. As Zoroaster is one of the great religious teachers of the East, his life as well as his work is worthy of study from its historical importance. Our information regarding his life is to be gathered from the Zoroastrian scriptures, the Avesta and the Pahlavi writings, and other material must be used to supplement or to correct these sources. Due weight must be given to tradition. It must also be remembered that fiction as well as fact has doubtless gathered about the name of this religious reformer. This latter fact is all the more a proof of his great personality. 1 Cac at ESI, 122, p. 131, ed. Shands. See Appendix V below, and my consult also article Zoroaster in Harper's Dictionary of Classical Antiquities, New York, 1897. Chapter 2 Familed History of Zoroaster. The lineage of the master Sajato Yenajatana Itivams Asamun Nadim. Hitopadze. Introduction. Zoroaster, an Iranian. The name Zoroaster, Zarathustra, its eokm and its meaning. The date op Zoroaster, his native place, Zoroaster's ancestry and his familed genealogies. Conclusion. Introduction. When a man rises to lasting fame, all that is associated with his name and his times becomes of interest and of importance. Luster is shed upon his family, and distinction is lent to the line that produced such a son. If great men are the children of their age, the age of a great religious teacher can but deserve attention. His own origin, the influences that may have been formative in his life, his environment and surroundings, alike become worthy of consideration. The nature and condition of the country which called him forth requires some remark, and with regard to Zoroaster it is to be regretted that we do not know more than we do of Iran in early antiquity, and that only a limited space can be devoted here to this special theme, although it receives more or less treatment in different places throughout the book. This prophet's teaching found fruitful soil in the land of ancient Iran, because the seed was already in the hearts of the people, if we may adapt the phrase of a renowned author. Zoroaster of Iran. Zoroaster, it is believed, sprang up in the 7th century before the Christian era, somewhere in 10, Zoroaster of Iran 11, the land between Indus and the Tigris. Before our mind rises first a picture of the world outside of Iran, the kingdoms of Assyria and Babylon, with their long line of dynasties reaching far back into history which antedates Iran. To the southeast lies India, bound by the ties of Indo-Iranian unity. Lastly, and to offset all, Turan, the rival and foe, the synonym of everything crude, uncouth, and barbarous, borders upon the Iranian territory to the north. But to return to the land of Iran itself during this period. There exists, or is claimed to have existed in early times, an eastern Iranian kingdom in Bactria. An uncertainty with regard to this point will be noted hereafter. Media, however, has already been known to fame in history long before this period, and in the 8th century BC its power was able to throw off the yoke of Assyria, and at the close of the 7th century, BC 606, to crush Nineveh and establish the Median dynasty of Ecbatana, which may be called the first of the great Iranian kingdoms. But the decadence of Media swiftly follows, and its glory is dimmed before the splendor of the rising Persian sun. So much for the period and land in which Zoroaster appeared. During the very lifetime of Zoroaster, if we accept the traditional dates, the Jews were carried into captivity in Babylon, and their return from exile to Jerusalem takes place less than a generation after his death. If the Persian wars with Greece stand for anything in the world's history, when Orient and Occident met at Marathon, Platsy, Salamis, when the East received its first shock and setback from the West, certainly we must feel an interest in the life of that man who is commonly spoken of as the lawgiver of the Persians. His one in the Avesta, Babylon, is the seat of the semi-mythical tyrant and demon Dahaka, who destroyed the Iranian ideal King Yuma, Jemshed, and ruled for 1,000 years. On the religion of Babylon and Assyria, compare Tile, Geschichte Belgian, I1. Pages 127 to 213. Cf. also the article Iranians, ABWJ, in Johnson's Universal Oiklopoedia, 4. 670. 12 Family history of Zoroaster. Name, his date, and his native place, his family, his ancestry, and his associations, are all matters of some moment. These will be given in this chapter before turning to the more picturesque story of his life. The question of his religious beliefs, teaching, and philosophy, can be dealt with only incidentally, as this is reserved for treatment in another work. The name Zoroaster, Zarathustra, its form and its meaning. The form of the prophet's name in the Avesta consistently appears as Zarathustra, or with the fuller patronymic as Spitama Zarathustra. The shapes or disguises which this appellative has assumed in other languages show as much variety as does the spelling of the name of the English reformer Wycliffe, 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 etc. The familiar form, a Zoroaster, is adopted from Zoroasters of the Latin, which in turn is modeled after the Greek form. 6. In Greek the name commonly appears as Zakopod, but sporadic variations are found, for example Zaposo, Zapt Sr. Besides Zakopod are pair, in Agathias 2. 24, or the anomalous DPD, a Ttoi, Georgius Hamartolus, see Appendix V, or again, the forms sparrow, zapage, asterisk, which are also quotable from the Greek, seem to be based upon the later Persian form. Grecicized Armenian form, Armzarav W, is cited from Cephalion, and Diodorus Siculus, 194, has Tsadpava Tt, which recalls the Avestan form, Zarathustra, 1 consult just, Iranish's Namenhuch, p. 380, Marburg, 1895, Windishman, Zor. Stud. Pages 44, 45, Daharles, Avesta Traduit, Introd. Pxxi. Cf. also Ainquatil du Peron, Zendavesta, IPT2, P2, Paris, 1771, and Hyde, Histoire Belligue. Vet. PERSP 307 SEQ Oxford, 1700. See also Appendix I to Diogenes Laertius, de Vit. Philosprium. 2p1, Rissens. Kohut, Paris, 1850. Observe that Plutarch, is etos. 46, once has ZW/408bs, once the usual Zapad Tt Prii, Numa, 4, and once the curious Rof T/os, Cust. Conviv. 4.1. 1. On Zoroasts, sic, in Isidorus, see Appendix V38, and on Zappa Arpiun, General, cf. Lassen ZKM. Ye. 541, and 2. Porphyrius, Vita Pythagork B, p18, ed. Nock, 0 Tifdeape, Bs Spato vi el Curo. Asterisk Suidas, S.V. Pythagoras, see Appendix V, 45. From Cephalion through Eusebius, Armenia Vergio, p. 41, ed. My, according to Daharles, AVTR Introd. PXX. See Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, 380a, on Zaravasts in Muir, Fram. Il 626, 627. Asterisk Diodorus Siculus, 1. 94-2, Happy, Pap of Azapavati. See Appendix V3 below. T name Zoroaster 13 of Tly prophet's name, c. An Armenian rendering of the appellative is given as Zarathustra, c. The Syriac and Arabic writings show the name under a variety of guises, but they generally agree with the Pahlavi or modern Persian form, e. The Pahlavi version of the name is usually given Zarathustra, / some of the modern Persian varieties are Zartuesti, Zerdust, Zdrestuyu, Zerduhasti, Zertuyu, Zerduyu, Zaratuhayu, Zerduhayu, Zdresthust. All these are variations of Avestan Zara9 Ustra. The question as to the significance of the name of Iran's prophetic teacher is not without interest. India's princely reformer was the enlightened, Buddha, or the Sakya sage Kyamuni, Jesus of Nazareth, the Son of God, was the wonderful, the counselor, the anointed, Christus. In ancient Iran Zoroaster, the righteous, was called Zarathustra, or Zarathustra Spitama, Spitama Zarathustra, or sometimes simply Spitama. The title Spitama is a family designation, and the name comes from an ancestor of the prophet, a hero's eponymous of the clan. The Spitaman name is elsewhere found early in Media. The derivation of this patronymic spitama, used as an appellative, is equals apparently from the AV root spit be white socket svit, and the significance is probably descendant of white, like the English whiting. The origin of Zarathustra itself is less one. The Greek form Zopoi. TTP7is, or Zopoirpris, is apparently to be explained as derived from AV Zarathustra through a Western Iranian presumable form *Zarathustra, cf. Bartholomew Inc. Frondris d Iran. Philology, I93, 264, 8. 2 see also Hiebschman, Versuch Study N, p. 204, Strasbourg, 1895. 8 see Gottheil, Inferences to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic Writers, p. 25 seq West, Pahlavi Texts Translated, Part 5, in SBE. Slady I 180, Index. 6 cf Bullers, Lexicon Persico-Latinum, 2. p. 103, Bonn, 1865, West, The Bow of the Magno Icard, p. 223, Stuttgart, 1871. Asterisk see the genealogy given below, p. 19, and consult Justi, Handbuch der Zendsprache, Svibos, also Iranisches Namenbuch, Marburg, 1895. Zoroaster's daughter is Porosist Spitmai, ys. 53-3, his cousin is Mazdayasna Spitama, ys. 51-19, the members of the family are spoken of as the Spitamas, ys. 46-15, Spitam and Hu. In Pahlavi, the prophet is called Zarathustra Spitan, Zoroaster of the Spitamas, the Mod. Pers has JSFLMDN, see Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, p. 309, Siritu/Ias, Ziri Cairj. Are quotably as ordinary Iranian proper names. 14 Family history of Zoroaster clear than Spitama and the derivation has been much discussed. Scholars, however, are now generally agreed upon one point, it is that the second member of the compound, for the form must be a composite, is the word Ustra camel, but the precise nature of the compound and the true meaning of its first element are uncertain. The most probable significations that have been proposed are, one whose camels are old, Sarbi old Y or old camel, cf. Socket Jaredgava, Zarathustra, or again one whose camel is fierce, Zarbi angry, or possibly tormenting the camel, or robbing a camel, cf. Socket Baradja. Numerous other suggestions and explanations have been offered, and some of them show a good deal of fancy, but doubtless the name is an unromantic, unpoetic name, a title which the man retained as his birthright even after he became famed as a spiritual and religious teacher. The very fact of his retaining this somewhat prosaic appellative testifies to a strong personality. Zoroaster remains a man and he is not dubbed anew with a poetic title when later sanctification has thrown a halo of glory about his head. For an outline of the various discussions of Zoroaster's name, the reader is referred to the special appendix The Date of Zoroaster. With reference to the date at which Zoroaster lived and taught, there has been a wide diversity of opinion, but now a more general agreement between the views of scholars on the subject is beginning to prevail. The consensus of opinion has of late been growing stronger in favor of accepting the traditional view, based on the chronology of the one. The esteem in which the Bactrian camel is held is well known, cfyt. 1411-13. Other Iranian proper names contain Uhura, e.g. Frasaura whose camels are fresh, Araveohura whose camel does not bellow, cf. Ravofraobman, Vohura having good camels, yt. 13122, cf. Spiegel, Fran. Alter Thumbskunda, IP 673. There are many similar compound appellatives with Uspahorse, Gaucow, Uxian ox, which are probably Totemistic family survivals, see Justi, Iranisches Namenhuch, p. 486 seq, Marburg, 1895. Cf. Hubs Omen, KZ. XXVIP 203, Geldner, Zoroaster, Encyclopedia Britannica, 9th ed. XXIVP 820, Bartholomew, in Grundrisse d'Iran. Philosophy I pages 149 to 150, AFIP 160, IF6. Ans. P47. See Appendix I below. The date of Zoroaster 15 Bundaliation, which places the era of Zoroaster's activity between the latter half of the 7th century BC and the middle of the 6th century. Detailed discussion of the question with a general presentation of the material on the subject has been given by the present writer in a monograph on the Bait of Zoroaster, JAOS. 17:1-22, 1896, reprinted in Appendix 2. The results are rendered even more precise by a slight chronological correction by Drive E.W. West I, who gives the years BC 660 to 583 as probably the exact date of Zoroaster so far as tradition is concerned. There is space here only to summarize, for details reference must be made to Appendix 2, 3. The statements of antiquity on the subject may conveniently be divided into three groups. First, to be considered are those references that assign to Zoroaster the extravagant age of BC 6000. These are confined simply to the classics, but they have a certain claim to attention because they are based upon information possessed by Aristotle, Eudoxus, and Hermippus. These extraordinary figures are due to the Greeks not having quite rightly understood the statements of the Persians, who place Zoroaster's millennium amid a great world period of 12,000 years, which they divided into cycles, and in accordance with this belief Zoroaster's Fravasi had actually existed in company with the archangels for several thousands of years. Second, come those statements which connect the name of Zoroaster with that of the more or less legendary Ninus and the uncertain Semiramis. 3, the direct Zoroastrian tradition. One personal letter, dated April 30, 1897, and in a published view with chronological table, SBE. Slay in Trod. Pages 27 to 42. See Appendix 3. 2. The passages are given in full in Appendix 2. They are from Pliny, BN 30. 2:1, Plutarch, 7s. ETOS. 46 Scholion to the Platonic Alcibiades I, 122, Diogenes Laertius, de Vit. Philos Prism. 2. Lactantius, INST 7. 15, and cf. Suidas, SV Zoroasters. Cf. Diodorus Siculus, 2. 6. Fragments of Cephalion in Eusebe. Chronicles 1. 43 and 4. 35, Theon, Progymnasmata, 9, Justin, from Trogus Pompeius Histori Philippic. 1:1, Amobius, 16 Family History of Zoroaster Hwickley is found in the Pahlavi book Bundalition 34. 1-9 and supported by Artavirov 1. 2-5 and Zatsparam 23. 12, as well as corroborated by abundant Arabic allusions, Al-Biruni, Masudi, and others, unanimously places the opening of Zoroaster's ministry at 258 years before the era of Alexander, or 272 years before the close of the world conqueror's life, BC 323. As Zoroaster was 30 years old, according to the tradition, when he entered upon his ministry, and as he was 77 years old at the time of his death, and, furthermore, since we may assume an omission of 35 years in the Bundalition chronological list, according to West, we have good reason, on the authority of the tradition, for making BC 660 to 588 as the era of Zoroaster. Tradition also says that Zoroaster was 42 years old when he converted King Vishtaspa, who became the patron of the faith. There is no good ground, however, for identifying this ruler with Hystaspes, the father of Darius. Such identification has indeed been made by Ammianus Marcellinus, 22. 632, and it has met with support from some, but the doubt on this point which was raised as early as Agathias, 224, is unquestionably well-founded Zoroaster's native place. The question of Zoroaster's native place is a subject that has been much debated. The problem is more complicated because of the uncertainty which exists as to whether his birthplace and early home was necessarily also the chief scene of the teacher's activity. The whole matter may be brought under the heading of two inquiries. First, 1. Whether the home of Zoroaster is to be placed in the west of Iran, in Atropatene and Media. Second, 2. Whether adv gentes, 1. 5. Orogius, hist, contra paganos, Ninus, Suidas, sv Zoroasters. See Appendix 2. V. Some incidental allusions connect Zoroaster's name with Abraham, Nimrod, Bel, Balaam. These also are quoted in Appendix 2, v below. I fuller discussion in West, SBE. Sly. Introd. p. 38, and Jackson, on the date of Zoroaster, JAOS. 1717, Appendix 2. Below, Zoroaster's ancestry and Bis family 17 Ancient Media was the scene also of his ministry, or are we to accept the claim of Bactria and eastern Iran? Possibly he may have taught in both lands. The subject is of interest, moreover, in the light of the recent important developments with regard to Buddha's birthplace, and the archaeological finds which have lately contributed so much towards establishing the exact location where the gentle teacher of India was ushered into the world. Accordingly, the problem of Zoroaster's native place and then the possible scene of his ministry is discussed with considerable fullness in Appendix 4, it suffices merely to summarize here. If we omit the question of his ministry for the moment and speak simply of his native place, we may say without much hesitation, that the consensus of scholarly opinion at this time is generally agreed in believing that Zoroaster arose in the west of Iran. Oriental tradition seems to be fairly correct in assigning, as his native land, the district of Atropatene or Azerbaijan, to the west of Media, or even more precisely the neighborhood about Lake Urumia. There is ground, furthermore, for believing in the tradition which says that his father was a native of Azerbaijan, a region of naphtha wells and oil fountains, and that Zoroaster's mother was from the Median Raga, Rai. Consult the map at the end of this volume. Explicit references for these statements will be found in Appendix 4. For the other problem, the one relating to the possible scene or scenes of Zoroaster's ministry, reference must be made to the extended discussion in the same appendix below. Here we need only bear in mind that there is every reason to believe that Zoroaster, for a time at least, wandered about in his missionary labors, and there is certainly a strong tradition to the effect that during the 2 opening years of his prophetic career he was for a while in the east, in Sistan, and also in Turan. See map. One is reminded of the peregrinations of the Buddha. Zoroaster's ancestry and his family. The subject of Gene, 18 Family History of Zoroaster Elogi lies not much interest for most readers, and a treatment of it is apt to recall the begot chapters of the biblical patriarchs. Nevertheless, Zoroaster's line is not without importance, and it deserves to receive attention, as much as would the descent of Mohammed or of Buddha. If Indian legend and tradition in the case of the great Ganges teacher ascribes exalted origin from the princely family of the Sakyas, Iranian story is no less successful, for its part, in tracing Zoroaster's descent from a sort of royal Davidic line that ends in the house of Meniasayr, sovereign of Iran, or ascending still farther back through the 45th generation to Gayomart, the Iranian Adam, the father of all mankind. The prophet's more immediate ancestors are often referred to. Purushispa, the father, is mentioned several times in the Avesta and is frequently referred to in the Pahlavi texts and in the later Zoroastrian literature. The name of Zoroaster's mother is preserved in an Avestan fragment as Dughdhova, Phi. Dughdavo, Dayak or Dayak Mod. Pers Dughdhu. Point 3. The name of Zoroaster's great-grandfather Hekataspa is mentioned in the Avesta, Ys. 46:15, 53. 3, as is also the latter's sire Sekhnush or Chukshni, Cfyt. 13:114, and Spitama, the heroes eponymous of the family, is referred to in the Gatha allusions to the prophet's kinsman Spitamon Ho, ys. 4615, whence his own appellative Zarathustra Spitama, Zoroaster the Spitamid. The locus clas sikus for tracing Zoroaster's lineage is Bundaishan 32. 1-2, it is supplemented by the Pahlavi Dinkart 7. 2, 70, the selections of Zatsparam, 13, 6, and by the Vijirkartai Dinog, compare also the Narang Iboidatano va Yatkartano, Kurundris 2 115, ** the 1 ctn Mandishoihar, cf Peshhotan Dastur, Dinkart translated, vol. 7p 429, cf Yash 13. 131 2 dk7. 270, ZSP 13. 5-6, cf West, 8be. Sladei pages 34, 140, and Grundriss d Iran. Philosophy 2. 95 8 Hatok Nask Frag, cited in Sad Dar 40. 4 Et Passim, cf West, SBE. XXIV 302, XXXVII. 444, 469, 483 Sladei. 8 times, Darmstetter, Leza. 3 151, Zartusht Nama, p. 480, in Wilson, Parsi Balig, and Shahbaz Tani, see Appendix 4. 4 Consult West, Pahlavi Texts Translated, SBE. V 140-141, Grundriss, 2. 94, 95, and SBE. Sladei 34. Zoroaster's Angestrite and his family 19 same ancestral tree, but Whitly the names disguised or misread, is found in Masih.I. The line as far back as Manish Sithra may be worth recording from the accessible sources. DK, Bundaislan, and CFZSP Vijirkartai Dinog. Manishsayer 2 Manishsayer, Duras Rabo Duras Rob. Eric or Rajan Kajish Naism or Ism. Naism. Vyadislit or Vidasht. Vyadislit. Spitam or Spitaman. Hard Mr, Karadar. Spitamano Haradar Arajat Harshan or Hardarshan Haradrishan. Pete Rasp or Patelrasp. Peterisp. Sikshni Ili or Kakslinish asterisk Sikshnusli Haoitspo Hikatasp. Uragadhasp or Orvadasp. Urvandasp Patarag Taraspo or Paterisp Paterisp. Porushspo Porushaspo Zaratusht Zaratusht. Manashii, Durashran Iraj. Hizam. Vandast Ispaman Hardar. Arhadas Batur. Hak MSB Hajdasf. Arakdasf Padarasf Bayershasf Zaradusht 139. See likewise Windelschman, Zor. Study N, p. 160, Spiegel, Iranisk Alterthumskunda, I 687, Daharles, Avesta Traduit, Intrad. Peak 8th Justi, Iranishas Namenhuch, p. 393. 1 Les Prairies d'Or, 2. 123, Tr. Barbier de Maynard, cf. Gottheil, Sefer Insis to Zoroaster, p. 34. Avesta, Yt. 13131, Manui Sira. 3 cf. Also Dinkart 9. 33-5. ICF Avesta, Yt. 13114, Caxney. 5 ZSP 13. 6 has a Herbaldspa. 6 D Iokert, BK 7. 2-3, 70, BD 32. 1, West, Grundriss, 2. 95, SBE. Sladei 34, V 140, or Pertardspo, ZSP 13. 6, OPCITP 139. 20 Family History of Zoroaster. Zoroaster's grandfather on the maternal side, according to DK 7. 2-3 and BD 32. 10, was Frahim Ravanazoish or Frahim Rava. His maternal grandmother may have been called Freno, ZSP 13-1, but the passage is not quite clear. There are several allusions to his paternal uncle Erasti and to the latter's son, Mazdayasna, who was Zoroaster's cousin and first disciple, YT. 1395, BD 32. 2 Et Passim. According to the selections of Zatsparam, Zoroaster was one of 5 brothers. The passage states, of the 4 brothers of Zarathustra, the names of the 2 before Zarathustra were Ratushtar and Rangiashtar, and of the 2 after him Notariga and Nivadish. But in each case the reading of the Pahlavi word is uncertain. Tabular statement of the sage's family and kin may now be presented. Padarak Daraspo M. from Ravanzoish, Freno. BD 3210, DK 7. 23, Dug Hova M. Porushispa, Z.S. father, Erasti MX 2 elder brothers Zarathus MRA 2 younger brothers Mazdayasna MX Ashastu, YT. 13106. Tradition furthermore states that Zoroaster was thrice married and had several sons and daughters, and that the 3 wives survived him, BD 32-5-7, VJKT pages 21-22. The names of the first wife and of the second are not preserved, but the latter is said to have been a widow. By the first, or privy IZSP. 15.5. West's translation, 8 BE. Slady I 144, cf. Also 8 BE. V 187, note. 2 cf. Also Justi, Namenhach, p. 393. 8 see the information and Karatushans given by West, Pahlavi texts translated, c. V 142-143, notes, and Justi, Iranish's Namenbuch, SV Urwarwaja, p. 334, Holti, Zoro as EUND Senzite Alter, p. 93, Lüneburg, 1836. West, c. V 143, N1, refers to the apparent misinterpretation which gives the names of Zoroaster's first 2 wives as Unij and Arnij Baird. Consult his reference, especially as to the second wife. Zoroaster's ancestry and his family 21-legged wife, the prophet had 1 son and 3 daughters. Their names are several times mentioned in the Avesta and in Pahlavi literature. One of the daughters, Purasista, Y.S. 53-3, was married to the wise Jamaspa. The son Zarathustra, by the second wife, became head of the priestly class and had a son, Urarviha, who is also mentioned by name, BD 32-7. Zarathustra was likewise made guardian of the children of his father's second wife, who had borne 2 sons, Urvadatnara and Varasithra, to Zoroaster, YT. 1398. These 2 sons were respectively regarded as the head of the agricultural class and of the warrior caste. The third wife, Hvovi, was the daughter of Frashayashtra and niece to Jamaspa, attaches to the court of Vishtaspa, YT. 13139, 16. 15, DK 9. 4416, 9. 6958. By Hvovi no earthly children were born, but she is the noble consort from whom ultimately are descended the future millennial prophets, Ukshyat-Hirta, Ukshyat-Nema, and the Messiah, Saoshyant, YT. 13128. The marvels of this preternatural conception are narrated in detail in BD 32. 8-9, CFYT. 1362, 128, 141-2, and elsewhere. The later descent from Zoroaster's line may thus be tabulated: children by first wife Meldrin, by second wife children by Hvovi x Zarathustra, son, Freni, daughter, Thridi, daughter, Purasista, daughter, Urarviha Varasithra, son, Urvadatnara, son, not yet born, Ukshyat-Hirta Ukshyat-Nema Saoshyant. A genealogical tree of the Hvovid family into which the prophet married and into which family he gave a daughter in marriage will make clearer some of the connections and alliances that appear in the Avesta. It is therefore given on the following page, 1 ys. 23-26. 5. YT. 1398, 139, BD 32. 5 ET Passim, ZSP 23. 1122 Family History of Zoroaster Freda or Parada Parshat Gaos Liak Ki Gov Tom Aspavog Vanarlman, A. Elisnas, Pakad, A. El Pidha. Asterisk Samakirisis Bafrashayash Trajamaspa, Poruoista, 1 Avarish Tun Hushyatna Vedna Hvovi, Zarathustra, Han Horbe Ovo Hunemavar Shna Gavanese Summary. After noticing in this chapter the fact that Zoroaster was an Iranian, we briefly followed in outline the position of Iran in ancient history. Next saw that the oldest form of Zoroaster's name is given as Zarathustra. The statement was then made that we have reason for believing that he arose in western Iran, Atropatene and Media, about the middle of the 7th century BC. The scene of his ministry is a question that was reserved for later discussion. As was shown, a long line of ancestry can be traced out for him, and we know something of his immediate family through tradition. But we bid adieu to these external matters to deal with his life itself. 1 After Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, p2 not mentioned in the Avesta. Chapter 3 Earld Life and Religious Preparation. The life of the Prophet until the age of 30. Yehizq.bika vaxiika uhadatam nimravanta vispaspnto dadam. Avesta, YT. 1393. In conjunction prophecies of the coming of Zoroaster and the miracles before his birth and childhood of Zoroaster. According to tradition, Zoroaster's youth and education period of religious preparation. Conclusion. Introduction. Prophecies of the coming of Zoroaster. The coming of a prophet or great teacher seen us at times in the world's history to be looked for instinctively. May see the truth of this statement exemplified in our own Gospels when the disciple asks of the Savior, "Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another?" And when a blessed Master is at last recognized, the generations vie with each other in repeating how his advent was foretold. In the Zoroastrian scriptures, passages are adduced to show that the sage's coming had been predicted ages before. In the Aves Gathas and in Pahlavi literature, the soul of the mythical primeval bull, 3,000 years before the revelation of the religion, beholds a vision in heaven of the Fravetu or ideal image of the prophet Zarathustra, Zarathustra, that is to be again, in the golden age of the world. King Yim, Jemshed, forewarns the demons of their destined defeat and overthrow. 1 Ys. 29:8, BD 4. 4-5, CFDK 7. 267. 23-24 Early life and Relioif's preparation at the birth of the glorious man-child. Lastly, in the reign of the patriarch ruler, Caius, 3 centuries before the actual appearance of the hallowed saint, a splendid ox is gifted with the power of speech, so as to foretell the promised revelation which the future shall receive from the lips of Zarathustra. Miracles before his birth. From the Avesta we also learn that the divine sacerdotal and kingly glory, high Ardna, is handed onward from ruler to ruler, and from saint to saint, ever with a view to its illumining ultimately the soul of the inspired one. It is ordained of heaven, moreover, that this glory shall be combined with the guardian spirit, Fravetu, and the material body, so as to produce from this threefold union the wonderful child. First, the glory descends from the presence of Ahura Mazda, where it abides in the eternal light. It passes through heaven down to earth, and it enters the house where the future Zarathustra's mother herself is about to be born. Uniting itself with her presence, it abides in her until she reaches the age of 15, when she brings forth her own firstborn, the prophet of Iran. But before this event, as a girl she became so transcendent in splendor by reason of the miraculous nimbus of the glory that resided in her, that, at the instigation of the demons, her father is convinced that she is bewitched, and he sends her away from his home to the country of the Spidamas, in the district of Alak or Iraq, to the village of Patarag Taraspo, whose son P5 Ryashaspo, Av Purushispa, she marries. The glory is therefore upon earth, ready to appear in the form of man. Such at least is the scriptural account found in the Dinkart II. The archangels Voiman and Ashavasht, descending from heaven, convey to earth another of the 3 elements, 1 DK7. 259-61, see West's translation, 8 BE. Slayai 31. 2 DK7. 262-69, ZSP 13. 7-25 SYT. 1925-90, of. Also West, 8 BE. XLVLL introd. 30. *CF spend NASC summary in DK7. 1418 BEXXXVIIP 31, DK7. 22 SEQ, ZSP 13. 48 BE Slayai pages 17, 139. DK7. 24-11, C West, 8 BE. Slayai 18-20. Miracles before his birth 25 The guardian spirit, Phi Frabdar, AV Frabili, bearing it in a stem of the horn plant, the height of a man. For a time this precious stem is placed in the nest of two birds whose young have been devoured by serpents, it protects the brood and kills the reptiles. Thus it continues as a talisman in the keeping of the birds until required again by the archangels, and until Purushispa, who meanwhile had Mar Ride Dutog, Dughdhova, meets with the two presiding seraphim in the cattle pasture of the Spitamas and receives from them the cherished rod, which he gives to his wife to preserve. Much of all this, it is true, has a mythical ring or an allegorical note. Third, the substantial nature, Phi Gohar, or material essence, which completes the holy triad, is miraculously combined with the elements of milk, through the agency of water and the plants, or through the archangels Kurdat and Murdat. The demons vainly seek to destroy this, but the milk is mixed with hum and is drunk by the future prophet's parents. In this roundabout way the Pahlavi text accounts for the combination of the three elements, the glory, the spirit, and the body, and the child is conceived. Despite the machinations of the demons throughout the narrative the presence of an oriental tendency to symbolism and ritualistic significance is manifest. The same story is repeated by the Arab writer Shahrastani, AD 1086-1153, and it is narrated again in the Dabistan. The pregnancy of the mother whose womb is hallowed to bear such fruit, is attended by occurrences equally remarkable and by circumstances astounding in their nature. These miraculous occurrences are told and interpreted in the Dinkard. Zat 1 Have we here a reflex of the ancient Sanskrit myth of Soma and the eagle? 2 DK7. 222-35. 2 DK7. 244-45. *DK7. 236-72, ZSP 13. 4 Shahrastani, Ubersetzt, Har Brucker, I 276 SEQ, Godheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 48, Dabistan, T. Arshay and Troyer, I 212 SEQ, 26 EAELR Life and Religious Preparation Speram, and Zartusht Nama, as well as recorded by Shahrastani and repeated in the Dabistan. I at once recall parallels in other nations. Birth and childhood of Zoroaster, according to tradition. The traditional source of information on the subject of the birth and early life of the prophet, was originally the Spend Nask of the Avesta, which gave an account of the first 10 years of Zoroaster's existence. Unfortunately this Nask has been lost, but its substance is worked into the Pahlavi literature, as is known from the summaries of the Nasks that we have in Pahlavi and in Persian, and doubtless much of the actual material from it is preserved in the Dinkarvk, in the selections of Zatsparam, and in the modern Persian Zartusht Nama. These works stand to Zoroastrianism somewhat as the Lalita Vistarad to Buddhism. The general statements which are made in the following pages are based upon them, unless otherwise indicated, and the material they contain is supplemented by incidental allusions in such writers as Shahrastani or in the Dabistan which draw from like sources. These accounts of the birth and early life are largely legendary and they are colored by fancy. Some of them surpass in power of vivid imagination the stories that have gathered around Zoroaster's miraculous conception. But that need not awaken surprise. Legends have grown up about the birth and youthful years of Buddha * and miraculous incidents are connected with the Mosaic lawgiver. Persia is not behind in this. 1 DK7. 253-55, ZSP 14. 1-5, ZTNTR Eastwick, Wilson, Parsi Religion, p. 480-3. 2 DK8. 14 1-29. 24 1-3 PERS, River 2. 13, Dinvijirkert, 18, C. West, Pahlavi texts translated, in 8 BE. XXXVII pages 31, 226 to 9,425,444,469, also Sharastani, Übersetzt, Harbrucker, I 276, Gottheil, references to Zoroaster, p. 48, cf. Next note. Tor translations, C. West, C. Vals, XXXVII. Ensleville. And Zartushnama, Tr. by Eastwick in Wilson, Parsi Religion, pages 475 to 522. Constant use has been made of these translations. See Oldenburg, Buddha, p. 82 SEQ, ENG translation, Warren, Buddhism in translations, p. 38 SEQ. Some have even claimed that MO, birth and childhood of Zoroaster 27. In every religion the birth of its founder must be heralded by supernatural signs and omens and accompanied by wonders and prodigies. Star appears, a comet blazes forth, or the earth is shaken. In the Avesta all nature rejoices at Zoroaster's birth, the very trees and rivers share in the universal thrill of gladness that shoots through the world, while Ahriman and the terror-stricken demons take flight into the depths of earth. His birth, moreover, is in answer to pious prayers addressed by his father to Hauma. His fitness for the prophetic mission which he is to undertake is divinely recognized, and Ahura Mazda himself selects this inspired being as his own messenger to the world. So much for the Avesta. The Pahlavi writings also do not tire of recounting how the fiends contended to prevent his birth, how a divine light shone round the house, and a shout of joy arose when life triumphed, and especially they recount the loud laughter which burst from the child as he came into the world. The tradition that Zoroaster laughed instead of crying at his birth is as old at least as Pliny. It is current in Eastern writers and elsewhere. Pliny at the same time adds that the child's brain throbbed so violently as SAIC influences were at work in the Zoroastrian legends. See Kohut, Zoroastrian Legends and Their Biblical Sources in The Independent, NY, March 19, 1891. 1 YT. 1393-94, YS. 915, YT. 1719. 2 YS. 912-15, compare what was noted of the horn branch above. 8 YS. 912-14, YT. 1718-20, YS. 29:8, YT. 517-18. 4 DK8. 14-9. 24 1-10, West, SBEXXXVII 31, 226-9, 469, and DK7. 256-8, 5. 22, ZSP 13. 1-3, West, 8 BJE Slai 30, 122, 139, and Sharastani, Gottheil, references, p. 49. Other references below. The Apocryphal Anti-Proto-Evang. 1411-12, and I Infancy, 1. 10, give a legend of our Lord's birth in a cave which is divinely illuminated. In the Sanskrit Kothsaritsjara, I 325, translate Tawny, the room in which a wonderful child is born is illuminated by a strange light. 5 DK7. 3-2 and 25, DK5. 2-5 ZSP 14. 12 and 16, CF West, ISBE. Slai I pages 35, 41, 123, 142, 143, ZTNP 483, Sharastani, Harbrucker, I 277, Gottheil, references, p49, Dabistan, IP 219, Merkhand, Trshe, p 286. Also Pliny, HN, 716. 15, Scholion to the Platonic Alcibiades, Augustine, De Civ Dei, 21. 14, all cited below in Appendix V, 6. See likewise Preface to the Icelandic Snorra Edda, Jackson, FAOS 16 Pixi. March, 1894. See Appendix 6. 28 Early life and religious preparation to repel the hand laid upon his head, a presage of future wisdom. Demons and wizards, for all the opponents of Zoroaster are conceived to be such, instinctively now foresee their daytime defeat and ruin, and Zoroaster's own glorious ascendancy they seek accordingly to compass the young child's death. They fail in their efforts just as the powers of evil had already failed when they strove to prevent his coming into the world. The heretical Kavas and Karpans, Phi, Kigs and Caribs, who are apparently idolatrous priests, are his especial foes. The Turanian Karap Duras Respio, Duras Aaron, Duransarian, is the Herod of the day. His wicked partner and villainous accomplice is one Bertrakresh, whose name is ultimately connected with Zoroaster's death when the prophet was of advanced age. Bertrakresh is one of 5 Karap brothers. The names of the quintet are given as Bratrukshare, Bratroyashan, Bradresh the Tur, or Turi Bertrakresh, Hazen, and Vadis. The name of this Bertrakresh, or Bratarvakshare, occurs comparatively often in Pahlavi literature at least, and it appears under a variety of forms. The machinations of Duras Rabo are particularly violent. It is only the intervention of a divine providence that saves the little Zarathustra, while still an infant in the cradle, from having his head crushed in or twisted off by this fiendish man, or that wards off a poniard stroke from the same hand which becomes withered as a punishment for its wicked attempt. Some of the resemblances between this monstrous ruler and Pliario or Herod would not be uninteresting to trace if there were opportunity. 1 VD 19. 46, and elsewhere. See West's note in SBE. Slayai 19. 8 DK 7. 34-41, etc., cf. Justi, Iranish's name and Butch, p87, ZTNP 484, and C. West, SBE. Slayai 175, Index. This would assign to Bertrakresh an extraordinary longevity. CP 128, D. Perhaps a descendant of his is referred to. ZSP 16. 3, cf. ZSP 17. 1, West, SBE Slayai. 148-147. The reading of the names is not absolutely certain. 6 C. Justi, Name and Butch, p. 71. DK 7. 3-5-6, 6. 3, 2, ZSP 15. 2-3, ZTNP 484, Dabistan, IP 219. Zoroaster's Youth and Education 29. The malicioist Duras Rabo, moreover, is even successful for a time in making Purushispo afraid of his own son, so that he does not prevent the machinations of those who are plotting against the young child's life. No angel is sent from heaven to tell his parents to take the child into another land. 4 separate attempts at least are made to destroy the babe in spite of the mother's watchful alertness. An attempt is made, and not without the father's connivance, to burn the infant in a huge fire, but its life is saved by a miracle. Endeavor is made by the sorcerers to have the babe trampled to death by a herd of oxen. The leading ox stands over the tiny prodigy and prevents it from perishing beneath the feet of the herd. The same experiment is repeated with horses. The babe is rescued in the same marvelous manner. Even wolves whose young have been killed do not harm a hair of the divine child's head. In their very den and lair he is suckled by a sheep. The lion shall lie down with the lamb. In all these accounts, idealization is evidently at work. But after all, we may perhaps imagine that a rationalistic background of truth possibly lies at the basis of each of these hairbreadth escapes of childhood's days magnified by coming ages. The allusion to exposure to a wolf throws light at least upon the conditions in the time at which the accounts were written. Zoroaster's youth and education. Before the boy's 7th year, his father Pirshasp, as the Zarathustra calls him, knowing that even the demons and wizards had predicted a great future for the youth, places the lad under the care of a wise and learned man, as the Zarathustra narrates. The 1 Dkr 3. 7-8 SEQ, ZSP 16. 3-4 Dabistan, IP 219. DK 7. 3-9-10, ZSP 16. 7 ZTN, P 484. 3 DK 7. 3-11-12, ZSP 16. 4-5, ZTN P 485, Dabistan, IP 220. Asterisk DK 7. 3-13-14, ZSP 16. 6-7, ZTNP 485-6, Dab. IP 220. DK 7. 3-15-19, DK 6. 2-4, ZSP 16. 8-11, ZTN pages 486-7, Dab. I pages 220-221. Degree we may conceive how the false teachers of the pre-Zoroastrian faith were looked upon as devils and necromancers. ZTNP 488. See also Dab. IP 224. 30 Early life and religious preparation. Venerable teacher's name is then given as Berdenkurus Pliny, SN 30. 2-1, seems to have understood from Hermippus that the name of Zoroaster's teacher was Agonaces, Azonaces, but the passage is not quite clear. See below, Appendix V5. In connection with the subject of Zoroaster's youthful days, it is proper to make passing mention at least of some Syriac and Arabic reports which connect his name with Jeremiah, or even with Ezra, and which make Zoroaster a pupil of Jeremiah, or even go so far as to identify him with Baruch, the latter's scribe. These biased accounts assert that the pupil proved treacherous to his master and was cursed by God with the affliction of leprosy. These passages are quoted elsewhere and the most important are given below in Appendix 4, it is not necessary therefore to cite them here nor to repeat how the identification probably arose from an erroneous connection of the name Armia, Jeremiah, with Urmia, Urumia, Zoroaster's presumed birthplace, nor is it necessary to add how the name of Zarathustra might become associated with the Hebrew Zarath, Zaratji, leprosy, especially if Muslim influence wished to detract as much as possible from Persia's sage. The narratives given above are about all that we can gather in the way of tradition regarding Zoroaster's early youth and training. It is to be regretted that we do not know more of the molding forces that were instrumental in forming so creative a mind, nor are we clear in every detail as to the conditions of the society in which he was brought up or in which he afterwards labored and taught. The picture which is sometimes vaguely outlined by the Gathas or dimly suggested in the younger Avesta, or which one gains from a perusal of the one does this name contain a disguised form of Saket Guru, exalted teacher. On the form burden, cf. Justi, name and Buck, pages 74, 490, and add pages 168, 499, Uru, Kurus. 2 see Appendix 2. Pages 165 to 166. See especially Godheil, references to Zoroaster in Arabic and Syriac literature, Drissler Classical Studies. Asterisk cf. Kohut, Zoroastrian Legends, The Independent, NY, March 19, 1891. Zoroaster's touts and education. 31 Traditions in Pahlavi literature is not altogether a bright one, if we are to interpret, as one might interpret, the allusions to devil worship and devas, which recall the present Yazidis, and the references to the slaughter and maltreatment of the kine, a lack of morality, falsehood, oath-breaking, and personal impurity. These are among the many things to which Zoroaster turned his attention when his reformatory work began. Tradition goes on to say that even when the lad had attained his 7th year, the inimical Duras Rabo and Bertrakresh still continued to connive against him, to harass and assail him. By magic practices they endeavor to daunt his spirit, and they even attempt to destroy his body by poison. It is evident that the real opposition and struggle which was later to arise in the prophet's life between his own faith and the existing religion which it supplanted or reformed, is projected into the past and conceived of as a case of personal enmity and hatred already developed between the two representatives of the creed and the youthful Zoroaster. If we are to judge at least from the later literature of the Pahlavi, black art, and magic practices, occult science and necromancy were the order of the time. Seemed to have a sort of background of Dr. Faustus and the Europe of the Dark Ages. Even Purushispa himself is not free from the influence of the two sorcerers Duras Rabo and Bertrakresh, with whom he not infrequently associates. All these misguided persons, especially Duras Rabo, are openly rebuked by Zarathustra for their heresy, and are put to confusion by the young reformer when they endeavor to argue with him, much as Christ at the age of 12 disputes with the doctors in the temple, refutes their doctrines and vanquishes his opponents. 1 BC 653. According to West's calculations, see his table below, Appendix 3. 2 DK 7. 332-33, ZTN pages 488-9, Deb. I pages 226-7. DK 7. 332-35. DK 7. 334-43, ZSP 17. 1-6, 18. 5-7, 19. 8, ZTN pages 489-90, Deb. I pages 228-9. 32 Early life and religious preparation. The plotting Duras Rabo, as a punishment for his wickedness in endeavoring to thwart the righteous, comes to a violent end, as fearful as it is strange. The circumstances are described in the Dinkart and the Zatsparam selections. Zarathustra is next confirmed in the true religious vows by assuming the custody, or sacred tlired, at the age of 15, and when he attains this year of his life the wiles of the fiendish magicians are practically brought to naught. The age of 15 years, even as early as the Avesta * is regarded as an ideal age or the age of a majority. Passage in the Pahlavi texts tells that when Zarathustra attained his 15th year he and his brothers demanded a portion from their father, and their portions were allotted out by him. As a part of his share Zoroaster chooses a girdle, this signifies the sacred girdle of religion which he assumed. Period of religious preparation, from his 15th to his 30th year. From his 15th year to the age of 30 the tradition is more meager in its details. The period is a time not so much of action as it is a time of religious preparation. And yet the lapse of these 15 years is not devoid of recorded incident. An occurrence to show Zarathustra's compassionate nature and sympathy for the aged is quoted in the selections of Zatsparam, and another is cited to illustrate his generous disposition by his dealing out fodder, from his father's supply, to the beasts of burden of others in a time of famine. The Zarathustra Nama substantiates this reputation given to him for tender-heartedness and for goodness. At the age of 20 the Zatsparam recounts that abandoning worldly desires and laying hold of righteousness he departs from the house of his father and mother and wanders idk. 7-3. 44-45, ZSP 19. 7-8, Deb. IP 229. 2. The Brahmanical court of India shows that this investiture was an ancient institution. 8 ZSP 20. 1-2, ZTNP 490. 4 YS. 95. B.C 645, according to West, see Appendix 3. Below. SZSP 20. 1-4, West's translation, SBE. Slay I 161. ZSP 20. 4-6 ZTNP 490, 11. 11-25 Period of religious preparation 33 Who forth, openly inquiring thus, is most desirous of righteousness and most nourishing the poor. And they spoke thus, he who is the youngest son of Orvado de, the Tur Zoroaster goes to that place and lends his cooperation in serving the poor with food. Further example of his compassion, as the text says, not only upon mankind, but also upon other creatures, is given in the same passage. Starving bitch who has 5 puppies is seen by him whose soul is stirred by every misery. Zoroaster hastens to bring some bread to her, but the creature is dead before he reaches her. Of a different nature, but none the less characteristic, is an incident narrated in the same connection in the chapter. The account declares that when he wished to marry, with the approval of his parents, and his father sought a wife for him, he requested that the bride should show her face before being taken in marriage. This incident seems to point to an idea of social progress and reform in customs that is equally characteristic of the modern Parsis. Zoroaster's readiness to learn, moreover, and to profit by what is good even in the teachings of the bad is illustrated by additional actions. On one occasion, upon inquiring in open assembly, what may be accounted as the most favorable for the soul, he is told, to nourish the poor, to give fodder to cattle, to bring firewood to the fire, to pour hom juice into water, and to worship many demons. Zoroaster gives proof of his eclectic tendency by performing the first 4 of these injunctions as worthy of a righteous man to do, but demon worship he absolutely denounces. There are no other specific details in Pahlavi literature to fill up the period from this moment to the coming of the revelation. 1 Quotations from ZSP 20. 8-9, West's translation. It is to be noted that the father Orvadang himself, as well as his son, progeny, is alluded to in DK 7. 4-7-8, after Zoroaster had received the revelation. ZSP 20. 10-11, SBE. Slady I 153. ZSP 20. 12-13 1 need only read Dosabai Framji Karaka's History of the Parsis. ZSP 20. 14-1634 Early life and religious preparation. When he was 30 years old. They were undoubtedly the years of meditation, reflection, and religious preparation that correspond to similar periods of divine communings and philosophic introspection in other religious teachers. Parallels might easily be cited. It is to this period of Zoroaster's life that the scholiast of the Platonic Alcibiades apparently alludes when he relates that Zoroaster kept silent for 7 years, and it is referred to by Pliny in the statement that for 20 years Zoroaster lived in desert places upon cheese. According to Porphyrins and Dio Chrysostom, he passed his time upon a mountain in a natural cave which he had symbolically adorned in a manner to represent the world and the heavenly bodies. The mountain is illuminated by a supernatural fire and splendor. Lightnings and thunders were about the summit of Sinai also, and clouds and thick smoke shrouded its sides, while the base of the mountain quaked violently, when the voice of the Lord spoke unto Moses. The Avesta, VD 22:19, mentions the forest and the mountain of the 2 holy communing ones Ahura Mazda and Zarathustra, where intercourse was held between the Godhead and his prophetic representative upon earth. Caswinel calls this Iranian Sinai Mount Sabalan. Merkhan similarly alludes to the mountains about the city of Ardabil, and adds a quotation that is evidently drawn from the Avestan allusion to the adjoining river Deray. Further 1 Sohal. Ad Aloib. P 122, 5 IATJRBVF Zapad, TTPRJVIIOP.IMVIR Civ, SYA-NTJAA1, see below, Appendix V1. A2 Pliny, 11. 40-97. Desert with a temple for stargazing is also mentioned by Yakut, Vol 3 p. 487, and this desert is called the Desert of Zardusht, the head of the Magians, Gothiel, references, p. 47n. For the milk diet of Zoroaster, compare also Plutarch, Quaest. of I1. 1 see Appendix V5, 6, for the quotations. Dio Chrysostom, Borist. Orid. XXXVI and Porphyriasta Antronym. 6-7, Zoapodrorpapheroi/IVH Triarf Kalov for Rotsai Arekri Erlop 6 PE, and TTJSU.EPRLSOS. AppV gives text in full. The passage is of special interest in regard to the Mithra cult, in which caves and mountains played a particular part. See Windish Man, Mithra, ABH. FKD Morg. I-62, Leipzig, 1857, also Zor. Stud. P 312. Asterisk Exodus 19. 3-18 cf. Also Spigel, EAI 697, and Darabsanjana, Gaggers Eastern Iranians, 2. 206 Gottheil, references, p. 40. 6 Merkhand, History of Persia, tr. Conclusion 35. Suggestion on the localization is offered below. Magian worship on high mountains is familiar from the time of Herodotus, 131 SEQ, onward. This time of early retirement and seclusion must have been the period in which Zoroaster fought out the fight that raged in his own bosom and in which he began to solve the problem of life, the enigma of the world, and the question of belief, as his religion solved it. Here he doubtless began also to formulate the first general truths out of which his religious system was evolved. It is the stillness of the forest or of some lone retreat that lifts the soul into communion with nature and with God. The long retirement and separation from men, the hours of meditation, introspection, and abstraction, had brought the material frame into complete subjection, no doubt, and had lifted the spiritual body into a realm of ecstatic rapture and transcendent exaltation which prepared it for prophetic vision. At this moment came the revelation and the first of the 7 hallowed manifestations which only a soul inspired by the fervor of religious ecstasy was entitled to behold. Conclusion. The first few years of the life of Zoroaster are represented by a series of miraculous events which tradition has fancifully colored. When he becomes of age he retires from the world for a number of years which were doubtless given to meditation and religious preparation. At 30 the revelation comes, and he enters upon his ministry. Shea, p. 286, Zoroaster says this volume the Zendavesta, has descended to me from the roof of the house which is on that mountain, cfvd 19. 411, bd 20. 32. 24. 15, ZSP 22. 12, see Appendix 4. Pages 194, 195, 201. I1 need only recall Bahistan, Bahastana, place of the Godhead. Chapter 4 The Revelation Zoroaster's 7 visions and the first 10 years OE the religion you long to chase, uncaptured yet, the young wildfire of Shelley's mind, and how your Zoroaster met his shadow in the garden, find. Gyoko e would be night. Inikatiktorts Jairvetsu Koesop information and what we gather from them the Revelation EIRST vision, conference with Ahura Mazda second vision, Vohumana scenes and circumstances of the remaining visions and conferences with the archangels the temptation of Zoroaster made Toimanha, his EIRST disciple conclusion introductory survey. The quickening spirit is now ready to bring forth the first fruit of its long labor. At the age of 30 comes the divine light of revelation, and Zoroaster enters upon the true pathway of the faith. It is in this year that the archangel of good thought, Vohumana, appears unto Zarathustra in a vision and leads his soul in holy trance into the presence of God, Ahura Mazda. The year of this first inspired revelation is known in the Pahlavi texts as the year of the religion, and there are numerous allusions here and elsewhere to the fact that Zoroaster was 30 years of age at the time. 2 Parallels for the beginning of his ministry at this 1 BC 630, according to tradition as calculated by West/S/J and Slai Introd 55, and see Appendix 3. Below. 2 DK7. 351. G. 14, 3. ZGPGJIZTNP 490, also Masudi, Prairies D. or, 2. P 153, TR Barbie de May 36 Introductory Survey 37 Age are not far to seek. During the 10 years that follow this apocalyptic vision, Zoroaster has 7 different conferences with Ahura Mazda and the 6 Amishas Spentas. Many events occurred during this time, and a number of marvelous incidents are recounted in connection with this opening period of his prophetic career, as narrated in the Dinkard, Zatsparam, Zartushtnama, and elsewhere. His teaching does not seem at the outset to have met with favor. Reforms come slowly and the ground must be prepared. 10 years elapsed, years of wandering and struggle, of hope and dejection, of trial and temporary despair before he won his first convert. This zealous adherent is his own cousin Mazdayasna, Mazdayasna, who is often mentioned in the Avesta and other writings. He is a very different character from Buddha's traitorous and schismatic cousin Devadatta, and he stands as the Saint John of Zoroastrianism. Finally, in the 12th year of the religion Kavi Vishtaspa, Kai Vishtasp, Mod. Pers Gushtasp, is converted and becomes the Constantine of the faith, the Raja Bimbisara, if not the Asoka, of Buddhism. After the king adopts the creed, many conversions follow, and the prophet's own family, relatives, and friends are frequently referred to in the Avesta and elsewhere as having become faithful adherents and believers. All these events have so important a bearing that they must be discussed in detail. Sort of synoptic view may be gained by gathering together various pieces of the scattered material and by combining stray allusions into a connected narrative. A consecutive account of the occurrences is therefore here attempted, but it must frankly be stated that the exact Nard, CFJA 08. 17 p10, Shoal. To Platonic Alcibiades I, p 122, ZW/Jodhpurprev, /Kr//Spikus Irolizab IT Phi /Sari TRJSS Ziges, Pico A Play, see Appendix V1, Plato, below 1 CFYT. 1395, YS. 6119, BD 32. 2, DK 9. 4419, ZSP 21. 3, 23. 1, 8, 11, Syriacbo of the B, AD 1250, p. 81, ed. Budge, in Anecdota Oxoniansia, Semitic Series, Oxford, 1886. BC 618 of the tradition. West, SBE. Slai Introd. 55, and Appendix 3. Below. 38. The Babylation sequence of events is sometimes difficult to determine with precision. Caution may be used in accepting the results without qualification, as they cannot be freed from subjective tendencies. Nevertheless, they represent in general outline the tradition. So much by way of introduction. Sources of information and what we gather from them. The sources from which we obtain material to fill up the first period after the revelation, the 10 or 12 years that elapsed until the meeting between Zoroaster and King Vishtaspa, and the latter's conversion, are the same as have already been described. But now that we have reached the real period of Zarathustra's prophetic career, this material may be augmented in a special manner by the Gathas or Zoroastrian Psalms. Like the Psalms of David, these often indicate situations or conditions in a more or less direct manner, so that they help very much in drawing inferences. From our various sources of information, two facts may be gathered with certainty. One is, that after receiving the revelation Zoroaster wandered about, as the dervishes of Iran still wander, going from place to place in search of a fruitful soil for his teaching. The other is, that during this period, like the prophets of old, he was inspired from time to time by supernatural visions and manifestations. The truth of both assertions is proved by the Avesta and the Pahlavi texts, and it is substantiated by Arabic and Syriac writers. The Arab writer Tabari, who calls Zoroaster a disciple of Jeremiah and speaks of him as a native of Palestine, goes on to state in the course of his history that he wandered to Azerbaijan and preached there the Magian religion, and from there he went to Vishtaspa, who was in Balkh. The chronicler Ibn al-Athir, AD 13th century, who insert one among Avestan passages, compare YS 31:8, 43. 5 SEQ, 46. 1 Seq and others to be noted hilo in connection with the Pahlavi and Arabic. Asterisk for the full quotation, see Godheil, references, p. 37, and compare also Appendix 4. p. 198 below, where comments are made. Sources of information 39 poured much of Tabari into his own work, is able to add that, preaching from his sacred book, the Avesta, Zerdusht, went from Azerbaijan to Faris, Persia, but no one understood what was in it. Thence he wandered to India and offered it, the Avesta, to the princes there. Then he went to China and to the Turks, but not one of them would receive him. They drove him out from their country. He travelled to Ferghana, but its prince wished to slay him. From there he fled and came to Bishtasp, son of Larasp, or Vatispa, who commanded that he be imprisoned. He suffered imprisonment for some time. To this statement, like the preceding, is more fully discussed in Appendix 4. In its relation to the scene of Zoroaster's ministry. Such passages have the value at least of showing the existence of a tradition to the effect that Zoroaster wandered about as an itinerant teacher until fortune led him to Vishtaspa. Zoroaster was performing the part of one of those Athravan priests to whom the Avesta alludes as coming from afar. 3 Nor may his wanderings have been fruitless, for no doubt the seed that had been sown in these places did not prove barren but sprang up later when Zoroastrianism began to spread as the state religion over Iran. But to return to Pahlavi literature and to Zoroastrian writings. The Zarathustra says, when Zoroaster attained his 30th year, he was relieved from danger and his works bare fruit. His heart was directed to Iran. He left his place in company with some others. Of those, some who were his relations accompanied him on this journey. Asterisk on the way the party passes through a sea whose waters are lowered by a miracle so as to allow a free crossing. They travel forward more. 1 Query. Have we here a reminiscino of Orve Serdang the Tur, DK7? 47_I4? 2 Godheil, References, p. 39. 8 Cf. Eugen Wilhelm, Priester und Ketzer im Alten Aaron, in ZDMQ. Sliv 143-144. Asterisk ZTNP 490. ZTNP 490. This would be AP Pro Pi8 to Lake Urumia, judging from the description given. High Curzon, Persia, I 533-5, Spiegel EAI 694, suggests Lake Sevan. 40 The revelation then a monthly until they reach the confines of Iran. This day, according to the Pahlavis at Sparam as well as the Zarathustra, was the last day and Aaron of the month Spend Armad, February 14th to March 20th, so precise is tradition. Their detonation, as the Zatsparam indicates, is the place where people went from many quarters out to the place of festival Qas Noctur. The occasion is the celebration of the Springtide festival. It seems to be a sort of annual religious convocation that they attend. May remember in this connection that Gabriel revealed himself to Mohammed at the celebration of Ramadan. Thus Zoroaster, when halting in a plain of a river called Ivatak, one of the 4 branches of the Daitya, receives the first premonition and manifestation of what is to come. It is a vision of the approach of a victorious army headed by his cousin Medioma coming northwards to join him. The Revelation First Vision Conference with Ahura Mazda. The auspicious hour is at hand. The archangel Vohumana, Phi. Vohuman, is to reveal himself to Zoroaster. At dawn on the 45th day of the prophet's journey, or the 15th instant, Dadvopavan Mitro, of the month Artabashto, i.e. May 6th, of the 31st year of the reign of Vishtasp*. The revelation comes. Tradition takes delight in making exact statements. The scene where this event occurred is laid on the banks of the Deity, Av Daitya, the Jordan of Zoroastrianism, a river in Aranvej or Azerbaijan. The position ZSP 21. 1, ZTN pages 490-1. On the correspondence between the month Spend Armat and our calendar, see Darmstedter, Leza. I-33. ZSP 21. 1, West's translation, SBE. Slady I 155. So also ZTN pages 490 to 91, and Dabistan, 1. P 230. 8 ZSP 21. 2, 3, of DK7. 351. The Zarathustra Nama, p. 491, is more elaborate in its details. Notice also the Dabistan, I pages 230 to 1. Asterisk Artava WSHT corresponds to April 20th to May 19th. The day, therefore, would be May 5th. On the month, compare Darmstädter, Leza. I 33 to 34. The year would he EC 630. See West, ISBE. Slady I Introd. 45, and Appendix 3. Below. ZSP 21. 4, 22. 2, ZTNP 491. SDK 7. 351, 8. 60, 9. 23, ZSP 21. 4, the dative, because it is the river of the conference, etc., ZSP 21. Fibst Vision 41 of this river is discussed below Indiana Appendix 4. P 211, it is represented perhaps by the modern Kiziluzan and its tributaries, which merges into the Sped River of Azerbaijan. It is crossed by Zoroaster at 4 different depths, or more probably he fords 4 different streams. These crossings symbolically represent 4 different eras in the history of the religion at the dawn, therefore, of the day named, as he stands upon the bank of the third channel, Evatok, of the river deity. After bringing up the holy horn water, Zarathustra suddenly beholds a glorified image of the archangel Voyaman, good thought, coming toward him from the south, and bearing in his hand a glossy staff, the spiritual twig of the religion, Malnag Tdki Dino, in a brief space of time. As he reaches the 4th affluent, Aishan Rut, of the good deity, the image of Vohuman becomes a realization, and a transcendent figure of colossal proportions, 9 times as large as a man, rises before him, reminding us somewhat of the great image that arose before Daniel. By the side of the river which is Hiddekel, Voyaman opens his lips and begins to question the enwrapped seer. This situation is alluded to in the Avestan Gathas, and after bidding him to lay aside his garment, or the vesture of his material body, the seraphic messenger leads away his soul in ecstatic trance into the glorious and dazzling presence of Ahura Mazda and the Amshaspans. No sooner does Zarathustra enter this radiant assembly than he ceases to behold his own shadow upon the ground, on account of the great brilliancy of the archangels, and, as the words of the text continue, the position of the assembly was in 13, the position of the SMWY was in Iran, and in the direction of the districts on the Hanley of the water of the Datel. West's translation, SBE Slady I 157. Again, ZTNP 491. 1 ZSP 21. 6 to 7, ZTN pages 491 to 2, Dab. I 231 to 2. 2 DK7. 351 to 53, ZSP 21. 2, 5, 6, West, ZTNP 492, Dab. I 232 to 3. DK7. 354, ZSP 21. 8 to 9 CF Daniel X 4 to 21. I am furthermore indebted to Dr. Thomas Davidson, through my friend Mr. William E.S. Warren, of New York, for some interesting hints and suggestions as to Daniel parallels. Compare YS 43.5 SEQ with DK7. 355, ZSP 21. 9 to 10, 42 The Revelation Iran, and in the direction of the districts on the bank of the water of the Data. He offers homage to Ahura Mazda and the Amshaspans, saying, homage to Ahura Mazda, and homage to the archangels, and then, as the passage adds, he went forward and sat down in the seat of the inquirers. The door of heaven having thus been opened, and the favored of the Godhead having been ushered in, the first and most important of all the conferences is begun. The Supreme Being himself presides, the prophet is instructed in the great cardinal doctrines of the faith, by the omniscient wisdom, and thrice in the same day the beatific vision is repeated. Marvelous signs are shown unto Zoroaster, and he is initiated into sublime secrets by ordeals which symbolize future epochs and crises in the history of the creed. The circumstances of the first vision of God are at least hinted at in the Gathas, which makes us still more regret the loss of the original Nasks, but the details are elaborated in Pahlavi literature and in Persian Zoroastrian writings, which are probably based upon the older material. The next 2 years Zoroaster begins preaching. On the completion of the first conference and Zoroaster's return to earth, he proceeds to obey Ahura Mazda's command by teaching and prophesying, for the next 2 years, to the ruling heretical priests, Kigs, and Caribs, or the Kavas and Karpans, so often mentioned in the Gathas. These are the blind and deaf to the law, as the commentary describes them. They are the accursed band of unbelievers, or, to use the words of one of the Gathas, the Kavas and the Karpans have united themselves with power for destroying the life of man by their evil deeds. 1 ZSP 21. 13, West's translation, of. Also DK 7. 360-61. Quotations from ZSP 21. 14, West's translation. 3 ZSP 21. 21 ZSP 21. 15-27, ZTNP 494. Compare also Bahman Yasht 1. 1 SEQ, West, SBEV 191 SEQ. Pound dot. YS. 31-8, 48. 8. And CF 43. 5 SEQ ZSP 21. 15-27, ZTN pages 492-5. I pages 283-4. 1. Zoroaster begins preaching 43. But their own soul and their religion will make them howl when they come where the bridge of the accountant hereafter is, to be inmates forever and ever in the house of falsehood, i.e. 1. To these Zoroaster preaches the Mazda worshipping religion, and the necessity of anathematizing the demons, of glorifying the archangels, and practicing the next of kin marriage, 80 tuktas, but in vain. Zoroaster seeks the Turanian sovereign Ayurvedadang, whose son has been mentioned above. This potentate, whom the Pahlavi text calls scanty giver, protects the missionary, but refuses to be converted to the creed and to follow its tenets, while his nobles are clamorous for Zarathustra's death. Curses are heaped upon him as a consequence. Zarathustra at the bidding of Ahura Mazda next visits a Karap, one Vidvoisht by name, whom God has blessed with this world's goods. He demands from the Karap 100 youths, maidens, and teams of 4 horses, as a gift for the Almighty. An arrogant rebuff greets the prophet of the Lord, and he flees for refuge to Ahura Mazda and receives from him the comforting assurance of the fearful punishment by death eternal which shall be summarily meted out upon the proud offender for his misdeed. And so also Elijah pronounced the doom of King Ahaziah because he recognized not that there is a God in Israel. The fate of this Karap offender recalls some of the anathema passages in the Gathas and that visitation of wrath, both here and hereafter, which these psalms call down upon powerful and stubborn unbelievers. To the same crew as Vidvoisht doubtless belong that creature of Satan, Hanu, if the word is a proper name, and the infidel usage, who, like the Karap, is a 1 ys. 4611, cf also ys. 3212, 1544. 20, 48. 10, 51. 14-2 DK7. 4-1-5, cf also West, Grund Ris D Iran. Philal. 295. 8 DK7. 4-7-20. 4 DK7. 4-24-28. 6, Nervous Face, YS. 44-19. YS. 61-10, of. Phi. Version. So Mills, Zoroastrian Gathas, p. 354-355, Justi, in Prus. Yarb. BD 88, p. 247-234. Differently, Darmstädter, Lesia. I 334, Justi, Iran. Namaribuch, p. 132, reads Hanu Uar. 44. The revelation representative of heretical priestcraft or against such miscreants as the perverse Grema, Benva, and Vyapayakevana, who are anathematized in the Zoroastrian Psalms. It was unhappy incidents hke these and encounters with stiff-necked unbelievers who stopped their ears and refused to receive the healing word of the great revelation, which the prophet knew he was offering, that led to the embittered outpourings which we find in lines of the Gathas. Such rebuffs could not but produce times of despondency and distress, an echo of which we hear lingering in these hymns. Zarathustra more than once breaks forth with a cry against such rulers and powerful lords who use not their sovereignty for the protection of the righteous and for the advancement of virtue. If it were not so, he would not thus have found himself a wanderer knowing not whither to turn, yet hope is mingled with discouragement, we and yet again despair with expectation. Next find Zoroaster a long way off to the south and southeast of Iran in the land of Sistan. Consult the map. After failing with Vidvoisht, Zarathustra receives comfort and direction from Ahura Mazda. He takes his pilgrim path and missionary road to one Parshat, a ruler whose title is given as Torah, Bull, and who dwells at the end of Sagistan, Sistan. This territory borders upon Afghanistan and Baluchistan, and by the expression end of Sagistan may be meant somewhere in the region of Ghazni. Curious story is 1 ys. 4420, CFPM version and Mills, Zoroastrian Thas, pages 216,217, also Hogg, Essays on the Farsis, p. 289, 3d ed., Darmstädter, Lesia. I 294. 2 ys 32. 12-14, 49. 1-2, 61. 12. It is not certain, however, that Grema and Benva really are proper names. Vyapayakevana, of evil fame, is called the Kal Sodomite Oct, the heretic of dark existence, in DK 9. 44-14, CFPHLYS. 50, 61. 12, and compare also Octio of YT. 682, and consult the references given by Justi, Namenhuch, P13a, and Iranian-speaking in Prus. Yarb. BD 88, pages 245-247. 8. Compare, for example, the Kamnima Azijim Gatha, ys. 46 1 seq, and Geiger in Darab dp Sanjanas Zarathustra in the Gathas, pages 171-175. Asterisk DK 7. 431. So drive west, letter, and see his note on DK 7. 431. In this connection we may recall a statement of M. He goes to Sastati 45, now told to show the virtue of Ham water from the Iranian Jordan, or river deity, Av Daitya. With the name Parshatara we may compare the Avestan Parshat Gau. This Parshat begs for some of the holy Daitya water. From what follows it is evident that Zoroaster must have combined with the mission of gospel teaching some claims also to medical skill and practice in healing. He first bids Parshat to praise righteousness, to curse the demons, and openly to profess the faith. Parshat carries out the former two injunctions, but he fails to comply with the third by adopting the creed. Zarathustra therefore does not fulfill his request, but passes on, and by means of the Ham water which had not been bestowed upon the weakling, he cures a 4-year-old bull that had lost its virile power. The name of Parshat disappears from sight. The entire allusion to Sistan is of interest in connection with the prophet's wanderings to remote places and to lands far distant from his home. Two facts also are recalled by it. First, the territory of Sistan is the place of origin of the Kayanian dynasty to which King Vishtaspa belongs. Second, the scene cannot have been far removed from that seat of stiff-necked unbelief, the home of Rustum. Certain it is, that one of Vishtaspa's earliest missionary efforts after his own conversion was in the direction of this very scene where Zoroaster's earlier endeavor had been unsuccessful with Parshat, the bull, who dwelt at the end of Sagistan. From what comes after, it appears that the prophet now journeyed back, perhaps by a roundabout way, towards his own home, for we next find him Minus Marcellinus, 23. 633, which associates Zoroaster's name with the northern territory of India Superioris Indiae, see Appendix V22, also P72, and 3, P87, and 1, and the remarks on White India in Appendix 4. P207, and 2. 1 YT. 1396. 127, and see West's note in SBE. Slayi 57, of. Also Parshat Gavo in DK9. 2417, SBE. XXXVII 230. DK7. 429-35, West, SBE Slayi 57-58. On the propaganda in Seaston, compare the Pahlavi treatise, Wonders of Sagistan, referred to by West in Grundriss d'Iran. Philal. 2-118, and translated for me by Drive West. Also the Shahnama allusions, see below, Crusades, Chap 9. 46 The revelation in the northwest, in the region to the south of the Caspian. C. Of. Map, proceeding apparently on his way to his native land of Azerbaijan. Second Vision Conference with Vohumana. In the 7 or 8 years that follow the first vision of the Empyrean throne and the first communing with Ormuzd, Zoroaster enjoys the divine favor of 6 more conferences individually with the six archangels. Know of these from fragmentary accounts of the lost Avestan Nasks, or sacred books, and we have descriptions of them in Pahlavi literature, especially in the selections of Zatsparam. They are attested also in Yasna 43 of the Gathas and elsewhere in the Avesta. The interviews, questionings, or revelations occur in different places and at different times. The period of the 10 years from 30 to 40 in the prophet's life was a time of great spiritual activity as well as of energetic labor. His soul lives partly in the world beyond the present. He sums up within himself the generation of those whose young men saw visions and whose old men dreamed dreams. As the veil is withdrawn from before his eyes, the several archangels appear at different times before his entranced sight. Each Amshaspand enjoins upon him special moral duties and practical obligations, including particularly the guardian care of material or living things over which they preside in the physical world: the animals, fire, metals, earth, water, and plants. The first of these seraphic manifestations, or the second revelation from heaven, is a conference with the archangel Vohuman, or Vohumana of the Avesta, who entrusts to the Lord's chosen minister the care and keeping of useful animals, for Vohumana's name, even in the Gathas, is especially associated with the protection of the animal kingdom. Accord 1 ZSP 22. 1-13 add also DK8. 14-2-9, ZTNP 495-8, Deb. I 232-44. 2 ZSP 22. 3-6, ZTNP 495, Deb. IP 240. And for the association of Vohumana's name with the care of cattle in the Gathas, see Geiger, East M. Iranians, translate Darab DP Sanjana, IP XXXV. Vigios S of the Archangels 47ing to the selections of Zatsparam, the scene of this special interview granted by Vohuman to Zarathustra, and the giving of injunctions to the inspired seer, is laid in the region of Iran to the south of the Caspian Sea or in the Alborz Mountains, for the text designates it as the conference on Hiigar and Aescent, which are regarded as 2 peaks of that range. Third Vision Conference with Ashavahishta. The third interview is a conference at the Tahan water. 2 This is held with the Archangel Artavasht, who enjoins upon Zoroaster the care of the fire and the guardianship of all fires, sacred and secular. The place where this apparition comes to the prophet is to the south of the Caspian Sea and somewhat to the east, if I am right in identifying the Tahan water with the river Tajan, lat 36 to 37, long 55 to 56, see the key to the map *. This identification would agree well with the region of the preceding vision and with the probable situation of the following. The territory, I believe, is volcanic in its character, which would also answer to the kingdom of fire over which Ashavahishta is the presiding genius. Fourth Vision Conference with Kshatravirya. The fourth ecstatic trance which is vouchsafed to the seer brings him into the presence of the archangel Shatvar, A.V. Kshatravirya, who assigns to him the care and keeping of metals. The scene of this manifestation is not absolutely identified. The selections of Zatsparam call the interview the conference 1 ZSP 22. 3 From the Avesta we know that Mount Hukarya, ABJ Hukarya Baraza, is a peak of Hara Barazidi, the Alborz chain, and Osint, AV Ushindva, stands in the Sea Vaurakasha, Caspian Sea. Compare notes by West, C. V35, and Darmstedter, Leza. 2584. 2 So ZSP 22. 7, West's translation. 8 ZSP 22. 7, ZTNP 496, Dab. IP 241, * consult also the maps in J. de Morgan, Mission Scientifique and Perse, Cartes, Paris, 1897. C.F. Curzon, Persia, I 378, and his map. LAA, note on the passage. West C. Slay I 161, and 2, doubtfully suggests the Tiyend River, but if so, that would be the only instance of a vision being manifested in territory so far to the east. See also my next proposed identification, 48 The revelation at Sarai, a settlement on the Mavan. Drive West draws attention to the fact that his reading of these names is uncertain and that he has not identified the places. I should venture to suggest that we are still in the South Caspian region, in the mountainous territory not far removed from the scene of the preceding interview. On the same river Tajan, that has just been alluded to, is the town of Sari, to the east of Barfrush, see map, which would correspond to the settlement Sarai of the text, especially if there be mines in the neighborhood under Kshatravirya's dominion. The territory is Mazandaran, but we know that Zoroaster, dervish-like, wandered also in the country of fiends, demon worshippers, and wicked unbelievers before he met with the one truly righteous king and protector. Fifth Vision Conference with Spenta Armadi. For the fifth transcendent manifestation we must trace our way over various districts and provinces to the region of Lake Sesista, Mod. Urumia, or back into Azerbaijan. From Zatsparam we know that this interview took place there, because the text states, that for the occurrence of the fifth questioning, which is Spendar Mas, the spirits of the regions, frontiers, stations, settlements, and districts, as many as were desirable, have come out with Zarathustra to a conference where there is a spring which comes out from the Asnavid mountain, and goes into the Datad. Mount Asnavid, which is found also in the Avesta and is famous likewise as having been the seat of the Jishnasp fire, is unquestionably to be localized in Azerbaijan. It is not to be confused with the mountain of the two holy communing ones, described above, p. 34. As a likely identifica 1 ZSP 22. 8, C. West, 8 BE. Slay I 161, note 4. 2. In offering this conjecture I am not unmindful of Sarai near Badi, see St. Martin, Nouveau Diet, de Uriographie, v 668, and Sarai near Bowls, Hara, Sarai in India, and Sarin in Azerbaijan, also Sari near Murad in Uego Ibiblogiagr. Arab, Ye. 91213 ZSP 22. 9, ZTNP 497, Deb. IP 242. Asterisk ZSP 22. 9, West's translation, JGR references, C. West, SBE. Slay I 161, and 5, and Darmstedter, Leza. I 152 to 154, 2. 299, 620, of. Also Justi, HDB Derzen Sprach, SVS Navat, where an identification with Takt-I Suleiman is mentioned. SCMNMS of these heavenly interviews 49 Jan I should suggest that the mountains of Sahend, lat 37.50, long 46.50 C map, square BB, would answer the requirements of the text here and elsewhere. Waters from a spring on the mountainside might well flow in the manner described by the text if the data be associated with the Kazel Tjazan and Sped, Cephid, as already proposed, pages 40 to 41. Sixth Vision Conference with Orbitat. The scene of the next hallowed interview is laid at the same place, near Lake Urumia, and it may best be described by using again the words of the Zatsparam itself, for the occurrence of the sixth questioning, which is Kyrdats, av Orbitat, the spirits of seas and rivers have come with Zarathustra to a conference at the Asnavid mountain, and he was told about the care and propitiation of water like the preceding interview. The location therefore is Azerbaijan. Seventh Vision Conference with Amrita. The seventh and last enraptured sight, which completed the revelation, is a vision accompanied by a conference with the guardian divinity of the plants, Amirdat, av Amrita. This is not confined to a single spot, but Azerbaijan is the scene. To quote the words of tradition, it occurred on the precipitous bank of the Daria, on the bank of the water of Data, and different places. The Daria or Daraya is the ancestral river of Zoroaster, and it is to be localized in Azerbaijan, as discussed above and in Appendix 4. In the same appendix, reasons are given for localizing the Data, av Datya, in Azerbaijan. Consequently, Zoroaster must gradually have found his way back to his home, and the scene of the final interview must have been in this territory, although the expression different places, applied to the interview with Amirdat would seem to show that the questionings with this archangel were not confined to these two sites alone. 1 ZSP 22. 11, West's translation, and CFZTNP 497, Deb. IP 242. 2 ZSP 22. 12, ZTNP 497, Deb. IP 243. ZSP 22. 12, West, 8BE. Slay I 162. Asterisk see also above, pages 40 to 41. 50 The Revelation Other Spiritual Manifestations. In these various visions of paradise which are granted to Zoroaster, and which rival the seven heavens of Mohammed, the prophet becomes quite well acquainted with the empyrean realms and with the celestial hierarchy of God, the angels, and archangels. The tendency to visionary trance is further manifested by the apparition of Hauma, which rises before Zarathustra at the altar, as described in Tlyavesta, ys. 9:1. The Pahlavi commentary on this passage adds that Zoroaster at once recognized Ham because he had had conferences with most of the angels, Isids, and he was acquainted with them. The same idea of heavenly visitations is implied elsewhere in the Avesta, for example, where Ashivanui is conceived of as conversing with Zarathustra. To summarize the seven visions. At the age of 30 Zoroaster receives a revelation, and during the next 10 years he beholds 7 visions of Ormuzd and the archangels. In Zoroastrian literature there are several allusions to these manifestations. Chapter in the selections of Zatsparam describes the conferences with most detail. Its account implies that the visions occurred during the winters, a time when the prophet perhaps chose to rest from his itinerant labors, like Buddha during the rainy season. The particular paragraph referring to this point is worth quoting. It runs, "The 7 questions are explained within the length of these winters, which are of 5 months, and within 10 years. As to scene, the text says, at the outset, that the 7 questions, with reference to religion, of the 7 archangels, occurred in 7 places. If one in this connection, attention might, perhaps, be drawn to the chapter on the Yazidas, Isids, in the great Iranian Bayandashan, translated by Darmstedter, Leza. 2 305-22, cf. West, Krundristi Iran. Filal. 2102, PAR 35. To I or a poet's view of Zoroaster's spiritual visions, we might recall the lines of Shelley, Prometheus Unbound, 1. 198 to 201. S.C. Darmstedter, Z.A. Translated, 2 ed., in S.B.E. 4258, and also L.E.Z.A. 329. Y.T. 1715 to 21. 6 ZSP 22. 13, Wests Tr. ZGP. 22-1, Wests Tr. The Temptation of Zoroaster 51. We follow tradition, the scenes of 5 of the visions, namely, the first, second, fifth, sixth, and seventh, are certainly to he localized in the west of Iran, in Azerbaijan, and the southern Caspian territory. If the identification, suggested above, of Tahan and of Sarai be correct, the place of the third and of the fourth conferences likewise is directly to the south of the Caspian Sea. Media Atropatene and Media Regiana may therefore be regarded, on the basis of tradition at least, as the place of Zoroaster's apocalyptic visions of heaven. The Temptation of Zoroaster. The 10 years of interviews and communings with the divine beings are now at an end. The revelation is complete. Zoroaster receives from Ormuzd some final admonitions, and he carries with him from heaven the supreme knowledge contained in the Avesta and also the sacred Ahanavarya formula, the paternoster of Zoroastrianism. At parting he is warned to guard against the temptations of the fiends who will beset his path as he returns among men. It is the instant when a weaker spirit might be prone to falter, and when a false step would mean ruin and damnation. It is the moment when Mara whispered to the newly enlightened Buddha, tempting him to enter at once into nirvana and not to give forth to mankind the illumination which he himself by so hard a struggle had won. The powers of evil now gather their forces for a combined attack upon Zarathustra. A description of the temptation is given both in the Avesta and in the Pahlavi writings. The demon Bai'atai, Phi. But, is sent by Ahriman to deceive and to overthrow the holy messenger. But Zoroaster is armed with a breastplate of righteousness and with the spiritual weapons of the law, as well as materially equipped, and he defeats his spiritual enemies and puts them to flight. The Avesta pictures the situation as follows: from the region of the north, from the regions of the north, forth rushed Anramanu, the deadly, the demon of demons. And thus howled the maleficent Anramanu, the deadly, fiend, rush. 52 The revelation on and kill him, righteous Zarathustra. The fiend rushed then along, the demon Bidi, the secret moving pestilence, the deceiver. Zarathustra recited the Ahanavarya, saying, as the Lord, etc. He worshipped the good waters of the good deity. He recited the creed of the Elegion of Mazda worshippers. And away rushed the fiend confounded, the secret moving pestilence, the deceiver. The Payan then howled back to Anramanu, thou tormentor, Anramanu. I can find no destruction for him for Spidama Zarathustra. All glorious is Zarathustra. Isto, Zarathustra perceived in his heart, the fiendish maleficent demons are plotting my destruction. Up started Zarathustra, forward stepped Zarathustra, undaunted by evil thought, by the hardness of his malicious questions, and wielding stones in his hand, stones big as a house, having obtained them from Ahura Mazda, he the righteous Zarathustra. Whereat in this broad, round earth, whose boundaries are far distant, asked the demon, dost thou wield these stones, thou who standest upon the high bank of the river Drej, Daria, at the abode of Purushaspa? And Zarathustra responded to Anramanu, maleficent Anramanu. I shall smite the creation of the demons, I shall smite the Nasu, demon of death, who is created by the demons. Yea, I shall smite the enchantress, Parakaknathadi, until the Saviour, Saoshyant, the victorious shall be born from the waters of Kazaba, from the region of the dawn, from the regions of the dawn. Thereupon to him howled back Anramanu, the Lord of evil creation, do not destroy my creatures, Righteous Zarathustra, thou art the son of Purushaspa, I was worshipped by thy mother. Renounce the good religion of the worshippers of Mazda, so as to obtain a boon such as Vadhagana obtained, the ruler of a nation. But Spitama Zarathustra answered him, No. I shall not one. This is the Messiah that is to spring from the seed of Zarathustra, he is to he born in the land of Seistan, the home of the Kayanean royal family. 2 On the Vatakan tyrant Dahak, CMKH 57. 25, Dat 72. 5, 78. 2, DK 9. 10-3, 9. 21-4, 7. 264, ZSP 12. 13, West, 8 BEXXIB 103, 18 217, 228, 13 185, 212, Slay I 32, 136. JSIS First Convert 53 Renounce the good religion of the worshippers of Mazda, not though life, and limb, and soul should part asunder. And again to him howled out Enra Manu, the Lord of evil creation, by whose word wilt thou vanquish, by whose word wilt thou withstand, and by what weapon will the good creatures, withstand and vanquish, my creation, who am Enra Manu? Spitama Zarathustra answered him, with the sacred mortar, with the sacred cup, with the word proclaimed by Mazda, with my own weapon, and it is the best one. With this word will I vanquish, with this word will I withstand, with this weapon will the good creatures, withstand and vanquish thee, malignant Enra Manu. The good spirit created these, he created them in the boundless time, the Amishaspentas, the good and wise rulers presented them. And Zarathustra recited aloud the Ahanavarya. The Dinkart has a briefer account of the episode, and the Zartushnama and Dabistan also allude to the assault of the princes of darkness upon Zoroaster as he is returning, and to their specious, guileful, and tempting words. This temptation, therefore, offers an indirect parallel to that in Buddhism and in Christianity. No likeness is familiar in Mohammedanism nor in the Mosaic system. But besides this, another seductive deception awaits the prophet of Mazda, like the Knight of True Holiness encountering foul error and hypocrisy in the Fairy Queen, a passage which might be compared. For Zoroaster, as forewarned by Ahura Mazda, is again tempted, this time by a Karap who has assumed the feminine form of Spendarmat, but he discovers the disguise and exorcises the fiend as described in the Dinkart *. We Madi Hyoimanha, the first convert to the faith. May now imagine Zoroaster in this 10th year of the religion as busily engaged in his mission among men. The bugle note of one so, after Dharmasteter's construction of RMLCDRDTS.MHD equals VD 19. 1-10, compare also Dharmasteter's translation in 8 BE. 4208 SEQ, 2 ed. DK 7. 436-41. ZTNP 498 DAB. IP 244. DK 7. 454-62, see West's translation. 64 The revelation success is sounded even though the full triumph and victory is still to be delayed for 2 years more. Yet only one convert has been made, but the conversion is important, it is Zarathustra's own cousin Madi Hyoimanha, Phi. Mahdayasna, already mentioned, p. 20. The Zatsparam selection states the fact thus, on the completion of revelation, that is, at the end of the 10 years, Mahdayasna, son of Arastai became faithful to Zarathustra. The fact is definitely alluded to in the Gathas and in the younger Avesta, which contains lists also of later converts, in the Farvadanyasht, and it is noticed in other Zoroastrian writings. Quotations are unnecessary. Madi Hyoimanha's being drawn to the new faith and his acceptance of the creed is a fulfillment of the promise which Zarathustra's first vision gave when he beheld the image of a victorious army under this leader coming to join him. The Zatsparam rightly interprets the allegory. Mahdayasna was the leader of all mankind who have gone out to the presence of Zarathustra, and he became their guide, so that first Mahdayasna and afterwards the whole material existence are attracted, to the faith. The scene of the conversion is laid by the Zatsparam in the forest of reedy hollows, which is the haunt of swine of the wild boar species. It would be interesting if one could identify the situation. May henceforth think of Mahdi Hyoimanha as a sort of Saint John the Disciple. Conclusion. The first 10 years of the religion have now passed, 7 visions have been seen, the revelation is complete, Zoroaster has withstood the temptation and assaults of the powers of evil, he has also won his first disciple. And yet at this instant, after the exhilaration of success, there comes the moment of depression and despondency. Have one see genealogical table in Chap 2. 2 ZSP 23. 1 According to the traditional dating, the year would be BC 620. See West, SBE. Slady I Introd. 55, and Appendix 3. Below. SYS. 5119, YT. 1395. Asterisk ZSP 21. 2, ZTNP 491, Deb. IP 230-1. CFP 40 above. ZSP. 21.3, West, S.B and XWII 155. ZSP 23. 8 Conclusion 55 Evidence of this, 4, to quote the words of a Zatsparam selection, afterwards, on having obtained his requests, he came back to the conference of Ahura Mazda, and he spoke thus, in 10 years only one man has been attracted by me. Ormuzd answers paradoxically, but the answer seems to have given an inspiration, for the efforts of the next 2 years are unceasing, crucial years as they were, success attends, the climax is reached, the achievement is won. This achievement is the conversion of Vishtaspa, the triumph of the faith, as described in the next chapter. 1 ZSP 23. 2 Chapter V Triumph The conversion of King Vishtaspa in the 12th year of the faith and Hedhine Gantu /DM Sinj and Bodian him Ritni Geliafan, and he SWD died, and Se Singh Geoir to Ritni Geliafan. Anglo-Saxon Canonical. In conjunction Zoroaster seeks Vishtaspa meeting between Zarathustra and 6 Shtasps disputes with the WLSE men conspiracy against him, his imprisonment the episode OP the Black Horse complete conversion OP Vishtasp coming of the Archangels Vishtasp's vision conclusion introduction. The 11th and 12th years of the religion are stirring years in the prophet's life, they are years of struggle, bitter trial, temporary disappointment, but of final triumph. They are the 2 years devoted to the conversion of Vishtaspa, and when success finally crowns the effort, they form the great climax in Zoroaster's career. Firm and powerful hand is henceforth to uphold the faith. The events, incidents, and occurrences, which are recorded by tradition in connection with this important era are presented here in detail, and the words of the texts themselves are employed, as far as possible in narrating them. In order truly to appreciate the spirit of the situation one should call to mind descriptions of similar conversions in the history of the world's great religions. Zoroaster seeks Vishtaspa. As already noted, an Inspira 1 BC 619 to 618, according to the traditional chronology, see West, SBE. Slady I Introd. 55, and Appendix 3. Below. 56 Zoroaster seeks Vishtaspa 57 Giotto seems to have come to Zoroaster that he should turn to the court of Vishtaspa. The younger Avesta tells how he prayed to Artvisura, the goddess of waters, that he might win Vishtaspa to the faith. Vishtaspa is a king or princely ruler, but he and his court are represented as having been wrapped in the toils of evil religious influence and fettered by the false belief that was rife in the land. The picture which the Zoroastrian texts give is naturally a distorted one, colored by religious prejudice and animosity, but doubtless its darkness is not without reason. Everything is portrayed as bound by base superstition, or under the thrall of dread magic. There is the stifling atmosphere of the dark ages of the Atharva Veda that was still hanging like a pall over the cousin land of India. Iran or the court of Vishtasp is dominated by scheming and unscrupulous priests, the Kigs and Karups, or Kavas and Karpans of the Avesta. Especially powerful among these is one Zak, a name that seems to occur only in the Dilkart, and his ill reputation has destined him otherwise for oblivion. The Dinkart gives a number of interesting particulars on the subject, which are translated by West, and are worth quoting in part. Zarathustra became aware from revelation about the vileness and perverted religion of Zak of the deadly Karaps of Vishtasp and many other Kais and Karaps who were at the residence of Vishtasp. Accordingly, after the continuance of the last questioning of the 10 years of conference, he took his departure alone, by the advice and command of Ahura Mazda, to the residence of Vishtasp and the precinct of that terrible conflict. The Shakant Gyamanik Vijar, 10. 64-66 also adds that Zarathustra came alone on a true mission, to the lofty portal of Kai Gushtasp, and the religion was taught by him, with a powerful tongue, to Kai Gushtasp and the learned, through the speech of wisdom, through manual gestures, through definite words, 1 YT. 6105. 2 DK7. 464. RK7. 465. 58 Triumph through explanation of many doubts, and through the presentation of the visible testimony of the archangels, together with many miracles. The Dinkart speaks several times of the residence, lofty residence, abode, capital or metropolis of Vishtasp, but it does not make clear where this was located. Neither does the Avesta nor any known Pahlavi text make a precise and definite statement. But the later tradition, Persian and Arabic, persistently maintains that the city of Balkh was the scene of the A conversion. Full discussion of this question is given below in Appendix 4, so it is omitted here. It must be remembered therefore when Balkh is mentioned hereafter it is used because the name stands in the particular connection or source from which the material in question is being drawn. A final judgment on the matter is avoided for the present. It is at this juncture that a curious legend is narrated of a strange incident which happened as Zoroaster was on his way to Vishtasp, Gushtasp. The modern Persian Dabistan, basing its statement upon the authority of a priest who quoted from an old treatise, recounts how 2 infidel rulers were punished for refusing to adopt the faith at the holy bidding of the prophet as he was proceeding to interview the great king. The selection reads, the Mobd Sir QSH, the Yazdanian, has 1 West, c. XXIV 170-1. 2 DK7. 464, 65, 75, 76, 77, 84, 6. 2, equals SBE Slady I pages 64 6 IS, 67, 68 6 IS, 70, 74, 8. 11.3, in the Shik. Gum. Vij. 1064, translate lofty portal, West, SBEXXIV 170. Drive West, August 2, 1897, writes me, in DK7. 464, 65, the word translated capital in the Grundriss, and residence in SSE. Vol. Slady I is 606A, equals to, PERS. ASA mint mark on coins. It is understood to mean the capital, or metropolis. It also occurs DK8. 11.3 SBEXXXVII 24. The word man, abode, house, is also used in 7. 475, 76, 77, etc. Whether the 2 words are used indifferently, or whether Habd rather means the city, and man, Thepelas, is uncertain. There is no hint in DK as to where this capital, or residence, was. Furthermore, January 7, 1898, DK7. 476, lofty residenke equals Hulland Mgnishno, where Hulland may mean high either in position or character, tall, exalted, or eminent. If lofty residence or capital should perhaps signify Balkh, we might compare Shelley's that high capital, meaning Rome. Zoroaster meets Vishtaspa 59 been heard to say, it is recorded in the treatise of Mian Farish that, according to the doctors of the pure faith, When Zerdusht had thus obtained the victory over the demons, and fast proceeding to an interview with the great king Gushtasp, there happened to be two oppressive and infidel kings in his road. These Zerdusht invited to adopt the pure faith and turn away from their evil practices, but they heeded not his words. He therefore prayed to God, and there began to blow a mighty wind, which lifted up these two kings on high and kept them suspended in the air. The people who came around were astonished on beholding this sight. The birds also from every quarter of the sky flocked around the two kings, and with beaks and talons tore off their flesh until the bones fell to the ground. The legend has a weird picturesqueness, to say the least, meeting between Zarathustra and Vishtasp. If we understand the Dinkart text aright, the moment of the first meeting between Zarathustra and Vishtasp must have been when the king was on the racecourse. Fiaspnvar, the Dinkart paragraph speaks of Zoroaster as uttering, on the horsecourse of Vishtasp, a reminder of the power and triumph of Ahura Mazda over himself, as he invited Vishtasp to the religion of Ahura Mazda, and with great wisdom Vishtasp heard the words of Zarathustra, on account of his own complete mindfulness, and would have asked for an outpouring of prophecy. But thereupon, before the words of Zarathustra were fully heard by him, and he could have understood the character of Zarathustra owing to the demonizing of the deadly Zak and the rest of those kigs and carobs, spoken out with slanderous knowledge and perverse one Dabistan, tr by Shea and Troyer, AI 244-245. Kindred idea perhaps is contained in DK 7. 482 and 2 DK 7. 466. In answer to an inquiry if, possibly, a town might be intended, Drive West says, January 7, 1898, there is a town Aspanbur, or Asfanbur, but I have not been able to discover Ibri it is. I am doubtful, however, if a town be meant by the words, Madam Aspanvari Vishtaspa. I should be more inclined to read as Pajhver for Aspkver, a horse stable. In the latter case, one might think perhaps of the story of healing the black horse of Vishtasp. 60 T-Biumph actions to Vislitasp. About Zarathustra, there then occurred his consignment of Zarathustra to confinement and punishment. In the Zarathustra the scene of the conversion is laid in Balkh, where Vishtasp's father, the old king Larasp, Av Orvatispa, is generally stated to have lived in retirement after his abdication. Masi'id, DAD 957, also makes it Balkh, and his testimony is nearly 300 years earlier than the Zarathustra Nama. The Shahnama, AD 1000, does not make the assertion explicitly in so many words, but it lays all the following scenes at Balkh, as discussed below, Appendix 4p 214. The Kangranghoka Nama likewise lays the scene of the rival Brahman's conversion at Balkh. The later tradition adds details and embellishes the account. According to the Zarathustra Nama, King Vishtasp, Gushtasp, was seated in royal estate in his palace when Ormuzd's apostle appeared. 8. According to Mohammedan writers, Qazwini and Ibn al-Athir, Zoroaster enters the assembly in no ordinary manner, but by a miracle. The roof parts asunder to give entrance to his hallowed person. Ibn al-Athir also adds, that in his hand was a cube of fire with which he played without its hurting him. The scene might make a subject for a painting. We must remember, furthermore, that Zoroaster originally sprang from the country of Naphtha Wells. Moreover, he may not have been wholly unacquainted with effects produced by chemical experiments if we may judge from accounts of the scientific knowledge attributed to him. The Shahnama 1 DK 7. 466-67, West's translation. Cf. also DK 7. 56. 2 ZTN pages 498-499. 8 C. Masudi's statement in Appendix 4. p. 199. Asterisk compare Mole, Livre des Bois, trad. 4 290, 291, 298, 300. 5 See summary by Inquitil du Puran, 1. Part 2, p. 50. 6 ZTN pages 498-499. Gottheil, references, p. 40. Both of these writers belong to the 13th century of our era. Merkhand History, Tr. Shea, p. 287, repeats Ibn Alidra's story of the wonderful fire. Recall also classical allusions to the fire. The reference is evidently to the Burhzin Mitro fire described below. E.g. in the Nasks, see Chap 8. Below, pages 95 to 96, cf. also DK 7. 5, 8, 10, and also the classical statements on p8 and in Appendix V. He disputes with the wise men 61 similarly alludes to the censer or basin of fire which he brought from paradise to present to the king. In these fire references there seems to linger a reminiscence of the Burhzin Mitro fire, shortly to be referred to. Qazwini apparently draws from some traditional source or Pahlavi text when he describes an ordeal of molten metal to which Zoroaster has to submit his person to prove the divine truth of his mission. This is at least in harmony with the achievement of ordeal referred to in the Dinkart as instituted or sanctioned by Zarathustra, who is there cited as giving authority for 33 kinds of this judicial test. This very achievement of Zoroaster forms the prototype of a fiery ordeal undergone by one of his future apostles in Sasanian times, and of the usage of the ordeal in the religion. Zarathustra disputes with the wise men. There is evidence enough to show that the prophet had to win his way step by step during these 2 years of struggle and probation, and there is no doubt that he at once encountered the antagonism and vigorous opposition of the wise men of the king's court. According to tradition at least, there were not wanting those to plot against him. The Kavigs and Karabs, says the Zatsparam, in the manner of opponents propounded 33 inquiries to him, so that by command of Vishtasp he became the explainer of those 33 inquiries. This and the later debates are alluded to in the Dinkart and elsewhere as the terrible conflict, the terrible combat, the great session, the controversy about the religion with the famous learned of the realm who were Zoroaster's fellow disputants. The Zarathustra, drawing upon some source not now accessible, or supplying material from imagination, graphically describes the scene with Eastern pomp 1 i.e. Mijmari Adas, Shn ed. Voloslandauer, 3. 1498, Mol tr 4. 290 on the amulet chain given to Isfendla, cp 67, note 6. 2 Qazwini, ed. Wustenfeld, 2. 267, cf. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 41, Merkhand, History, Tr. Shea, p. 287. DK 7. 5425, West, She. ZSP 33. 5 DK 7. 465, 69, 70, 73, 5. 210 ZSP 23. 562 Triumph and Oriental Detail. The sages of Vishtasp are seated in grave council to dispute with the newcomer and stranger, with the herald of Ormuzd. The debate and controversy lasts no less than 3 days. The priest of the Zendavesta comes off triumphant at every point. He claims the office of prophet and begins to recite the sacred texts to the king. Conspiracy against Zoroaster, his imprisonment. Vishtasp's interest is aroused, and the divine seer seems to have produced a marked effect by being able through his prescience, as the story goes, openly to disclose and tell the thoughts of the king and of others, with astonishing results. Plot, however, is concocted by those whose light the brilliancy of the new luminary has dimmed. The priests who are supplanted in influence enter into a conspiracy, like those who sought to find occasion against Daniel, and they intrigue for Zoroaster's death. By suborning the porter of his lodging, as the tale relates, these wicked schemers succeed in hiding vile material within the holy man's apartments so that it may be used as evidence against him. The hair, nails, heads, of cats and dogs, together with various other paraphernalia of witchcraft and sorcery, are thus slipped in. On this false evidence Zoroaster is accused of being a wizard and necromancer. He is thrown into prison and is left to starve. Such is the account of the Zarathustra, and the Pahlavi Dinkart alludes to the circumstance as well as the episode of the Black Horse. Miracle releases Zerdusht. It is the miracle which he wrought by restoring to health the king's black horse, as described with great elaboration in the Zarathustra and incidentally referred to in the Ding card. The king has a favorite black horse upon the imprisonment 1 ZTN pages 499 to 501, repeated also in the Dabistan, I pages 245 to 250. 2 ZTNP 501. One is somewhat reminded of the questionings of the scribes and Pharisees, if not of Luther's disquisitions. *ZTNP 501, Dab. I pages 249 to 250. J_J_4_71. 52. 86 ZTNP 503 SEQ repeated in Deb. IP 251. DK7. 464, 67, 7. 56. ZTN pages 504 to 509, DK7. 470. 9 apparently named Bahzad, well episode of the Black Horse 63 of Ormazd's minister Tly animal's four legs are suddenly drawn up into its belly and the creature is unable to move. This occurrence is plainly a manifestation of the divine displeasure. In his dungeon cell Zarathustra hears of what has happened. He offers, if released, to restore the horse to its former soundness, but he will do this only upon the fulfillment of specific conditions. These the king must agree to beforehand. Vishtasp is overjoyed and promises to grant the priest a boon for each foot of the charger that is restored to its proper state. The details which follow seem ludicrous, but such descriptions of cunning practices are not unique. Hocus pocus has been employed elsewhere, and the situation doubtless had its parallels in other weak courts of Eastern despots in ancient days. Must not forget that even when St. Augustine preached Christianity to Thelbert of England, it was in the open air, owing to the king's dread of witchcraft which might exercise a spell upon him if he were within four walls. The first condition which Zarathustra makes, is that Vishtasp shall accept the faith if 1 foot of the horse be restored. Upon the king's agreeing to this stipulation, and in answer to the prophet's earnest prayer, the right foreleg of the horse came out, since the word of the Shah was true. Before the man of God will grant the second boon, however, the king must promise that his own warlike son Isfendiyar, av Spentodata, Fi. Spendad, shall fight as a crusader in support of the true faith. Thereupon, the right hind leg of the steed comes out by the commandment of God. The third condition results in the granting of a wished-for favor, the privilege of converting the queen to the faith. Upon its fulfillment the descent of the third leg is accomplished. The last promise includes the revealing of the names of the culprits who had bribed the bread, in the Shahnameh, Mol, Tr 4 pages 320, 335, unless this name be a merely typical one like Black Beauty in English. Such at least is the tradition. See also GST, Name and Butch, p. 360, Wehzat, 4 other horses called by this name. IZTNP 507, Eastwick's translation in Wilson, Parsi Belijun, from which the quotations are made. 64 triumphed doorkeeper and had plotted against the prophet of the Lord. When these are revealed and the offenders appropriately punished by death, the horse is fully restored to health and leaps up upon his 4 legs as sound as before. This absurd story, which the Zarathustra, as just described, tells minutely with considerable imagination and poetic embellishment, receives only brief notice incidentally in the Ding card, when it refers to the wonder about the splendid horse of Vishtasp, and when in another part of the work, it mentions the splendid horse of Vishtasp as the nonpareil of horses. The episode is seriously recorded, earlier than the Zarathustra, by Shahrastani, born AD 1086, who lived in Khorasan. 3 As the author of the Zarathustra, AD 1277, was a native of Rai in the West, it shows how current the story was. It is later repeated by Merkhand *, how different from the narrative of Constantine and the Cross. Complete conversion of Vishtasp. The conversion of Vishtasp is nearly complete, but he still seeks from Zerdusht an additional proof, a vision, a manifestation, some sign, or token, before he will be finally convinced. Inasmuch as he himself has freely granted 4 favors to Zoroaster in acknowledgement of his services, the king now himself makes 4 counter-requests, as the narrative tells, before he fully adopts the faith. The Zarathustra again relates these in detail, and we can infer from incidental allusions in Avestan and Pahlavi texts that the tradition was a recognized one. The first of these 4 requests by Vishtasp is that he may know his final doom and see his place in paradise, the second, that his body may become invul 1 DK 7. 470. 2 DK 9. 22-2, West, SBE 13 220, Sharastani ed. Hare Erdikar, I 283, of Godheil, references, p. 50. For references to Vishtasp's horse Bahzad, see note on p. 62, above. Asterisk Merkhand, History, T. Arshay, pages 287 to 288. 6 ZTN pages 509 to 11. Compare the fragmentary Avesta texts Vishtaspyasht, and Afrin Paiksambar Zartusht, YT 24 and YT 23. Cf also DK 7. 474 to 82, 7. 613, ZSP 23. 78 BE Slay I 67 to 70, 81, 164, DK 8. 11-2 to 3 SBE XXXVII 24. Complete conversion of Vishtaspa 65 Naable. The third favor is that he may have universal knowledge, knowing the past, present, and future, and fourth, that his soul may not leave his body until the resurrection. The prophet of Ormuzd gives assurance that all these requests may be granted, but he shows that such phenomenal privileges when granted could not be combined in the person of a single individual. The king must choose one boon out of the 4. His selection is to have permission to behold the place which he shall occupy in heaven. Coming of the Archangels. This moment is the occasion of the coming of 3 Amshaspans, or archangels, from heaven, to the palace of the king, as witnesses from Ahura to the divinely inspired message of Zarathustra. These 3 heaven-sent envoys are Voyaman, Ashavasht, and the propitious fire, Byerjan Mitro, or Spinisht, Av Spinishta. In its description the Dinkart quotes a passage from Revelation as follows: Then he who is the creator Ahura Mazda spoke to them, to Voyamano, Ashavashto, and also the fire of Ahura Mazda, the propitious, thus, proceed. You who are archangels, unto the abode of Vishtasp, whose resources are cattle and who is far and widely famed, with a view to his reliance upon this religion, that is, till he shall stand up for this religion, and, as regards the answering words of the righteous Zarathustra of the Spitamas, to approve the nature of those words. And, as the paragraph continues, the archangels proceeded to the abode of Vishtasp in such glorious effulgence that their radiance in that lofty residence seemed to him a heaven of complete light, owing to their great power and triumph. This was so that when he thus looked upon it, the exalted Vishtasp trembled, all his courtiers trembled, all his chieftains were con 1 DK 7. 475, 78, 7. 613, ZSP 23. 7, DK 8. 11-2 to 3, BD 17. 1, 8. See also Darms Tedder, Leza. I 155. It may be noticed that the Zarathustra makes the number of the messengers to be 4, as it mentions 2 fires, Adar Kurdad and Adar Gushasp beside the 2 archangels, DK 7. 475 to 76, West's translation. 166 Triumph fused, and he of the superior class was like the driver of a chariot horse. The Zarathustra colors this part of the account by graphically describing these messengers as majestic knights on horseback in cavalier style, bristling with armor and clad in green. 2 The Dinkart goes on to tell how the fire speaks out and reassures the terrified king that they are come, not for alarming him as the 2 envoys of his mortal foe Arjus Bakayan later would do, but that they are come with a bidding from heaven that he should receive the religion of Zarathustra. In that event they promise him a long reign and a life of 150 years, accompanied by many blessings and exalted by an immortal son Peshiatan, av Peshhotanu. On the contrary, if he will not accept the holy faith, they threaten that his end will soon ensue. And the archangels thereupon took up their abode with Vishtasp's vision. It was after this stirring occurrence and after the obedient Vishtasp had received the creed, that a glimpse of paradise and a spiritual revelation of his triumphant success in life is vouchsafed to him. In referring to this the Dinkart says, for the sake of daily asterisk and visibly showing to Vishtasp the certified victory over Arjasp and the Kayans, and his own superior position, unceasing rule, splendor, and glory, the Creator Ahura Mazda sends, at the same time, the angel Nur-Yosang to the abode of Vishtasp, as a reminder for the archangel Ashavashto to give to Vishtasp to drink of that fountain of life, for looking into the existence of the spirits, the enlightening food by means of which great glory and beauty are seen by Vishtasp. The king now quaffs an anodyne draught of the fountain of life from a fine saucer which 1 DK 7. 476, West, cf. also DK 7. 613, ZSP 33. 72 ZTNP 510, repeated by Dab. 1P 257. 8 DK 7. 477 to 82, and DK 8. 11.3, ISB XXXVII 24. Notice this word. It is also of interest in connection with an allusion in Yudkari Zarlran, 12, and with the Holy Wars, Chap 9. DK 7. 484, West's translate. 6 DK 7. 484 to 85. Conclusion 67 is proffered to him by Ashavashto, and at his instigation the queen also accepts the faith. The Zarathustra completes the picture by describing how the king's son Peshhotan, Bashitan, receives from the prophet's hand a cup of milk which he drains and becomes undying until the resurrection. The Grand Vizier, Jamasp, inhales some magic perfumes and becomes endowed with universal wisdom registered trademark. The valiant Isfendi R, AV Spentodata, Phi. Spendad, partakes of a pomegranate, and his body is made invulnerable, so that he may fight the good fight of the faith. Thus are bestowed the 4 great boons which were asked by Vishtasp. Conclusion. In reviewing the accounts of the conversion of Kavi Vishtaspa one can but feel convinced of the reality of the event. It is not easy, however, to decide how much may be actual fact and how much is fiction in the stories that are told. Nor is it easy to determine of how early or how late origin some of these stories are. Several of them appear to be hinted at in younger portions of the Avesta. They hardly would occur in the existing Gathas, for the nature of those psalms would rather preclude them. Some of them seem to be built up on the basis of old allusions which have been interpreted to suit a situation. Several of them strike us today as silly, but a number of them as picturesque and as tinged with oriental fancy. Nevertheless, amid all the dross, grains of gold are undoubtedly to be found, and beneath the blaze of tinsel and the glare one so decay, but by Zerdusht, according to the Zarathustra, p. 511. 2 DK 7. 486. 8 ZTN p. 511, repeated in Dab. I pages 259 to 260. Asterisk in connection with this incident, compare also the paragraph on Peshiatan in DK 7. 512, West, SBE Sladei 77. In the Avesta, and in Pahlavi writings, Peshhotanu is always spoken of as immortal. Asterisk this is the character of the wise Jamasp in the Avesta, the Pahlavi books, and the later writings. Compare also the Pahlavi treatise, Jamasp Namak, noted by West in Krun Dris d Iran. Filal. 2-110. In the Shahnama this quality is conferred by means of an amulet chain, Kusti, which Zerdusht is supposed to have brought from heaven, of p. 61, note 1, above. See Mole, tr 4. 407, and of Spiegel, in Darab D. Pisanjana, Eigers Eastern Iranians, 2. 211-68 Triumph of gaudy coloring, a sober shade of truth may be recognized. Other nations and other generations have sought for a sign. The Zoroastrian writings are not the only texts that relate miracles. An Eastern ruler in ancient days may not have been insensible to influences which were of a cajoling character. And as for the intrigues against Zoroaster, his imprisonment, and his release, we know that court jealousies and priestly conspiracies against a powerful rival have not been confined to Iran. Fanciful stories of a bewitched horse may likewise be found elsewhere. Banks and his horse, in Shakespeare's day, would be an illustration. The conversion also of the Queen of the Realm opened many another door to influence, as did Emma to St. Augustine. Perhaps Hudasa was early interested in Zoroaster's preaching. It suffices to say that even if the actual circumstances connected with the momentous event of Vishtasp's conversion were not wholly as tradition later represents them, they might at least have been such or similar. Voiled tout. The triumph of the prophet is supreme. Chapter 6 The court op Vishtaspa and its conversion. The Gathas or Zoroastrian Samskspara plures quotidi ad audiendum verbum confluere. Beta, History Ekel 1. 26 Zoroastes Patio and 6 Shtaspae Amantic Stokyop his youth influence of Vishtaspas adopting the new faith Memeks or 6 Shtaspas court, immediate conversions, living personalities in the Gathas other members of the court circle converted conclusion Zoroaster's patron Vishtaspa. Kavi Vishtaspa, or King Vishtasp, Gushtasp, the Constantine of Zoroastrianism and defender of the faith, presents a figure so important in its bearing that some additional details may appropriately be given concerning this pious ruler's history. His name is ever recurring in Avestan and Pahlavi texts, in the Shahnameh, and in Mohammedan writers who allude to Persia. Collection of the references to his name in the Avesta, supplemented by general allusions in other Zoroastrian writings, is given at the bottom of the page. Special points of interest about him 1-1. The principal Avestan references to Vishtaspa are, Gatha, ys. 28-7, a boon to he granted to Vishtaspa and Zarathustra, ys. 46-14, warrior v. ys. 61-16, v. an ideal ruler in wisdom, ys. 83-2, a follower of Zarathustra, Mazdayasna, ys. 12-7, a Zoroastrian, ys. 23-2 and 26. 5, his Fraba H. ASHT, YT. 698, a Neotyrian, YT. 5105, Z prays for his conversion, YT. 5108-109, V prays for victory, YT. 8132, type of successful conqueror, YT. 929-32, of YT. 5108, 17. 49, YT. 1399-100, hero of the faith, YT. 1749-52, CFYT. 929-32, YT. 1761, praise to Ashivanui on the Daitya, YT. 1984-87, Kingly Glory, 6970, th, and court and its conversion may be found also in Justice Iranisc's Name and Luch, pages 372, 395, together with an elaborate genealogical table which should and be consulted. Abridged list of Vishtaspa's next of kin, based upon Justice's table, is appended on the opposite page. From this genealogical list we see that the patron of Zarathustra was the son of Orvatispa, Larasp, and was sprung from the old Kayanean line of kings. He belongs to the Neotyrian family, cfav Neotyriot, Neotyrianot, that is, he was descended from an ancestor Neodara, Firdausi's Nadhar. 3 His wife Hudasa, Phi. Hiitos, the patroness of Zoroaster, is likewise of the Neotyrian family, His brother Zahiri Zara or Zarir, a romantic hero and zealous convert, wins lasting fame by his valiant death in battle in the First Holy War, as described below. King Vishtaspa is the father of many sons and daughters. Two of these sons, Spentodata, defender of the faith, conqueror, YT. 23:1 SEQ, ZS blessing upon V, YS. 24:1 SEQ, Vishtaspnask. 2 Pahlavi references. The Phi. Comment, to YS. 43:12, CFYS. 27:6, 44. 16, and also DK9. 33:5, take Vishtasp as a type of religious obedience, as representative of Srash on earth, see Darmstedter, Lezai 200, and 24, and P 283, and 40, also his index, SV Srasha in 3226. In general, the more important Pahlavi references, and there are many, will be given as occasion arises. Consult also the indexes in West, 8BE. Volumes V18. XXIV. Slayai under Vishtasp, KAL Vishtasp. 3 Mohammedan references, given below as they occur. Consult also Godheil, references, p. 29, 33 milliseconds, 34, 35, 37, unimportant, 39 bis, 40 bis, also Merkhant, history, Tr Shea, p. 284, Balk, Al-Barunel chronology, Tr Seaho, pages 100 SEQ, 206. 4 Classical references. The more important are given in this chapter, but consult also Appendix V. Mention might here be made likewise of the so-called oracular sayings of Vishtasp, cf. Kuhn, Festgrossen B. von Roth, p. 217. YT. 5105, Pudrabinyat Orvatispahe. See also Justi, Iran. Namenbuch, p. 183. The question of a change of dynasty in the succession is referred to in the next note. 2 For the connection between the Kavi dynasty and the Neotyrian clan by adoption, see Jusl, Iran. Namenbuch, p. 372, and West, SBE. Slayai 80, and 1. Asterisk cf Jusl, Iran. Namenbuch, pages 226 to 227. Moreover, on Phi. Noter and Rak, see West, SBE. Slayai 29, 40, 44, 80, 100, and 47, and Appendix 4, below. 1 YT. 1535, CFYT. 13139, 9. 26, 17. 46 The Pahlavi narrative Yatkar Izariran, 48, Geiger, p. 59, makes Hut Os the sister as well as queen of Vishtasp, according to Magian practice. 5 No less than 30 are spoken of in genealogical table of TTSBTASPANS Isa. 72 The court and its conversion, Phi. Spendad, Pers is Fendiar, and Peshhotanu, have been alluded to already and they will appear again. Daughter Huma, Phi. Pers Hume, renowned for her beauty, is carried away, along with her sister Beafrid, into captivity, by the king's mortal foe Argisp, but they both are gallantly rescued by their heroic brother Isfendiar, as told in the Shahnameh.I. The principal facts which the Avesta emphasizes about Vishtaspa are, his conversion, his zealous support of the creed, and his vigorous crusading in behalf of the faith. It furthermore portrays this nonpareil of kings as the very incarnation of religious obedience and of priestly ideals. He is the representative of the priest god Srasha, whom he typifies on earth, and he will serve as an officiating pontiff at the final judgment of the world, among those who are to be selected for that office. This accentuation of the priestly side of Vishtasp's character, which is found in the sacerdotal writings, seems to accord with the tradition that, Following historic precedent, he withdrew from active affairs in the latest part of his life, and gave himself up to pious pilgrimage or devotion. Romantic story of Vishtasp's youth. With respect to the youth of this ideal king, we have only a romantic story told by Ferdowsi in the Shahnameh and repeated by Merkhand on authority of the Tariq Majem * according to the great Theotkari Zariran, 48, compare also the partial list in Avyt. 13100 and 2103, see genealogical table. 30 Sads are spoken of in the Shahnameh as having been slain in different battles. It mentions 2 daughters by name, and one of these occurs in the Avesta. Cf. Justi, Iran. Naaman Buch, p. 395. 1 YT. 13139, Huma, Yetkari Zariran, 57, Hume, and compare Darms Tedder, Leza. 2552, N, DK9. 22-2, SHN Trad. Mol, 4. P 364, and pages 330, 341, 356, 364, 372, 390, 429, 435, 558. In YZ. 57, Geiger, and SHN 4. P 330, 341, Mol, Hume becomes the wife of Isfendi R, or of Bastvar. YZ, according to ancient Persian practice of next of kin marriage, 2 GGG Pahlavi reference 2 on P 70. Illustration, recall the classical accounts which record his retirement for a time to India, Sagistan, Kabul, and connect with it also the religious wisdom implied in the oracular sayings attributed to his name. See also Chap 11. And P 87, N1. SHN Trad. Mol, 4. 224 SEQ, Stoby of Vishtasp's youth 73 Poetic Chronicler, Vishtasp, Gushtasp, has some disagreement with his father King Larasp, and quits the city of Balkh which his father has founded. He leaves Iran and wanders westward towards Rayam. There, at the court of an emperor, he accomplishes deeds of unparalleled prowess, wins the hand of the princess, Kataun, Kitabayan, or Nahid, becomes reconciled to his father through the good offices of his brother Zarir, returns to Iran and receives the crown from Larasp's hands. Such is the novelistic story of the Shahnameh. A similar romantic episode is preserved in Athensus, 19275a, as narrated by Chars of Mytilene, but it is told of the early years of Zarathustra, presumably Zarir, brother to Histasps of Media and the territory below. According to the account, Zarathustra himself rules the territory from the Caspian gates to the Tanas, in which region the scene is laid. The name of the princess, in this case, is Odatus. Whether this episode, like the preceding, be founded upon fiction or upon some basis of fact, it is of interest because it connects the name of Vishtaspa, for a time at least, with the country west of Asia when the Shahnameh makes Vishtasp, Gushtasp, return, and, like all the later tradition, it makes him succeed his father at the city of Balkh. We have a new point of contact between the West and the East, Media and Bactria, to add on the side of that theory which believes that the religion, following Zoroaster himself, gradually changed from West to East. Registered trademark Merkhand, History, T. Arshay, p. 263, 266, cf. also N. Bludik, Frundris d Iran. Filal. 2 133, 166. 1 General designation for the Byzantine Empire, Asia Minor, Greece, born. 2 Mol, 4. 278 to 281 SHN Trad. Mol, 4. 288 to 289, and Justi, Iran. Naaman Hutch, p. 159. *MTJS/OSKOXTS FMOKATU, XIPI, CFZDMQ. Spiegel, Sli. 295, XLV. 197, Li. 193 Consult EP, ZDMQ. XX66 ZDMG. Spiegel, XLL. 294 SEQ, XLV. 197, Li. 193, Darmstädter, Leza. Ilpihsi. Anjusti, Iran. Namenbuch, p. 382, Justi, Grundrister Iran. Filal. 2403. Degree on the question of change of dynasty in the succession of Vishtasp, consult what is said by Justi, Priusisk Jarhucher, BD 88, pages 246, 252, CFRDR Iran. pH 2. 410 See also ZDMG. Spiegel, Sli. 295, XLV. 197, 74 The court and its conversion. Far-reaching influence of Vishtaspa's conversion. Viewed in its historic light, conversion of Vishtaspa is the main event of the religion. The struggling creed now has a royal patron and protector. Zoroaster, therefore, at once proceeds to admonish his new convert concerning the path of holiness. A traditional reminiscence of these admonitions is found in the later Avestanyasht fragment, Vishtaspsasto, and the Zarathustra Nama further exemplifies them from tradition by summarizing, in a general sort of way, the main outlines of the teachings of the Avestan revelation. The Pahlavi Dinkart at this point adds a picturesque statement to the effect that when Zarathustra chanted the revelation in the abode of Vishtasp, it was manifest to the eye that it was danced to with joyfulness, both by the cattle and beasts of burden, and by the spirit of the eyres which are in the abode. New champion of the faith, and protector of animal life as well, has been won, and joy reigns supreme. But the demons of Ahriman rush away to darkness. Members of Vishtaspa's court immediate conversions, living personalities in the Gathas. Two results followed as a natural sequel to the conversion of the king and his queen. One was, that the religion was at once generally adopted by the court, the other was, that it soon began to spread throughout the land. The former of these two results must first be discussed, and with it a brief description of the court personalities is necessary, as well as a few words upon the life and surroundings. The best picture that we have of Zarathustra's position at the court of Vishtaspa, and the most real and vivid glimpses that we can get so as to contrast the religious times before him with his present life, are to be found in the Gathas themselves. Here we have the very words of the great reformer or of his one Egyt. 2412, cf. also DK8. 11.1 SEQ2 ZTNP 512 Sec L. DK7. 5.2, West's translation. BYT. 216, DK7. 487. The Gathas or Zoroastrian Psalm 75 disciples, and the expressions heard in the Gathas have as true and personal a ring as the cry of the Davidic Psalms. The tone of the Gathas is varied. Hope, despair, exaltation, discouragement, succeed each other with rapid change, for the moment, confidence and assurance, but then doubt and hesitancy. A period of zeal and activity must evidently have been followed by a time of repose and meditation, now admonition, exhortation, and promise, again philosophic speculation or veiled mystery, the spiritual sense of which could best be appreciated by the initiated, a shade of darkness, yet illuminated by a burst of light, by vision, by inspiration. Then comes the final fiery outbreak of the prophetic soul in a clarion note of triumph and the transport of joyous victory. These are the tones that run in minor chords through the Gathas Psalms. Well indeed would it be for the infidel and heretic if he would hearken unto wisdom and the faith. The wicked man and the unbeliever, the Dregvant and the Devat, are fiercely anathematized, the righteous Ashavan and the godly ruler are highly extolled. The little band of the faithful forms a church militant. Of ritual there is little or none. The communicants at the new altar are few, but they move in procession distinctly before our eyes. The Gathas mention some of them by name. Certain of these are Zarathustra's kinsfolk. The Hekataspas, descendants of Spitama, who must have shared in Zarathustra's success at the palace, are living personages. Recognize them when the priest calls upon them in exhortation. His favorite daughter Porosista, whose marriage to Jamaspa forms a theme in one of these psalms, may be pictured as a type of filial piety and womanly devotion. His cousin Mazdayasna 1 cf. Also Mills, the Zendavesta, in 8 BE. XXXI in Trod. PXXVI, Geiger, in Darab D. Pisanjan's Zarathustra in the QDTHDS, pages 7-8, 163 SEQ, and likewise the allusions to Vishtaspa's court in Geldner's forthcoming article, Persian Religion, in Cheney and Black's Encyclopedia Biblica. Compare also what is said of P5 Rioist and Jamasp in the Pahlavi, DK9. 45-4, West's translation, 8 BEXXXVII 299-300. 76. The court and its conversion Anlia is already known to us as the earliest convert and as a sort of beloved disciple. The noble Frashaestra, vizier and attendant upon Vishtaspa's throne, shows his faithful devotion to the messenger of Ormuzd by giving his daughter Hvovi, to be a wife to him. And lastly Jamaspa, the wise counselor and chancellor of the king, and brother to Frashaestra, proves to be so sage an adviser, as time goes on, and so valued a supporter of the creed, that Zoroaster's prophetic mantle descends upon his shoulders after the death of the great high priest, and King Vishtaspa ordains him as the holy successor in the pontifical office. It was he, according to tradition, who originally wrote down the Avesta and Zand from the teachings of Zoroaster with regard to these personages of the Gathas. It is needless to add references to the Pahlavi literature. Some other details respecting them have been given above in chapter 2. Single quotation from the Avestan Psalms may be added here. It is from the Gatha Ashtavatai, Yasna 46:14 SEQ. The prophet with his own lips asks a question, and in rhetorical style he gives the answer himself. Who is it, Zarathustra, that is thy righteous friend, or who is it that wishes to be renowned for his great virtue? It is the warrior Vishtaspa, and, with the words of Bahumana, good thought, I invoke those in his abode whom he has converted by his praising, the religion. Of you, ye children of Hekataspa, descendants of Spitama, will I say this, that ye did distinguish the good from the evil, and, ye have won for yourselves Asha, righteousness, by such acts as are the first laws of Ahura. Do thou, Frashaestra, son of Vogva, go thither with the elect whom we wish to be in bliss, go thither, where Armadi, Har, 1 my note in Mélanges Charles de Harlez, pages 138-139, laid, 1896. About BC 691, for the references, see Chap 8, pages 97, 117, and Appendix 3. E.g. DK 9. 28-5, and scores of others, as a glance at the indexes to West's Pahlavi texts in the sacred books of the East will show. *lit. Have given Asha to yourselves. Conversions in the court circle 11 Moni, genius of the earth, is united with Asha, righteousness, where Vohumana's kingdom, Kshathra, is established, according to desire, and where Ahura Mazda dwells amid abundance, and where, O Jamaspa, son of Vogva, I shall proclaim the ordinances which are yours, ye archangels, and nothing which is not in harmony with your ordinances. Similar personal situations and allusions to the faithful are indicated in YS 51:16 SEQ, 53. 1 SEQ, and elsewhere in these metrical hymns. But enough. The principal points regarding Zoroaster's own immediate family have been presented in chapter 2, which deals with that subject. The genealogical table of the Vogva family was presented in that chapter because it shows the connections which arose by the intermarriage of Porosista and Jamaspa, and of Bhagvi and Zarathustra himself. It is easy to see how Zoroaster made his position at court still stronger by allying himself closely with those next to the throne. For almost all of the statements that have been made thus far, the Avesta itself has been the principal source. Other members of the court circle converted. Among other conversions of those belonging to the immediate circle of the court of Vishtaspa, two must at once be mentioned. These are the king's brother Zayavari, Phi, Mod. Pers Zarir, and the king's gallant son Spentodata, Phi. Spendad, Mod. Pers is Fendla. Their names do not happen to occur in the Gathas, but they are mentioned foremost among the faithful in the Avestanyashts, and the Pahlavi Dinkart and Shakant Gumanik Vijar commend them to praise among the earliest converts. These special Pahlavi passages also show that many of the nobility were early attracted to the creed. The Dinkart states, at first Zarir, Spendad, Frashoshtar, and Jamasp, 1 ys. 46:17. I omit the latter part of this stanza, as unnecessary in this connection. For translations of this Gatha, see also Darmstedter, Leza. I 307-308, Geldner, B.B. 1423 SEQ, Mills, 8 BE. XXX 142 SEQ, de Harlez, A.V. Trad. 2d ed. Pages 353-354, Spiegel, Avesta, Uhersetzt, 2. 155 see Chap 2, pages 21-22, and compare also DK 9. 44:16-19, 9. 45 2-6, in 8 BE. XXXVII 297-300. 78. The court and its conversion. Several of the realm who were noble, conspicuous, and well-acting, the good and princes of mankind, beheld visibly the will and desirableness of Ahura Mazda and the archangels, and the progressive religion of the creatures, fit for those completely victorious. The Shakant Gumanik Vijar adds its testimony, that Kai Spendat and Zarir and other, royal, sons, instigating the many conflicts and shedding the blood of those of the realm, accepted the religion as a yoke, while they even wandered to Araim and the Hindus, outside the realm, in propagating the religion. 2. With regard to Spendad, Spentodata, Isfandiyar, it is interesting to observe that the late Persian author Ity Merkhand conveys the idea that this heroic youth was largely instrumental in inducing the king, his father, to adopt the faith which he himself apparently had already accepted. With the conversion of Zarir to the religion, later tradition associates also that of the old king Larasp, Avi of Irvatispa, who has abdicated and is supposed still to be alive, although the Avesta makes no special mention of his name in connection with the creed. The Shahnama is not altogether precise, but it includes Larasp as the old king among the number who, with Zarir and other nobles, girded themselves with the sacred cord and became converted to the faith which Vishtasp had adopted. The later Persian Dabistan, on the authority of the Badinians, those of the good faith, gives the specific occasion of the conversion of these two, somewhat picturesquely as follows: the doctors of the pure faith record that King Larasp and Zarir, brother to Gushtasp, having fallen into so violent a malady that the physicians in despair desisted from all attendance upon them, but having been restored to health 1 DKS 2. 12, West, 8 BE. Slai 125. 2 SGV 10. 67, West's translation, JSI, BXXIV 171. 3 Simply YT. 5 105, Orvatispa as father of Vishtaspa. Very doubtful are YT. 2434, 46, as the word is there apparently an attribute. SHNU hastand ICUUI Hadin Amadand, ed. Voloslandauer, 3. P 1498, cf. Trad. Mom, 4. 291 Conclusion 79 Through the prayers of Zerdusht, they adopted the pure faith. Another instance of faith cure or healing by Zoroaster, aided, however, by Herbs, will be recorded below. Zoroaster himself, however, speaks of his own office as the physician of the soul. Conclusion. The real success which Zoroaster won was first due to the influence of the king and the court. The Gathas give us some idea of Zoroaster's preaching before the assembled community. His were new words and they were listened to by those who came from near and far, e.g. Ys. 45:1. With royal authority to back the religion and noble power to support it, the advance and spread of the faith must have been rapid, and accounts will next be given of other conversions and of the history of the religious propaganda. 1 Dabiston, Tr. Shea, and Troyer, I 255. Compare similarly Atkinson, Firdausi Shahnama, p. 258, 11. 4-10 Aviahum Blue S, Ys. 31:19, 44:2, 16. Chapter 7 Promulgation op the Gospel Early Religious Propaganda Oibanto MSPRNGV Durea. Avesta, Ys. 31:3. Introduction. The Tpikes of Kishmak conversions more numerous, spread op the Gospel, early religious propaganda spread op the religion in Iran. Some conversions into Ranaverd conversions op Hindu story op the Brahman Kangranghaka the Hindu sage bias fabled Greek conversions. Did Zoroaster visit Babylon? Conclusion. Introduction. The Cyprus of Kishmar. In telling the story of Zoroaster and of Vishtaspas embracing the new faith, the Shahnama narrates how Zerdusht planted a cypress tree before the door of the fire temple at Kishmar, in the district of Tarshish in Khorasan or Bactria, as a memento of Vishtaspas' conversion, and had inscribed upon its trunk that Gushtasp had accepted the good religion. One marvelous became the growth and age of this wonderful tree, the famous cypress of Kishmar, Sarvai Kishmar, as recounted by the Farhang-i Jahangiri, Dabistan, and other writings, as mentioned by Hyde and noticed more fully below in Appendix 4. The allegory is rather fine. The tree typifies by its spreading branches the rapid advance of the creed under the fostering care of the king and the court. 1 Kipamrufi Gu Hdsp Din Ibahi, Shn. Ed. Viewer Slandauer, 3. 1499, Trad. Mom, 4. 291-293, Parhang Ija Hang Earl and the Mujay. Cited by Hyde, Bullers, Fragment, pages 71, 72, 114-115, Ploigle, Gyrus und Herodot, p. 15, Wilson, Farsi Belijun, 444, and Inquitil du Peron, as alluded to below. History Selig. Led. 317, 327, the Dabistan, Tr. Shea, and Troyer, I 306-309, in Appendix 2. A. 3. F. N 1, p. 164. See references in preceding note. 80. Exalt religious propaganda. 81 Other conversions, spread of the gospel, early religious propaganda. Outside of the immediate circle of the king, conversions begin rapidly to follow. The way no doubt had already been paved among the people, and Vishtaspa's own example and his enthusiastic zeal could but exercise widespread influence. With all the spirit and fire of a new convert, he is untiring in his efforts for the establishment of the faith. The unknown author of the Farvadan Yasht, when he comes to Vishtaspa's name, Yt. 1399-100, breaks out into a eulogy. It was this righteous and bold warrior, the hero of redoubtable weapon, the very incarnation of the law and devoted to the Lord. It was he, who, with advancing weapon, sought out a broad path of righteousness, and, with advancing weapon, found the broad path of righteousness. He, it was, who became the arm and the support of the religion of Zarathustra, of Ahura, he, who dragged from her chains the religion that was bound in fetters and unable to stir, and made her take a place in the midst of the nations. Exalted with power, advancing and hallowed. We can but regret the loss of the 11th Avestan Nasib, which dealt particularly with the promulgation of the faith. The Pahlavi treatise Din Vajirkar tells us of its missing contents as follows: in this Nask is the topic of the sovereignty of Gushtasp, and Zarathustra the Spitaman, having brought the religion from Ahura Mazda, King Gushtasp accepted it, and made it current in the World, and the Persian Ribaya of Kamabara gives the same testimony. It is true that the Bahmanyasht reserves till a generation later the accomplishment of the task of making the religion current in the whole world, which is finally brought about by the Kayanean 1 DVJ 11, Tr West, SBE. XXXVII 442. O2 Re. And Tr West, 8 BE. XXXVII 424. 82 Promulgation of the Gospel Ardashir, Kai, whom they call Vohuman son of Spendad. Later writers bear the same testimony to the tradition of Vishtaspa's religious energy. The Arab Ibn al-Athir, for example, states that when Vishtaspa accepted the faith he compelled his people to do the same, and he killed a large number of them until they adopted it. This may be a later Mohammedan view, but there is no doubt that fire and the sword were not absent in the Avesta, and further evidences will be seen in the next chapter of propaganda by religious crusades at home and abroad. First we must notice the spread of the creed in Iran itself. Spread of the religion in Iran. It is tolerably certain that within Iran itself the fire of the faith of Zoroaster rapidly spread, fanned, as it was, by the breath of sovereign power. Conversions were undoubtedly the order of the day. Adherents continued to multiply and devoted volunteers began to explode into the ranks which had been captained at the court. From the Avesta and from later literature we know the names of many of these. In the Yashts we have a prose list of nearly 100 sainted persons who are connected with the Vishtaspa circle. They are evidently the first disciples, the so-called Bauriotika Eshes of the Zoroastrian creed. How far and how fast the religion actually spread in the earliest period we do not know. Know, however, that the land of Sistan was one of the earliest scenes of the promulgation of the faith, as will be seen by the sequel and proved by the Pahlavi treatise, Wonders of Sagistan, elsewhere referred to. There were doubtless parts of Iran which were Zoroastrian only in name. The surmises on the question of Vishtaspa's exact rank and 1 Byt. 217, the passage should be looked at in West's translation, 8 BE. V 198 to 199. 2 Cf. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 40. 8 YT. 1395 to 110. Asterisk with such names in the Avestan list as Parshatgau, Sina, Vovasti, Isvant, YT. 1396, we may compare the Pahlavi texts, DK 9. 2417, 9. 33-5. The French translation of the Yashts Hydarms Teder, Leza 2530 SEQ, gives numerous identifications. Some conversions into Turan 83 sovereignty have also been more than one. The problem of the exact lands and territories concerned, and at how early a period Persia proper is to be included, requires discussion elsewhere. One thing is certain, that Zoroastrianism was destined to become the national religion of Iran. V some conversions in Turan. Nor is the creed circumscribed by the borders of Iran alone. From the Avesta we know that other lands and climes came in for a share of the good tidings of the faith. The Fravishis, or guardian spirits of those who are righteous outside of the country, or abroad, are invoked as well as those within the land. All of which implies some lapse of time. And among a dozen such lands and countries, Turan comes in for a share of the blessing. Turanians are mentioned by name in the canonical list of the faithful whose Fravishis, or idealized spirits, are glorified, YT. 13111 to 129. In fact, among those catalogued for sainthood in the list is one Isvant, son of Baraza, whom the Dinkart counts as a Turanian when it includes his name as Isvant, son of Baraz, from the countries of Thran, among those who will officiate on the last day at the general resurrection. In the Gathas themselves Zarathustra devotes a stanza to the descendants of Phryana of Turan, as he was one who had been attracted to the prophet and is selected to receive a destined reward. Zoroaster speaks of him with favoring words, ys. 46. 12 When Asha, righteousness, came unto those that are to be named as the children, and children's children, of Phryana, the Turanian who zealously doth further the possessions of Armadi, and when Vohumana, good thought, took up his 1 ys. 26-9, VSP 16. 2. Adakium ginka aon rj m fraviseo yazamade, whose dafyung mca, an idea of universal brotherhood. 2 DK 9. 33-5, West, SBE. XXXVII 262, compare also Darmstädter, Leza. 2 530, and 179, and Justi, Iran. Namenbuch, p. 143. I.e. instrument sg. As subject, so also below and elsewhere. Asterisk i.e. increasing earth by agricultural activity. 84 Promulgation of T Gospel abode with them, then, the Lord Mazda is announced to them to their comfort. This man who among men did propitiate Spitama Zarathustra by Lee's generosity, he is exalted to be praised, and the Lord Mazda gave life unto him, and Vohumana furthered for him his worldly goods, and him we regard as your goodly ally in righteousness, Asha. A descendant of this Vertius Turanian house Yoishto Yofryanum, is commemorated in a metrical passage of the Avesta, for his wisdom and for his victory over Amasius wizard Octia. The episode is fully elaborated in the Pahlavi tale which bears the name Yoshtai Phryano, and it need not be treated here. Averred conversions of Hindus. In the great Persian chronicle Shahnameh we have mention of the vigorous efforts that were made in the way of religious propaganda. Firdausi, or Dakaki, speaks of Mobs who were sent on this holy mission all over the world, assisted and aided by Isfandiar's conquering sword. The land of Rayam, or Asia Minor and the West, as well as Hindustan are included in the successful missionary fields. The earlier Pahlavi work, Shikant Gayamamk Vijar, 89th century, narrates the same fact when it speaks of the valiant Spendat and Zarir, and of those other noble sons of Vishtasp, who accepted the religion of the Khan one or for their protection. 2. The house of Phryana has been aptly identified by Eugen Wilhelm with the family coming from Puran as ancestor, in the Shahnameh. See his comment in ZDMG. Sliv 151, and compare also Justi, Prus. Yarbiacher, BD 88, p. 251, and Iran. Namenhawite, p. 106. 8. This wizard is killed in the 18th year of the religion according to ZSP 23. 10, West, 3 BE. Slayi 166. That date would answer to BO 551, see Appendix in. Asterisk CFYT. 581-83, AUD The Pahlavi Yosh W. Phryano, 1-6, TR High West and Hagen Arda Verdf, pages 247-266, London, 1872, also TR Lie Barthélemy, X Jane Legends Iranian, Paris, 1889. C. West, Grundriss d'Iran. Filal. 2 58, and Peshhotan Darab Biram G. Sanjana, Vilnkard, Vol. VP 305. Further references will be given in the next chapter. Meanwhile notice Shahnameh, 3. 1498 SEQ, ed. Vollerslandauer, and the translation of Moll, 4. Pages 344, 499, 513, 542, 558. Alleged C0N7 EBSI0NS in India 85 flicks and bloodshed, and says they even wandered to Aram and the Hindus, outside the realm, in propagating the religion. The claim to Indian converts is quite persistent in the later writings, which is not so strange when we consider the Indo-Iranian kinship and the fact that the Parsis found in India an asylum from Mohammedan persecution. Story of the Brahmin Kang Ranghaka, the most interesting episode, perhaps, of the foreign conversions is the later Persian story which is told of Kangranghaka, a Brahmin sage who comes from India to Vishtasp's court in order to refute Zoroaster's doctrines, but the Hindu teacher himself is taught by the greater master and becomes a devoted convert of the priest of Iran. This picturesque narrative is recounted, with other matters, in the Kangranghaka Nama, a modern Persian poetical work of the 13th century. The author of this treatise is stated to be Zarathustra Bahram Pajdi, of the ancient city of Eai, who also composed the Zarathustra Nama, and like the latter work it is claimed to be drawn from Pahlavi sources, if we may agree with Inquitil du Perron, who is our chief source of information on the subject. The story of the Brahman's conversion is briefly repeated in the Dabistan, and it is alluded to incidentally in the text of the Dasatir and described in its commentary. All this implies some currency of the tale. A brief abstract of the narrative, so far as it relates to the main event, is worth giving, and it is here presented, being 1 SGT 10. 67 to 68, West, c. XXIV 171. 2 milliseconds in Pons d Inquitil, 10. Subpigment d Inquitil, 13. 8 Inquitil du Perron, Zendavesta, IPT2, P6, N, pages 47 to 53, and PXXXIII. Also IPT1, P.C. 67, and again, 2. P790, Index. The value of this treatise is not very highly esteemed by Spiegel, Die Traditionelle Literatur der Parsen, 2. 182, nor by Wilson, Parsi Belijan, p. 445. But its reputation may grow like the Zarathustra Nama. For other references, see farther on. Dabistan, Tr. by Shea and Troyer, I 276 to 277, D. Satir, Dasatir, Tr. by Mullah Piraz bin Kaz, Bombay, 1818, 2. 125 to 126. See Appendix 6. On the character of the Dasatir, see also Wilson, Parsi Religion, pages 411 to 412. 86. Promulgation of the Gospel based on the fuller account of the Kangranghaka Nama found in Inquitil sketch of the incident. The aged Brahmin sage, Kangranghaka, is a philosopher whose learning and wisdom were far famed throughout India and known in Iran. He is reported even to have been the teacher of Jamasp, minister to King Vishtasp, whose devotion to Zoroaster is regarded as a fall from grace. Accordingly, the Brahmin writes to Vishtasp a letter remonstrating with the monarch for believing in the upstart prophet. At the proposal of Vishtasp he finally comes himself to Balkh with a great following of devoted disciples, in order to debate with Zoroaster and to put the impostor to confusion. But he who came to scoff remains to pray. Zoroaster is prepared by premonition to answer all the seer's questions before he asks them, and amid a great assemblage of learned men who have gathered from many parts of the country to listen for days to the religious debate, the chosen priest of Ormuzd disarms his antagonist before the latter has time to lift his weapons in discussion and conflict. By reading an Ask or Book of the Avesta, in which every difficult question prepared by the Hindu controversialist is already answered, he astonishes and utterly confounds the Brahmin. So completely is the Hindu philosopher vanquished and convinced, that with remarkable candor he forthwith acknowledges his defeat, is converted, adopts the faith, receives a copy of the Avesta from Zoroaster's own hands, becomes a zealous adherent, and joins in spreading the prophet's teachings in Hindustan and the adjacent countries, so that 80,000 souls in this way receive the enlightenment of the true faith. Festival is instituted to commemorate this important event. Such in brief is the story, which remotely reminds us of the ecclesiastical convocations and the discussions and disputations of Luther. This legend, as stated, seems rather to be of later origin, and I Inquitil du Perron, Zendavesta, IPT2, pages 47 to 53. Thm Brahman Kangranghaka 87. It may have arisen after Zoroastrian believers found refuge in India in Mohammedan days, and where, as time went on, Brahmins and Dasturs perhaps came into debate and conflict. Nevertheless it is as old as the Zarathustra, which has been proved to contain old material, and it is by the same author, as already explained, and religious intercourse and connection between India and Iran at all periods in history is undoubted. No great religion is confined to the bounds of its own country. And as for religious controversies and debates, nothing is more common. The Avesta alludes to a victorious debate with Natya Jyotima, whom some have tried, among several other suggestions, to identify with this same Brahman Kangranghaka. The Pahlavi texts speak of Zarathustra's discussions with learned men whose questions he is able to answer even before they ask them. The statements on this subject have been given above. It is possible that in the Avesta we may discover the source of the story, which seems to be somewhat legendary, in a mistaken view that the Avestan adjective Kanranya, VSP11, etc., contains an allusion to a proper name. Ainquetil du Perron himself understood that epithet in the Visparat as an allusion to the Hindu sage *. On the other hand, some have seen in this tradition of an Indian wise man, who comes to Iran, a late story concocted as an allusion to the famous Vedantist philosopher, Ankaracharya. This view won the references of the Pahlavi Shikandjik Manik Vijar and of the Shahnama to Zoroastrianism in India have been given above. Furthermore, on relations and intercourse between Persia and India in religious matters, see Shea and Troyer's note in Babi 276n, also the story of Bias, next to be given, and p. 72, and 3. 2 YT. 1316, see Windy's Omen, Mithra, p. 29, who suggests the possibility, but this is rejected by Justi, SDBDs and Sprach, SV Jyotima. The other identifications that have been suggested for Jyotima are discussed in Appendix 2, p. 177 to 178. GP 61, and CFDK 7. 473, 5. 210, ZSP 23. 5, West, 8 BE. Slai 67, 124, 164. Zend Aoista, IPT2, P92, and P51. CBRL, XE Brahmchandgrengcha, in Journal Asiatique, 1862, P497. Compare also Shea and Troyer IA6's AI 276, N, Paris, 1843, and Darmstädter, Leza. 1p 444, N88. Promulgation of the Gospel is especially based on an identification of the great philosopher's name with the form of the Brahman's name, which is found in the Dasatir, Vol 2 125, as Sankaraka's, for which the commentary understands Kangranghaka. Such a view is to be maintained only by premising that we are to regard the story as a later invention, purposely made up to exalt the triumph of an Iranian over a Hindu philosopher. The Hindu sage Bias equal to the story of the conversion of Kangranghaka is found in the tale of Bias told in the Dasatir and repeated from this source by the author of the Dabistan. The account describes how, when the news of Kangranghaka's confession became noised abroad, another sage, Bias, i.e. Vyasa, by name, came from India to Iran in order to refute Zoroaster and to convert him. Like his predecessor, however, Bias is soon impressed by Zaratustra's superhuman knowledge and divine insight, which penetrates even into the inmost thoughts of his soul, so that he also accepts the religion, or, to quote the actual words of the Dasatir commentary, he returned thanks to Yezdan and united himself to the Badin, after which he returned back to Hind. This story is merely a counterpart of the preceding, a combination of legend and myth that seeks to bring Vyasa, the fabulous author of the Vedas, into connection with Zarathustra. Fabled Greek conversions. The statements of the Pahlavi Shikandgrimanic Vijar and of the Persian Shahnama have already been given as claiming traditionally that the West, Phi Araim, Pers Rayim, * came under Zoroaster's influence. The tradition is late, but in one respect it might not be so far from the truth if we should choose to look at Zoroastrianism simply in the light of Mithra worship, which, as is well lie noun. 1. The Desatir, Dasatir, Bombay, 1818, Vol. 2 125. See Appendix 6, where the passage is reprinted. 2. Dasatir 2. 126 to 143, 65 to 162, and Dabistan, I 280 to 283. Dasatir, 2. 144, Dabistan, I 280,283. See Appendix 6. Asterisk the comprehensive term to denote Asia Minor, Greece, and the Roman Empire. Fabled Greek conversions 89 pushed its way even far into Europe. It is not unnatural, moreover, for religious devotees to lay claims to extraordinary foreign missionary conquests. This third great debate or theological dispute into which Zoroaster is presumed to have entered and to have come off victorious, is with a Greek philosopher and master, as recorded in the Dasatir and noticed by the Dabistan.I. The account is doubtless apocryphal, but it deserves consideration with the other alleged conversions, and there is perhaps a far-off echo of it in Hamza of Isfahan, in a passage which describes how the Greeks evaded attempts to convert them, and the passage is given below in Appendix 4. Briefly, the Dasatir story of this conversion incident is as follows. In a prophetic passage, the text of the Dasatir tells how a wise man, named Tianur, Pers Tiashaniash, or Nyateches, as the Dabistan calls him, will come from Nyruk, Pers Yunnan, i.e. Greece, in order to consult thee, O Zerdusht, concerning the real nature of things. I will tell thee what he asketh, and do thou answer his questions before he putteth them. Asterisk the commentary upon this passage and also the Dabistan expressly state that the sages of Greece dispatched this learned man after Isfendiyar had promulgated the faith in we many lands. May therefore infer that the event, if it occurred at all, took place some years after King Vishtasp had accepted the religion. The god Mazda, on this occasion likewise, instructs his prophet what he shall say and how he shall respond to the foreigner who is described as coming to Balkh. Ormazd assures Zerdusht of success, and the commentary adds that when the Yunani, i.e. Greek, sage heard all these words, of Zerdusht, he entered into the faith and won Dasatir, 2. 120 to 125, 42 to 62, Dabistan, I 277 to 278. 2 For the original, see Hamza al-Isfahan, Anates, ed. Gottwald, p. 26, c.I. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 33 and also p. 199 below. 8 Dasatir, 2. 120, Dabistan, I 277, and Shea and Troyer's note to the passage. On the language of the Dasatir, see what is said in Wilson, Parsi Religion, pages 411 to 412. Dasatir, 2. 120, 42 to 43. See commentary upon Dasatir, 2. 120, 43, reprinted in Appendix 6. 90 Promulgation of the Gospel, studied knowledge under the beloved of God, Zerdusht the Prophet. As a reward, moreover, the King of Kings, Gushtasp, bestowed on him the office of chief of the Herbeds of Yunnan, and of the Mobds of that country. The accomplished man, accordingly, having returned back to Yunnan, brought over the inhabitants to the religion of that blessed prophet. This story, whatever may be its worth or its worthlessness, is not uninteresting because it shows the existence of a tradition on the Oriental side regarding early connections between Iran and Greece in which religious matters came into play. There may, of course, lurk in such tradition some reminiscence of intercourse between the nations prior to the Greco-Persian Wars. The note of Hamza al-Isfahani on some attempt to spread Zerdusht's gospel among the Hellenes has been mentioned above, with a Pahlavi reference also and a tradition in Firdausi. Must not forget that the Dinkart asserts that a Greek translation was made of the Avesta may furthermore recall several allusions of the Greeks themselves to the effect that Plato, Hermodorus, Theopompus, and others came under the influence of Magian doctrines. The name of this Grecian converted sage, Tianier, Tudianiash, or Niotis, is very obscure and the reading is uncertain. But an identification with Pythagoras has been suggested on the basis of the point just presented, whether founded on fiction, as is likely, or based upon fate, as is unlikely. The account merits recording and is fully given in Appendix 6. Below, while the classical passages on Pythagoras, who is said to have studied in Babylon under the Magi, and on Plato might be worth looking over again in Appendix V, and in Chapter I, p. 7, and 5. Did Zoroaster ever visit Babylon? In this same connection, when speaking of Babylon, it may be appropriate perhaps to 1 Dasatir, 2. 125, 62, commentary and text. 2 see pages 78, 84, 88. 3 DK3, West, 8 BEXXXI. XXXVIIP*. For references, see Chap I, pages 7 to 8. See Troyer's note on Dabistan, I 277. I should think Plato might be as plausible a suggestion. Did Zoroaster ever visit Babylon? 91. Mention a statement made by the Pahlavi Dinkart which ascribes to the religion of Zarathustra the overthrow of error and evil in Babel, and it accounts this achievement as one of the marvels of the faith. The passage speaks of the existence of several matters of evil deceit which Dahak had done in Babel through witchcraft, and mankind had come to idol worship through that seduction, and its increase was the destruction of the world but through the triumphant words of the religion which Zarathustra proclaimed opposing it, that witchcraft is all dissipated and disabled. 2. There is of course a distant possibility that after the faith became fairly established Zoroaster himself actually did go on missionary journeys, teaching and preaching and exercising the influence of his own strong personality. Need only think of the 3 brief years of our Lord's ministry. At all events it is not wholly impossible to believe that several places were visited, perhaps including Persepolis also, even if we are not prepared to accept so extravagant a view as that Babylon was among the number. It is true that some of the classical writers make Pythagoras a follower of Zoroaster, or at least of the Magi, who were established at Babylon and into whose mysteries he was initiated. The theory of personal travel need not be pressed too far. Where the effect of the religion came, there also the master Himske had gone in influence, if not in person. In 1 DK7. 472, West's translation in SBE. Slavey I 66. 2. The text does not indicate at what time in Zoroaster's career this event is supposed to have been brought about, or whether it did not come to pass later through the developments and spread of the religion. The actual fall of Babylon occurred a generation after the prophet. One might possibly conjecture from the passage that the religion perhaps joined hands with the conqueror Cyrus in destroying the city, which is spoken of with hatred in the Avesta as Bori, of YT. 529-31, cf 15. 19-21 in MKH 27. 64-67, the old king, Larasp, is regarded as having destroyed Jerusalem and dispersed the Jews, a statement which is found elsewhere, see West, SBE. XXIV 64. Somewhat similar is DK6. 1.5, cf SBE. Sladey I 120. Brunhofer, Vom Pontus mis zum Indus, p. 147, might be noticed. G references to Istakar already given, and also below in Appendix 4. See references in Chap I, pages 7 to 8, and in Appendix V 92 Promulgation of the Gospel. This we have only another phase of the footprints of Buddha. Regarding Babylon, moreover, everything which associates Zoroaster's name with the city can but be of interest to the student of the exilic period of the Bible. Conclusion. The story of the spread of the faith, so far as we can gather it from tradition, implies that missionary efforts carried the Avesta to foreign lands as well as throughout the territory of Iran. Tales are told of Hindu conversions, and even Greeks are fabled to have accepted the creed. Zoroaster himself may possibly have engaged personally in the general movement of the propaganda, but there is no proof that he visited Babylon. His time no doubt was constantly taken up in working for the faith. Some of the results which were achieved and some of the events which happened in the following years of the religion are recorded in the next two chapters. Chapter 8 Development of the religion. The next EEW is of Zocostebs Melnisti Homo in Sacerdotio Diligentissimus. CICEKO, Oratio pro Bab Ferd. 1027. Intraturklan Reciocati of a noteworthy conversion tradition or Zoroaster's healing a blind man. Question of Zoroaster's scientific knowledge. Other items of interest, incidents, and events. The Sacred Eras Concluensio. Introduction. Zoroaster's life was a long one and his ministry covered a number of years, yet tradition does not give us all the details which we might wish so as to be able more definitely to mark off into periods or epochs the 15 years or more that intervened between Vishtaspa's conversion and the beginning of the holy wars that were waged against Ajataspaja. In other words, we are not altogether clear in dividing up and distributing the events that seem to have happened, roughly speaking, between Zoroaster's 45th year and the 60th year of his life. Certainly no, they must have been active years, the years of a man of vigorous mind who has just passed his prime, and no doubt some of the events which have been described in the preceding chapter may belong to this time, or even possibly later. The foregoing chapter, in fact, perhaps leaves an impression of too great precursor in the distribution of its incidents. May therefore take it with some latitude in connection with the present. If an attempted distinction is to be drawn, as the latter chapter dealt mainly with promulgation and conversion, this one may deal 93-94 by elopement of the Saligian rather with administration and organization, with missionary labors and exercise of priestly functions. It must be kept in mind, however, that trying to locate in it the events which may have occurred at this time is a task that is difficult to perform with much satisfaction, and the work may be regarded rather as tentative, and as an endeavor to use material which remains at hand. Record of a noteworthy conversion. One event, however, is definitely located for us by tradition as belonging to a specific year in this period. The circumstance must have been regarded as one of real importance, owing to its being so emphatically chronicled. We shall therefore notice it at once. It is the conversion of a heretic, a kabig, or ungodly priest, who is won over to the true faith. This is recorded in the selections of Zatsparam, which say, in the 20th year of the religion, the kabig who is son of Kunda is attracted to the faith. Although the name is not definitely known, the incident is none the less sure, and if we accept the traditional date of the 20th year of the religion, we may set down this event for BC 611,2 which time Zoroaster would have been in the 50th year of his age. All this makes the incident not without interest. Tradition of Zoroaster's healing a blind man. In connection with Zoroaster's ministry and possibly as a reminiscence of a missionary journey, or work in that field, unless we are to refer it to an earlier period of his career, we may make mention here of a legendary story of his healing a blind man. The story is told by Shahrastani of Khorasan, AD 1086-1153, who locates the scene rather in Persia proper, the 1 ZSP 23. 8, West, SBE. Slayai 165. The reading of the proper name from the Pahlavi is not certain. West's note on the passage offers Connell as a possibility. 2 According to the Bayandishan chronology worked out by West, SBE. Slayai Introd. 55, and Appendix 3. Below. My asterisk attention was first drawn to this story by a letter from Professor G. F. Moore, Andover, Massachusetts, dated June 23, 1892. Some acts of Zoroaster's Mem Stry 95 account runs as follows: as he, i.e. Zerdusht, was passing a blind man in Dinawar, he told them to take a plant, which he described, and to drop the juice of it into the man's eyes, and he would be able to see. they did this and the blind man was restored to sight. 2. Even if this incident should belong to an earlier period of Zoroaster's life, or to the time of his wandering, it nevertheless serves to show a tradition that miraculous healing power was believed to be exercised both by Zoroaster and by virtue of the faith itself. The latter point might find sufficient exemplification in the Avestan Vendidad. Question of Zoroaster's scientific knowledge. The tradition which has just been recounted of the healing of the blind man brings up another point which requires note. This is the question of Zoroaster's scientific knowledge, which is a side of his character that is distinctly recognized by tradition, and which must have come into play in his ministry. There is evidence that he showed a practical bent of mind in his work as well as the theoretical and speculative turn in his teaching. All accounts of the Elegion indicate that the necessity of ministering to the wants of the body, as well as to the needs of the soul, was fully comprehended. Nor is medical knowledge today regarded as unessential or to be dispensed with in some branches of foreign missionary work. The records of antiquity imply that the Zoroastrian books, by their encyclopedic character, stood for many sides of life. Some of the original Nasks of the Avesta are reported to have been wholly scientific in their contents, and the Greeks even speak of books purported to be by Zoroaster on physics, the stars, and precious stones. It is true these need not have come from Zoroaster at one. This village is located by Yakut, 20 farsangs from Hamadan. It lies between this and Kermanshah. See Barbie de Maynard, Dictionnaire de la Perse, p. 251, p. 367, Shiz, 515, Magdanar, and for a description of the place see De Morgan Mission Scientifique en Perse, Paris, 1894-97, especially Tome 4. p. 290. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 50. GP 8 above, and Appendix V below, under Suidas and Pliny, 96 Development of the religion all, but this represents a phase of life that Zoroaster or his /apostle stood for. Tradition recognizes the presence of this practical element in the religion which made it appeal to many who might not otherwise have been attracted, and which must have contributed in no small degree to its spread. The priests were the real conservators of knowledge and learning as an illustration of their practical knowledge, so serviceable to mankind, we may notice a passage in the Dinkart, which claims that the debt owed to Zoroaster in this respect is extensive. The text reads, "One marvel is the disclosure by Zarathustra, in complete beneficence, medical knowledge, acquaintance with character, and other professional retentiveness, secretly and completely, of what is necessary for legal knowledge and spiritual perception, also, the indication by revelation, of the rites for driving out pestilence, overpowering the demon and witch, and disabling sorcery and witchcraft. The curing of disease, the counteraction of wolves and noxious creatures, the liberation of rain. This and a number of ordinary practices, which have a bearing upon everyday life, are included in this list of what the Pahlavi text calls worldly wisdom, Gnosticism, as contrasted with angelic wisdom or divine knowledge, Gnosticism. The brief resume sums up what was expected to be found in the repertory of the wandering Ithravan, or descendant of the prophet, at least in Sasanian times, and quite as likely it represents some of the sides of Zoroaster's own activity during the long period of his ministry. Other items of interest, incidents, and events. Tradition has preserved a few more items of interest, incidents, or occurrences and events which may belong to the period of these years. Suggestion has been made that Zoroaster may have visited his own home in his native land of Azerbaijan. Aintil even thought that Urumia is mentioned in the Avesta in 1 DK 7. 6-8-9, translated by West. 8 BE Slayai. 75-76 G West's note in SBE. Slayai 76. Various incidents and events 97 An injunction given by Ahura Mazda bidding Zarathustra, as he conceived it, to proceed to a certain place. But this is a nice-taken interpretation of the passage. Ainquetil also understood that Zoroaster and Vishtasp were together in Istakhr, Persepolis, This vivra is apparently based upon the fact that Zoroaster induces Vishtasp to transfer one of the sacred fires from Khwarezmiya to Darabjard, in Persia, as stated by Masudi, and based upon Tabari, and Bundari after him, who describes how the Avesta was written down in golden letters upon the eads of 12,000 oxen, and Vishtasp placed this at Istakhr in a place called Darbisht, or Zarbisht. This may be noticed also in connection with the tradition of Jamasp's writing down the Avesta from Zoroaster's teachings, p. 76, and is also brought up in connection with the tradition that the archetype copy of the Avesta was deposited in the treasury of Shapagan, or however we are to read the name and its variants, as discussed below in Appendix 4. During this period we can likewise imagine Zoroaster as otherwise much engaged in organizing the new religion, in founding fire temples as described below, and in exercising in riotous ways his function as chief priest. The least of these perhaps was in establishing the rite of ordeal as already noticed, or in celebrating the event of Vishtasp's conversion by planting the cypress of Kishmar, before described. There were also times when prophetic visions were granted and hallowed enunciations were made. The Pahlavi Bhamanyasht, and after it the Zartushtnama, records a favored vision which was allowed to Zoroaster, in which he foresees, during a 7 days trance, the whole future of the religion. Even the apocryphal New Testament in one passage claims that Zoroaster prophesied the one Ainquetil du Peron, IPT 2, p. 52, and 1. The misinterpretation of Tli words Yama Ishya is repeated by Klewaker, Za. Thiel 3, p. 35. 2 Ainquetil du Peron, OPCIT p. 53 equals Klewaker, Za. Thiel 3, p. 35. Masudi, Trad. Barbie de Maynard, 4. 75 Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 37, Hyde, History Billig. p. 315, 1 ed. Bauman YT. 26-9, SEQ, TR by West, SBE. V pages 191 to 235. 98 Development of the Religion Coming of Christ, and a Syriac writer, Solomon of Hilat, AD 1250, tells a tradition of a special fountain of water, called Glasha of Horon, where the royal bath was erected, and by the side of this fountain Zoroaster predicted to his disciples the coming of the Messiah. The sacred fires, here can be little doubt that much of Zoroaster's time was spent in the care of the sacred fire or in the furthering of the special cult throughout the land. Tradition counts that one of the most important features of Vishtaspa's conversion was his active agency in founding new places in which the holy flame might be worshipped or in re-establish. Old Adishgaz, in a special, prose, chapter, the Avesta describes the various sacred fires recognized by the faith, and the Bundaishan gives additional details on the subject. Ferdowsi mentions several so-called fire temples ** and Masih, among other Mohammedan writers, devotes a number of pages to the subject of the Magian Pyria, several of which he says existed before Zoroaster came registered trademark. Numerous Arabic writers refer to the question, and as their references are accessible, they need only be summarized here. Masih and Shahrastani tell of some 10 different Pyria or places of fire worship which existed in Iran before Zoroaster's time, and they give the name or location of each. Zoroaster himself causes a new temple to be built in Nishapi-ur, and another in Nisia. Furthermore, at his request King Vishtasp won Apocrypha. Anti-infancy, ch. 3. 1-2 C. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 29, Kuhn, in Zoroastrisk Prophesiung, p. 219 in Festgrossen Roth, Stuttgart, 1893, and Wallace Budge, Book of the Bee, p. 81 seq Inanuk. Oxon, Oxford, 1886. Of course compare YT. 1989-95, DK 7. 855. 8 Avesta, YS. 1711, cf also VD 8. 73-96, Paul. BD 17. 1-9 See especially Darmstädter, Leza. I 149-157. Asterisk EGSHN mol, 4. 291, 364, etc. Masudi, Les Prairies d'Or. Text et trad, Parc Barbie de Maynard, 4. 72, 75 Seq, and C. Sharastani, Yeherzitzt, Harbrucker, I 275 Seq asterisk on the fires, see especially the material in Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, pages 45-47, Heidbillig. PERSP 353-362. Mastadi, Prairies, 4. 75, Sharastani, I 276, of Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, pages 45-47. The Sacred Fires 99 seeks for the fire of Jemshed, which is found in Khwarezmia, and he has it transferred to Darabjard in Persia. This latter fire is said to be especially venerated by the Magi. Other pyria are mentioned in Seistan, Rum, Constantinople, Baghdad, Greece, without the fire, India, and in China. Not without interest is the mention of the fire temple in Kumis, Komisene, which bore the name of Jarir, apparently after Vishtasp's son Zarir. Among all the fires there seem to be three which stand, in later times of the Sassanians, as the threefold representative of the sacred element, corresponding to the social division of the community into three classes, priests, warriors, and laboring men. 2. The names of the three great fires are given as follows: 1 at Gr Farnbag, the fire of the priests. This fire, whose name appears as Farnbag, Froba, Kurad, Kordad, being a corruption of Varanobagha or Varanodata, i.e. the fire of the glory divine, or the fire glory given, is one of the most ancient and most sacred of the holy fires in Iran, existing as early as Uma's reign, and having been established in the Khwarezmian land or the eastern shore of the Caspian Sea. It was removed by Kavi Vishtaspa to Kabul, if we are to accept the commonly received statements on the subject. 1. Sosasrastanel, I 275, but seemingly a different reading or form of the name, i.e. Jared-oi, is found in Mas Mi, 4. 74. See also Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, pages 45-46. 2 BD 17. 5-8, NYS. 1711. Cf. Darmstädter, Leza. I 149 SEQ, and Masudi LOCCIT 3 CF Ardavirov, TR Hogg, and West, P 146, note, and BD 17. 5-6 asterisk. So BD 17. 5-6 if we read the Pahlavi name as Kabul with West, SBE. V63, otherwise we may understand it was removed, not eastward, but to the west, if we follow Darmstädter, Leza. I 154, in doubting the reading Kavtil, Kabul, Wiola West, however, gives, SSEV 63. Darmstädter followers Masudi, Shahrastan and Yakut, similarly, Ibn al-Fakhl al-Hamadhani, AD 910, Al-Baruni, p. 215, Tr Sayaho, all cited by Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, pages 43-47. The subject is also discussed below in connection with the scene of Zoroaster's ministry, Appendix 4, p. 217. It is evident that Shahrastam's Azaru essay is for Adaran Shah, King of Fires, Darmstädter, Leza. I 157, Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 47. 100 Development of the religion 2. Adher Gushnasp, Gushasp, the fire of the warriors. The name Gushnasp is probably a corruption from Varshanaspa, male horse, cf. Saket Versan as Vd, an epithet of Agni, as noted by Darmstädter. This was a very ancient fire and it early played a part when Kai Irab exterminated idol worship. It was situated in the neighborhood of Lake Urumia, or on Mount Asnaband upon the shores of that lake according to the Zarathustra. This was one of the fires which came with the archangels to aid in Vishtaspa's conversion as described in Chap V, p. 65, and 1. 3. Atir Bayerjan Mitra 6, the representative of the laboring class. The name, also in Persian, Burdanmir, corresponds to *Berzant Mithra. This third fire, or the special fire of the laborer, played an important part in Vishtaspa's conversion. This is located on Mount Revant in Khorasan in the vicinity of Lake Sabar, mentioned in the Bahá'í in the region of Tis, as noticed also below in Appendix 4, p. 216. A similar situation is given to it by Firdausi *. Perhaps there is an echo of the name of this fire lingering in the name of the small town Mir to the west of Nishapi although for a fuller statement of Hudam Schindler's view, reference is made to p. 216. Several of the Mohammedan writers, as noticed above, state that the special fire of Zoroaster was in the neighborhood of Nishapur. Recall that Khorasan was the land of the planting of the cypress of Kishmar, and the scene of the Klossing battles which ended the Holy War, all of which is of interest in connection with the field of Zoroaster's ministry. Conclusion. The aim of this chapter has been to present such material as we can gather for the events of Zoroaster's life during the years next preceding the outbreak of the Holy BD 17. 7, ZSP 6. 22, West, ISBE. V63, 173. See also P48 above. 2 CFAV Mird Mdresjan, YT. 10-7. 8 BD 12. 1832-35, ZSP 6. 22, of. Also BD 12. 24, 22. 3, West, C. V38, 41, 173. See likewise Ainquetil du Peron, ZA. IPT2, P46, and 2, on Khorasan. Asterisk CFSHN 3. 1499, Voluslan equals Dower Trad. Mol, 4. 291 Conclusion 101 Wars. In this way an impression has been gained of certain other sides of Zoroaster's character and activity, especially the practical side which his nature probably also had. Why the material from which to judge of these points, however, is found to be rather meager. Finally, special attention has also been devoted to the subject of the spread of the fire cult by Zoroaster and the work which was accomplished in founding new Atishkas or in re-establishing the old Pyria. But all these events did not come to pass without a struggle, nor were the actual results achieved without a hard fight. If the faith which Vishtaspa has adopted is to become the state creed of the realm, this is not destined to come to pass without a struggle, especially with powers outside. Warfare is inseparable from crusading, and we see gathered in the horizon the clouds of the storm about to burst over Iran. Chapter 9 The Holy Wars OP Zoroastrianism. The last 20 years OE Zoroaster's life 8 The Good Fight of Faith. Timothy I 6. 12 Introduction Religious Wayfaye in the Avesta Akjatispa, or Ejasp and the Hold Wars Outbeak of Hostilities, Causes and Dates. Ejasp's ultimatum. His fayest invasion. The Hold Wak, begins. Ejasp's armed and its leaders Vishtasp's army and its commanders. Battles of the Eiast War Isfendi as Crusader, and the following events. Ejasp's second invasion, the last Hold War. Summary. Introduction. Up to this point it might appear as if the progress of the religion had been one only of success and smooth advance. Such, however, cannot have been the case in reality. Have to do with a church militant, and there is evidence, in its history, of more than one hard-fought battle before victory is achieved. Not all conversions were easily made. The sword rather than the olive branch would be the more suitable emblem to deck the earlier pages of the history of the faith. Owing to circumstances, the development of the idea of universal peace and of general goodwill towards neighbors was not allowed to play so important a part as it might have played theoretically in the first stages of the new religion. When crusading for the faith began, bitter struggles and antipathies soon came into existence. The war cry of creed versus unbelief begins to fill the air. Old political and 102 religious wars in the ISTA 103 national feuds take on a new colored light tinge of religious antagonism. This latter statement is especially true of the ancient enmity between Iran and Surin. This breaks out afresh in the form of a war of creeds between the Hayanian leader Ahura, as he is called in the Avesta, or Argisp of Turin, as he is later generally styled, and the pious hero of Zoroastrianism, Kavi Vishtaspa, Vishtasp, Gushtasp. Victory ultimately attends upon the creed of the fire and the sacred girdle, but the stages of progress have to be fought step by step. Bloodshed and distress precede success and triumph. Religious wars in the Avesta. Before turning to the great holy wars against Ahura, we must first notice that the Avesta also records several other violent conflicts which are looked upon in the light of hallowed warfare against unbelief. The Avesta mentions some 8 powerful foes over whom Vishtaspa, or his gallant brother Zayavari, Zarir, invoke divine aid in battle, and victory descends upon their banners in we answer to their prayers. Know at least the names of these we vanquished warriors, for they are given in the Yashts. Read of Tathriavant and Peshana Ashta Orvant, son of Vispa Thorvo Ashti Darshinika and Spinjorusha, and of Peshho Singha and Humayaka *. All are spoken of as infidels, heathen, heretics, or unbelievers. The details of the battles against them are unfortunately lost. In point of time, some of these occurred in the period of conversions already described. From the claims of the sacred text we know that victory waited upon the faithful. Ahura, Argisp, and the holy wars. F. The inveterate foe and mortal enemy of Vishtaspa, however, is Ahura, Argisp, or the infidel Turk, as later history would have styled him. He stands as the great opponent of the national faith, and we are fortunate in having considerable traditional 1 YT. 5109, YT. 1987, CFYT. 931. 2 Sodarms Tedder, Leza. 2439. YT. 930-31. *YT. 5113. 104 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism. Information preserved regarding these wars with him. They are of paramount importance in the history of Zoroaster and his creed, and they require fuller discussion. Details of the campaigns may be gathered from the Avesta, the Pahlavi writings, the Shahnameh, and from some allusions in Arab chroniclers. _7 The account given in the Shahnameh dates from the 10th century of our era, and it is partly by the hand of Ferdowsi's predecessor, Dakaki, as Ferdowsi himself expressly states when he describes the 1,000 lines which he had received from Dakaki in a dream, the 1,000 lines relating to Zoroaster and Gushtasp and the founding of the faith. The principal references are here collected and presented for convenience. The warfare against Ahura is known in the Pahlavi writings as the War of the Religion. In the Avestan and Pahlavi texts, Ahura, Argisp, is the leader of the hostile folk known as Hayanians, Avhayanat, Phi. Kayan. This nation has rightly or wrongly been identified with the Kayanitai of the classics. This subject is more fully discussed below in Appendix 4. In any event, Ahura stands for the head 1 CP5, and 2, also C mol, trad. 4286-357, and consult Noldik in Kroon Drister Iran. Filal. 148-150. 2 references to Ahura and the Holy Wars, Avesta, YT. 5109, 113 equals 117, YT. 1987, YT. 929-31 YT. 1749-51. Pahlavi, DK7. 477, 83, 84, 87-89, 7. 57, 5. 212, note by West, 5. 31, West, P 126, 8. 11 SBK 4, 9. 6112, 4. 21, West, XXXVII 412, BD 12. 82-34, BYT. 39, and 249, note by West, ZSP 23. 8. All these references are cited AC according to West's translations in the sacred books. Furthermore, the Pahlavi Yadkarizariran, which is constantly cited from the very useful contribution of Geiger, Das TDTKDRIzariran und sen Verhaltnis zum Sonname, in SBDK Bayer. Akkad. Derwis. 1890, BD 2. Pages 43-84. Perdossi, Shahnama, ed. Vollerslandauer, Toy. 3p 1495 SEQ, citations also made after the French translation by Moll, L. E. Lime des Bois, 4. 293 SEQ, Paris, 1877, cf. Likewise the paraphrase by J. Atkinson, Shahnama, translated and abridged, London and New York, 1886. Furthermore, viewers, Fragment über Zoroaster, Bonn, 1831. Pizzi's translation was not accessible. Arabic writ ers, Taberi, extract quoted by N. Bludig, Persisk study N. 2. 6-7, and by Gottheil, References to Zoroaster. Finally, Merkhand, History of Persia, Tr. by Shea, pages 288-295, 313-326. E.g. BD 12. 33 Ashjata Sba the foe to the Eat 105 of the chief inimical power among the heathen, the Shahnama regards him as the head of Turan, Turkestan, China. We have evidence of two distinct invasions by Arjasp's forces, although the Avesta does not make clear the fact that there were two wars. He Pahlavi texts are not so explicit on the subject as are the Shahnama and some works, but the traditional dates which cover a period of 17 years, as given by the Pahlavi writings, allow the inference of the two wars or two invasions. Both these religious conflicts result in victory for Iran, yet not without severest loss for a time. In the first war, Vishtaspa's brother Zayavari, Zarir, and the latter's son Bastavari, Bastvar, so read for Nastilra, are the heroes of the fight. In the second war, Vishtaspa's son Isfendiar, by his deeds of marvelous prowess, eclipses even the glory of these two heroic combatants. It seems appropriate to give some description of these wars and some discussion of the subject because of its bearing upon the early history of Zoroastrianism. The sources have already been mentioned, pages 5, 38. Truly to appreciate the subject one ought to read the accounts of tradition, or of fiction as some may prefer to call it, in the Yadkarizariran and in the Shahnama, which have been oftenest drawn upon. Here there is space merely to give excerpts from their descriptions or to give an outline of their contents. Outbreak of hostilities, causes and dates. If we accept the date given by the Zoroastrian tradition, which belongs to the time of the Sassanidi, it was some 17 years after Vishtaspa's conversion that the war against Arjasp, broke out. The Pahlavi selections, of Zatsparam state that in the 30th year, of the religion, the Kayans arrive, who make an incursion into the countries of Iran. On the basis of traditional chronology, as worked out by Drive E. W. West, these names belong to the Avesta, the Pahlavi, and the Shahnama. *ZSP 23. 8, Tr. West, SBE. Slavii 165. 106 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism. We may place this event in the year BC 601. The Shahnama likewise shows that, after the conversion of the king, some time must have elapsed before the Great War began. The day of the final battle of this war, it may be added, is given by the Yadkarizariran as Farvadan as for causes. The ostensible ground for the original difficulty was found in Vishtasp's refusal to continue the payment of tribute and revenue to Arjasp and in the latter's consequent and persistent pressing of his demand. So much, at least, for the pretense. The actual ground for difficulty, however, seems to have been the religious difference, for Vishtasp's adoption of the new faith really lies at the basis of the trouble. The religious question is certainly mixed up with the tribute matter. Perhaps one could hardly expect the two to be separated. The affair of the tribute is recorded in the Pahlavi Dinkart as well as in the Shahnameh *. On the other hand, the Itkar-i Zariran makes the religious issue the main one *. In the Shahnameh, when the question comes up, Zoroaster appears practically in the position of a cardinal vested with regal power and wielding a vigorous hand in matters of state. He urges Gushtasp, Vishtaspa, absolutely to refuse payment of the tax. The great priest's personal interest in the political situation and problem to be settled is evidently largely governed by religious motives. Arjasp, it is known, had declined to accept the true faith. In the prophet's eyes, therefore, Turan is destined to be damned. Accordingly it is the powers of hell itself that rise up to inflame Arjasp's fury against Iran. The Dinkart 1c West, 8 BE. Slayai Intrad. 55, and Appendix 3. Below. 2 cf Shahnameh, ed. Voloslandauer, 3. 1500, Cancr Rozg Sr, and Mol, 4. 293, Quelque Temps. Note also that Zoroaster is now spoken of as Old Per. According to tradition he would have been 60 at the time. The Itkar hardly implies the lapse of so long an interval, and it makes Zarathustra play a lesser part than Jamasp, who seems rather to be the religious advisor of the king. SYZ. 85, Geiger. *DK 7. 477, West, 8 BE. Slayai 68, SHNTR Mol, 4. 293 YZ. 1 SEQ Mol, 4. Pages 289, 294, YZ. 1 SEQ Abjasp's Ultimatum 107 believes that no less a personage than Ishma, the archdemon of wrath, conveyed clandestinely to Arjasp the tidings of Vishtasp's fixed and unswerving refusal. The statement tells the whole story. When Vishtasp, accepting the religion, praises righteousness, the demons in hell are disabled, and the demon Ishma, Ishma, rushes to the country of the Kayans and to Arjasp, the deadly one of the Kayans, because he was the mightiest of tyrants at that time, and the most hideous of all, of so many of them in the country of the Kayans, are poured out by him for Javar. Arjasp's ultimatum. Arjasp forthwith makes a formal demand in writing and states the conditions upon which alone he will remain at peace, and he adds an ultimatum to the effect that Gushtasp, Vishtaspa, must abandon the new creed or be prepared to have the country of Iran invaded within 2 months. The authority for these statements is to be found in the Itkar and in the Shahnameh. The details of the messages, whether fictitious or actual, are preserved in their purport and intention, at least, in these same works. The names of the 2 messengers whom Arjasp dispatches to convey this decisive letter have been preserved as Vidravshir and Namkvast of the Hazars. The problem of the location of Arajadaspa's kingdom and of the Hyayunians of the Vesta has already been alluded to, and it is more fully discussed below in Appendix 4*. Here we shall only note that the Shahnameh locates the Turanians on the other side of the Oxus and makes Arjasp dispatch his envoys from the city of Kalak or Kalyak to Vishtasp in Balkh. Although Zoroaster was the chief 1 DK 7. 487, TR West, SBE. Slayai 72, and CDK 8. 11.4, the demon of wrath. Compare also the mention of wrath in BYT. 3.9, West, SBE. V 218. The Shahnameh has Naradim, SHN 3. 1500, ed. Vollers Landauer, cf. Mol, 4. 293 2 on the time 2 month C. Shahnameh, Mol, 4. 298, and Yatkar, 12. YZ. 2, Geiger, P 47, SHN Mol, 4. P 300. See also DK 7. 477, the deputed envoys of Argisp who demand tribute and revenue, Sa Vabdlb, West, 8 BE Slai 68. Asterisk CP 123 SEQ 108 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism. Instigator of the trouble between the two rulers. It is not unnatural, perhaps, that we find Jamsp assuming the chief role as counselor, for he was prime minister, chancellor, and grand vizier on the receipt of the arrogant message, Vishtasp's warlike brother Zarir, at Zayavari, Phi, Mod. P. Zarir, at once steps forward and boldly hurls defiance in the face of Argisp's messengers. He indites in response a stern letter, to which the king gives approval, and he hands it to the envoys to deliver on their return. War is forthwith declared. First invasion of Argisp, and the Holy War. The Dinkart states that the missing Vishtasp's Astonask of the Avesta contained an account of the outpouring of Argisp the Kayan, by the demon of wrath, for war with Vishtasp and disturbance of Zarathustra, the arrangements and movements of King Vishtasp for that war, and whatever is on the same subject. Asterisk This brief but clear outline makes us regret the more keenly the loss of so interesting a book of the Avesta. But doubtless considerable of the material has actually been preserved, as in other cases, in the Pahlavi and later Persian literature, and this fact lends more weight to the statements of the Pahlavi Yatkar-i Zariran and of the Shahnameh as being actually based on old foundations and therefore worthy of real consideration. This should be kept in mind in the following pages and in the descriptions which they present. The Yatkar-i Zariran and the Shahnameh both give vivid pictures, with imaginative coloring, of the marshalling of the forces and the numbers of the opposing hosts. As is common even in modern historical records, the estimates of the number of men actually under arms differ considerably. For Argisp's 1 DK8. 11.4, the outpouring of Argisp the Kayan, Tai the demon of wrath, for war with Vishtasp and disturbance of Zarathustra. 2 YZ3, Geiger, p. 48, SHN Mole, 4. Pages 300 to 317. YZ. 10 to 13, Geiger, pages 49 to 50, SHN Mole, 4. 301 to 303 asterisk DK, 8. 11.4, West, 8 BE. XXXVII 24. Abjasp's army and its leaders 109 Army 1 section of the Yatkar gives the number as 131,000 men. I The Shahnameh is not so explicit, but puts the forces of the two wings of Argisp's host, and of the reserve, at 300,000, without including the main body of the army on the other side. Vishtasp's army is actually estimated by the Yatkar at 144,000 men, although it once speaks as if the number were innumerable, whereas in the Shahnameh the strength is merely stated in a vague way as 1,000 x 1,000 Argisp's army and its leaders. The tradition upon which Firdausi, or rather Dakaki, based his poetic chronicle is consistent throughout with respect to making the city of Kalak the place from which Argisp set out upon his campaign. Again we miss the lost Vishtasp's Astonask of the Avesta alluded to above. The poet is even able to give the order in which Argisp arranged his troops for the invading march. This differs considerably from the actual plan of marshalling his forces and commanders when in battle array, but even a poet would recognize the likelihood of changes and alterations according to the exigencies of the campaign and situation. On the march the troops were disposed of in the order given in the diagram on page 110. The advance guard is entrusted to Kozhash. The two wings are assigned respectively to Argisp's own brothers Karam and Andariman, CFAB Vandarimani, with 300,000 picked men. The chief in command is given to Gurgsar, while the flag is entrusted to Bidruf Sher. Argisp himself occupies the center for safety and convenience, and Hiashdai brings up the rear. As already noted, the above line of march, however, differs 1 YZ 46, but a few lines farther on, 50, Tli number is mentioned as 12 million, probably a mistake in a figure. TB Prose Shahnameh Nasr mentions Argisp's conscription as 15,000 men, cf. Hyde, History Bilig. p. 325, 1 ed. GHN. Mole, 4. Pages 306, 319. YZ. 49. Asterisk YZ. 16. GHN. Mol. 4. 308 CSHN Mol. 4. 306, line of march, opposed to 4. 319, order of battle. 110 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism Ejasps or D of Meech, according to the Shahnameh, Ikaz Hash, with advance guard, B Idrif Sher, with banner, Gurgsar, chief in command, D Abjasps array on the battlefield 111 From the arrangement of the forces in action on the field of battle. According to the picturesque account which is given in the Shahnameh, we can imagine Arjasp's forces drawn up in battle array in the manner indicated below. From the descriptions of the engagement it is evident that in Oriental fights, as often elsewhere, single deeds of great daring by brilliant leaders gain the day rather than combined efforts and the maneuvering of massed troops. May conceive of the fortunes of the battle as guided by Ormuzd and by Ahriman. The description in the Shahnameh may indeed be poetic or journalistic, but it is worth reading, and the array of the enemy appeared as follows: Ejasps array on the battlefield, according to the Shahnameh, Bidrif Sher Gurgsar 100,000 Arjasp with Nampvast 100,000 chosen troops, 112 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism The center where Arjasp himself is stationed. The reserve of 100,000 men is disposed in such a way as to support all the divisions. This time Khurram guards the rear, whereas Hushdive had held that position on the invading march. Among Arjasp's leaders only two are really known to fame in the conflict, these are Nampvast and Bidrif Sher Vishtasp's army and its leaders. The strength of Vishtaspa's forces has already been mentioned. The three principal heroes who win renown on the Iranian side are, first, Vishtasp's intrepid brother, the valiant Zarir, A. V. Zayavari, YZ. Zarir, Shn Zarir, asterisk second, the latter's son Bastvar, A. V. Bastavari, YZ. Bastvar, Shn Nastur, and third, Vishtaspa's own glorious son Isfendiar, A. V. Spentodata, YZ. Shn Isfendiar. In the Yatkar, mention is likewise made of another of Vishtaspa's brothers, named Patkusrav, and also of a favorite son of Vishtasp whose name apparently is Frashokart or Frashavar. The Shahnameh furthermore mentions Ardashir, who is a son of Vishtaspa, Shiro or, according to Mol, 1 Shn Mol, 4, 313, 319. In YZ. 50, Arjasp, like Vishtasp, has his place of observation upon a hill to direct the battle. 2. The name of Arjasp's brother, Khurram or Kuyuram, appears as Go Hormus in Tabari, see Noldik, Persisk study N, 2. 7, 8, Justi Iran. Namenhuch, p. 112. If Khurram ac sept Shadasp's challenge, Shn Mol, 4 pages 321, 322, he must have come forward from the rear. 8 YZ. 29-30, and 54 SEQ, Shn Mol, 4. 319, 323, 327. Asterisk cf. Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, p. 382. Cf. Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, p. 65. Cf. Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, p. 308. YZ. 29, 37, he is apparently not named in the Avesta, cf. Geiger, Yitkarizariarden, p. 77. For his name, Darmstedter, Leza. 2 532, suggested A. V. Bujasrava, YT. 13 101, but this is doubtful. 8 YZ. 30, text corrupt, 39, 44. As the Ms at 30 is corrupt, cf. Geiger, p. 75, one might think of A. V. Frashokara, YT. 13 102, which is the reading of all good Avestan manuscripts, not Frasleo-Carta, as Geiger, YZP 75, but West, Personal Communication, thinks they are all the same name. As Frash falls in this battle, we must not, as does Darmstedter, Leza 2533, confuse him with Farshildvard, of the Shahnama, who does not fall now, but is slain in the second battle. Possibly it might be A.V. Frashhamverda, YT 13102, if we set aside Darmstedter's connection with Pers Farshildvard. In any case Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, p. 104 should be consuted. Arrangement of Tishtasp's troops for battle. 113 Ormazd Garamai, the son of Janus Nevzar, son of Vishtasp Bashutan, i.e. Peshhotanu, son of Vishtasp and a son of Isfendi are called Nushadar, i.e. Anashadar, who is killed by Zavara in the second war. The valiant Isfendiar appears in all accounts of both wars. He is evidently Kam Arkangemts op Vishtasp's troops tor battle, according to the Shahnama, Shadasp, Isfendiar number not given Zarir 50,000 Bastvar, i.e. Nastur, in charge of rear, paratively young in the first war, and his renown as hero belongs rather to the second great action, but in both Cam 1 cf Justi, Iran. Namaribuch, p. 297, Mol, 4. 321 2 son of Vishtasp, Mol, 4. 311, 318, 321, Justi, p. 294. 8 Shn Mol, 4. Pages 311, 312, 323, and see next page. 4 Shn Mol, 4. Pages 312, 324. 6 Shn Mol, 4. 332, Justi, Iran. Namenbuch, p. 251. Mentioned also by Taberi in this connection, Tabi. I 676f, cf Noldik, pers stud. 2p7. 6 Shn Mol, 4. Pages 338, 349, Justi, Iran. Nameni Yuk, p. 176, 337 Azudrulk. See preceding note, and, on the proper names, see Justi, Iran Namenbuch, as follows: Zayavari, p. 382 Isfendiar, p. 308, Shadasp, p. 294 Bastavari, p. 65. 114 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism pains he is the same ideal hero, sans pire et sans reproche. 22 Other sons of the family of Vishtaspa are slain according to the Atkari 29, but this treatise does not seem to take account of the Second Holy War against Arjasp. The Shahnama makes the number of Vishtasp's sons that were slain to have been 38, but this number on the other hand seems to comprise both wars. On the field of battle Vishtasp's troops, according to the Shahnama, we were drawn up as presented in the preceding table. Must regret once more that we have not the missing Vishtasp's Astonask which the Dinkart says described the arrangement and movements of King Vishtasp for that war. Battles of the First War. The location of the seat of war in the first great conflict is not wholly clear. The Shahnama speaks of the Jian or Oxus map, the Atkari Zariran seems to allude to Merv, also in the northeast, as the seat, but the text is not precise on the subject. The whole question is discussed below in Appendix 4, reference to which should be made. It is evident, in this first war, that there were two principal battles, separated by a slight interval. Some of the apparent differences and discrepancies between the Atkar and the Shahnama are possibly to be accounted for in that way. As to the interval, the Shahnama recognizes a lapse of 2 weeks decay, between the first attack by Arjasp and the combat which resulted in Zarir's death. As to the action, the Atkari Zariran naturally selects those situations and incidents which bring its hero Zarir into the foreground. Both accounts tell how, on the eve of battle, the sage Jamasp in prophetic vision foresees all the gains and all the losses on each side, and he foretells to the king the joys and sorrows, the temporary defeat, but final, conclusive, and decisive victory of the following day. 1 Mao, 4. 367, 376, 386, 445. 2 CP 113, and CF mole, 4. 318 SHN 3. 1527, Du Hafta, CF Mao, 4. 325 YZ. 28 to 30, SHN 3. 1514 to 1521 CF mole, 4. 309 to 317 Battles of the First War 115 Vishtasp beholds the fight from a neighboring elevation. In the first action a number fall on the side of the Zoroastrian faith. Several of the names may be gathered, they are mostly sons of the king, Ardashir, Ormuzd, Shiro, Shadasp, Nevzar, Patkusrav, and Frashabar. Most of these are slain by the listful demon Nampvast. Of all the descriptions, one of the most picturesque, perhaps, is the account of the chivalrous deed of Jamasp's indomitable son Garamai, YZ. Garamik card. In a moment of critical suspense he rescues the imperial banner by an act of heroism which is all-inspiring, and he saves the gonfalon, holding it between his teeth, and fights till he falls. The second and decisive battle follows this first sharp engagement after a brief interval. In this action there is no question that the hero is Zarir, Zayiavari. He does not fall in open attack, but by an act of stealth at the hand of the sorcerer Bidrufsher, whom he had challenged to mortal combat. Zarir's unfortunate death is gloriously avenged by his young son Bastvar, Nastur, and by the valiant Isfendiar. In the words of the Adkari Zariran, as the battle opens, the dashing leader Zarir began the fight as fiercely as when the god of fire bursts into a hayrick and is impelled onward by a blast of the storm. Each time as he struck his sword down, he killed 10 Kayans, and, as he drew it back, he slew 11. When hungry and thirsty he needed only to look upon the blood of the Kayans and he became refreshed. But treachery, as before stated, undoes the noble knight, he falls, pierced through the heart by a poisoned spear hurled from behind by the magician Vidrafsher, who is promised the fair hand of Argisp's daughter Zarshtan as a reward. The hero fallen, Vishtasp now turns and offers his own lovely daughter Humak, Hiimai, 1 YZ. 49, SHN mole, 4. 322 list made up from SHK 3. 1523 SEQ, CF Mom, 4. 311, 321, and YZ. 2930. Compare also Justi.jvam Butch, p. 229 Nuandru, and try refer instances given above, p. 113. SYZ. 79, SHN 4. 323, 311 to 12, see also Geiger, YDTKDR, p. 79. YZ. 51, Geiger, pages 59 to 60. Asterisk equals YZ. 52 to 56, after Geiger, pages 60 to 61, of Sli N. Molil, 4. 327, 328. See also Noldulj, Pers Stud. 2-3. 116 The Hold Wars of Zoroastrianism to whosoever will avenge Zarir's death. The latter's youthful son Bastvar, Nastur, a child in years but a giant in strength and courage, dashes forward and, accompanied by Isfendla, slays the treacherous Vidrafsher, routs the Turanian hosts, hews them down as he drives them before him, and with Isfendiar's aid sends Argisp defeated, humbled, mutilated, back to his own capital. The gallant Isfendiar now grants respite to the vanquished Turanians, which is in keeping with the nobility of his character, although his soldiers, as the Poet describes, were inclined to butcher the entire army of refugees. The Shahnameh is able to give the numbers of those who fell in battle. Of Vishtasp's forces the number of the slain is estimated at 30,000 including 38 sons of the king. On Argisp's side the list of those who were killed is reckoned to be more than 100,000. With a boldness of precision worthy of an epic writer who is giving details, the poet is able to add that 1,163 of this number were men of rank, beside 3,200 wounded. Terms of peace with religious stipulations are entered into and the first great victory of Zoroastrianism is achieved. The war over, Vishtasp marches back through his own country of Iran to the city of Balkh, to celebrate the victory. In Persian fashion he is said to have given his daughter Humay to the intrepid Isfendiyar registered trademark, and he assigns to this young hero Bastvar, Nastur, an army of 100,000 picked soldiers, bidding him to advance toward Argisp's capital, Kalak, in order to complete the conquest. One other son, Farshidvard, is made suzerain over Khorasan, the territory which afterwards becomes famous as a seat of the Second Holy War against Argisp. Vishtasp himself next founds a new fire temple and makes Jamasp 1 YZ. 57, SHN Mol, 4. 330, 341. 2 YZ 58-85, Geiger, pages 62-69, SHN Mol, 835-341. 8 SHN Mol, 4. 339 1. But see the statement given above, p. 114, WMO explains this number as referring to both the wars. SHN Mol, 4. 341 EYZ. 57 SEQ implies Bastvar, see above, p. 72, n 1. SHN Mol, 4. 345 is Fendiab. As Jasadeb 117 high priest over it. His final and most important act for the religion is to depute the dauntless Isfendiyar upon a hallowed mission, a great crusade to foreign lands, enjoining upon him to convert all peoples and nations to the faith of Zerdusht. When this is accomplished he promises to recompense the valiant crusader and dutiful son by awarding him the crown and throne of Iran. Isfendiyar as crusader, and the following events. Tradition tells how fortune favors the gallant knight. So successful is his pious zeal, according to the Shahnameh, that the countries even of Rum and Hindayistan are among those who dispatched messengers to Vishtasp, requesting to have the Zendavesta of Zerdusht sent to them. Vishtasp eagerly complies with the request and sends a copy of the Bible to every land. An allusion to the Dinkart of crusading efforts in the direction of Araim and the Hindayas in connection with the name of Spendat, Isfendiyar, has already been noticed above. There must have been a considerable lapse of time for all this to transpire, and a number of the events narrated in the chapters on conversions and the spread of the religion perhaps belong here. The interval of peace at home was doubtless used to advantage, and possibly about this time the Avesta was written down by Jamasp from the teachings of Zoroaster as referred to in the Dinkart. All goes well. Each effort of Isfendiyar is divinely crowned, and at last he feels himself entitled by his successes to turn to his father with the expectation of receiving the crown according to the royal promise. But he receives it not. Mischievous brother, Charism, AV Kavarazm, YT. 13103, * with lying lips calumniates the valiant hero to his father. Isfendiyar is rewarded by being 1 SHN Mom, 4. 344-345. 2. The Shahnameh implies an interval of some time, see SHN 3. 1543 Voluslandauer equals mol 4.345, Quelke temps. 3 DK 4. 21, 5. 34, 7. 511, 3. 71. Cf. pages 76, 97. West places this event about BC 591. C8 BE. Slavii intrad. 55, and Appendix 3. Below. SHN Mol, 4. 346, Justi, Iran. Naaman Buch, p. 159, Darmstädter, J. Studes Iran. 280. 118 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism, thrown into chains and imprisoned upon a mountain in the fortress citadel of Gumadan in Khorasan or Mount Spentodata of the Avesta and Bahá'í as described below in Appendix 4. The Shahnameh goes on to tell how King Vishtasp, Gushtasp, leaves Balkh shortly after this incident and goes for 2 years to Seistan and Zabialistan to visit Rustam. It is at this point in the Shahnameh that the narrative of Firdausi's predecessor Dakaki is stated to end, and the story is taken up by Firdausi himself. This fact may account for certain differences of view and manner of treatment which are noticeable. Arjisp's second invasion, the last holy war. The chronicle of the Shahnameh, as poetic history, seems to allow some years to elapse between the invasions of Arjisp as already mentioned, and the traditional Zoroastrian chronology bears out this fact. If we combine the dates which may be gathered, the state of affairs in Iran begins to assume a different aspect. The Turanian Arjisp, taking advantage of Isfendiar's imprisonment, reunites his forces and prepares to strike a blow of retaliation upon his former conqueror. Why once more he invades Iran and the Second War begins. The tradition which Firdausi follows is claimed by him to be ancient. It is curious, however, in some of its details, and it presents an odd picture of the management of a kingdom. Vishtasp's absence from his capital seems to have left Balkh weakened or unprotected. Arjisp successfully storms the city, the aged Larisp falls in the fight before the city walls, the temple of Nyashadar is sacked and destroyed, the priests are slain in the very act of their pious worship, the sacred fire is quenched by their one on the Dakaki portion of the Shahnameh, CFP 5, and 2, and CN Bludelchian Grundrister Iran. Philal. 148-150. 2. The date of Zoroaster's death is set at BC 583, and this is supposed to have occurred during the Turanian invasion, as discussed in the next chapter. Shahnameh, Voloslandauer, 3. 1560, Mol. 4. 364, 558. Arjisp's second invasion 119 Hallowed blood, and, worst of all, the prophet Zerdusht falls a martyr at the hands of the murderous and fanatical invaders of Turan, as he stands in the presence of the altar's holy flame which the faith so devoutly cherished. The details of these particular circumstances are given more fully in the next chapter, together with some additional traditions regarding Zoroaster's death. This sad event serves to place the date of the Second War at about BC 583 on the basis of the Bundahishn chronology. Events now follow in rapid succession. Vishtasp learns in Seistan of the death of Larisp and of the martyrdom of Zoroaster. He hastens to join forces with his son, Farshidvard of Khorasan. The Shahnameh states that Vishtasp took the route towards Balkh, but from its description and from a Pahlavi allusion to the White Forest, as discussed hereafter, it appears that Vishtasp joined Farshidvard in Khorasan, of which the latter was suzerain. May recall here that Firdausi himself was a native of Khorasan and he must have been familiar with the tradition. The question of the scene of this opening battle is entered into more fully below in Appendix 4. So it need not be discussed here. Need only follow Firdausi's brief description of the drawing up of the opposing lines, and if we glance at Khorasan on the map we shall have an idea, at least traditionally, of the battlefields on which the final victory of Zoroastrianism was won. Alas! The valiant Isfendiar is no longer in command of the host that is fighting for the Avesta and the faith of Iran. The princely Farshidvard receives a wound that shortly proves fatal. Vishtasp is routed, and he finds refuge only in the region of Nishapur or of the Jagatai chain, as discussed in detail below. Appendix 4. The Iranians are beleaguered on a lonely height, the faith of Zoroaster seems about to totter and fall before the hated Arjisp and Turan. But Isfendiar is one see note above, and compare West, SBE. Slavii intrad. 55, and Appendix 3. Below. 120 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism once more the savior of the hour. In the dire emergency it is universally felt that the captive prince, chained within the fortress which even in the Avesta has given his name to the opening battle of the Second Holy War, according to the Shahnameh, I can Tukan one I mountain, can save the state from its impending overthrow. According to the Chronicle, Jamasp secretly visits Isfendiyar, 1 Shn Mol, 4. 365, 366, 387. On the special proper names, see Jusl, Iran. Namenbuch under Frash, Verita, p. 104, but recall discussion of the name Ahov, p. 112, n8, Bastvar, Justi, p. 65. 2 Shn Mol, 4. 366, 387. The battles of the Second Holy War 121 and finally induces him to forget his cruel wrongs and to preserve his country from the certain ruin that hangs over it. Freed from the galling shackles, he hastens to the rescue and leads the hosts of Zoroastrianism once more to victory. Under the inspiration of his command a final battle is begun. Isfendiyar receives full power and sway. The only change in the organization of Vishtasp's forces, as noted in the Shahnameh, is that Gurdo, Kurdui, succeeds to the place of Farshidvard, who had died from the fatal wound received in the preceding fight, and Bastvar, Nastur, consequently occupies the right wing. Argisp's troops are marshaled in a manner differing but slightly from that before adopted. The disposition of the armies, as given by Firdausi, is shown in the diagram on page 122. Isfendiyar wins a complete and signal victory. Argisp flees back to Turan. But no quarter this time is granted. His country is mercilessly invaded by the invincible Isfendiyar, his capital stormed and taken, and he himself is finally slain. The Dinkart likewise in one passage seems to contain an echo of the note of exultation over this event. Victory rests everywhere upon the banners of Iran and upon the triumphant standards of Zoroaster's faith. Thus closed the second invasion of the Great Holy War, which really served to establish the future of Zoroastrianism, for the faith gained strength from the shock it withstood and the power it overcame. According to tradition, victory led to other attempts at universal conversion, but not all were unqualifiedly successful. The gallant Isfendiyar, so zealous ever for the cause, is himself ultimately slain in single combat with Rustam, whom he sought to convert to the creed in accordance with King Vishtasp's urgent desire and his own unflagging readiness for crusading. The story which Firdausi tells of one on Gurdo, Kurdui, Cshn Mol, 4. 384, Justi, Iran. Namenhuch, pages 122, 161. CDK 7. 488-90, in West's translation, 8 BE. Slay I 72-73. 122 The Holy Wars of Zoroastrianism. The details of Isfendiyar's death may be apocryphal, but it contains some reminiscence of the missionary labors that are known to have been expended in the land of Sistan. Final Battle of the Second Holy Way, according to Dli Shahnameh, Iran 2 and 10-1 Kamali M and the Sacred Wars summarized. Such is the story of the period of holy warfare against Ariadispa, Argisp, in behalf 1 Shn Mol, 4. 384 For the proper names, see references above. The Sacred Wars summarized 123 of Zoroaster's faith, at least so far as we can gather history from sources which are chiefly chronicles. In the Avesta and in the Pahlavi writings Ariadispa is a Hyayunian, Hyaona, Phi. Kayan, in the Shahnameh and elsewhere he is understood to be a Turanian. Both designations apparently amount ultimately to the same thing. Furthermore, according to tradition, there were two separate wars or invasions by Argisp, although the earliest accounts do not make this point wholly clear. If we accept the Zoroastrian chronology based upon the Pahlavi Bayandashan, the defeat of Argisp in the First War must have occurred about BC 601. The principal battle of this war was the fight in which King Vasilitasp's brother Azarir was slain. Considerable interval, nearly 20 years, is believed to have elapsed before Argus began his second invasion. The date of this event is placed by the tradition as about BC 583, the year being given by the death of Zoroaster, which seems to have occurred at this time. The amphitheater in which the final engagements in this war took place appears to be Khorasan. Isfendiyar, the great crusader, wins the final victory that establishes the faith of Iran on a firm foundation, even though Zoroaster is no longer living to enjoy the fruits of triumph. Chapter X The death of Zoroaster. The end of a great prophetic career shall the priest and the prophet be slain in the sanctuary of the Lord. Lamentations 2. 20 Introduction. Greek and Latin accounts of Zoroaster's death. Bt lightning a flame from heaven. The Iranian tradition of his death at the hand of an enemy. Conclusion. Introduction. Those who have read Marion Crawford's novel Zoroaster may perhaps recall the graphic scene describing the death of the prophet of ancient Iran, with which the romance closes. Whatever may have been the novelist's source of information, if he had any source beyond his own vivid imagination, his picture is so well drawn that it seems real, and it may possibly not be so far, after all, from the truth. There is no authority, however, for believing that Zoroaster's death took place at Stakar, Persepolis, but there is ground for believing that he may possibly have been slain while at worship in the sanctuary. Traditions on the subject differ, but it is the purpose of this chapter briefly to bring together the material that is accessible on the question of Zoroaster's death. Greek and Latin accounts of Zoroaster's death. From the fate of Empedocles we are not surprised to find a miraculous departure attributed to a great sage, and the Greek and Latin patristic writers give a fabulous account of the passing of Zoroaster. His is no ordinary end, he perishes by lightning or a flame from heaven, which recalls the descent of the fiery chariot and the whirlwind in the apotheosis of Elijah. For 124, Greek and Latin accounts of Zoroaster's death. 125 Such a description. Our principal source is the Pseudo-Clementine Recognitions and the spurious Clementine Homilies, whose statements are followed by later writers. All these passages are given in Appendix V, so they are simply summarized here. A passage in the Clementine Recognitions, dating about AD 2nd century, and existing in the Latin translation of Rufinus, identifies Zoroaster with or Mesrime of the family of Noah, and anathematizes him as a magician and astrologer. To deceive the people, it is said, he was wont to conjure the stars until finally the guardian spirit or presiding genius of a certain star became angry at his control and emitted a stream of fire in vengeance and slew the arch-magician. But the misguided Persians deified the ashes of his body consumed by the flame, and they gave adoration to the star which had thus charioted him into the presence of God. Hence after his death he received the name Zoroaster, that is, living star, an interpretation by those who understood the Greek form of his name to have this meaning. B. The statement in the spurious Clementine Homilies *diff fers but slightly. Zoroaster is identified with Nimrod, who, in the pride of his heart, seeks for universal power from the star, whereat the lightning falls from heaven and Nimrod is destroyed, and he accordingly receives the surname Zoroaster for the stream of the star, z. pada tpr, Jtaravovjada or, si to ttjp rovaguripo. Cut Araf koav evikravai por jb. But the Persians, it is added, built a temple over the remains of his body and cherished the sacred flame that came from the one. The best material on this subject, from the classical side, is to be found in Windy's Omen, Zoroastrisk Studien, pages 306 to 309, accessible now in translation, Darab D. Pisanjana, Zarathustra in the Gaths, pages 131 to 135. 2 Clam. Roman. Bacon. 427 to 29, Torn I Kernel 1326 SEQ ed. Migna. See Appendix V, 12. For the text, cf Appendix V, 12. Clam. Homilies, 9. For SEQ, Torn 2 Kernel 244, ed. Migna, see Appendix V 12, and cf Windishman, Zor. Stud. pages 306 to 307 equals Darab DP Sanjana, Zarathustra in the GDTHDS, p. 133, and EP, ZDMG. 19 p. 34. 126 The death of Zoroaster coals of the heaven sent bolt, and so long as they did this they had sovereignty. Then the Babylonians stole away the embers and thereby gained empire over the world. See, Gregory of Tours, AD 538 to 593, repeats the identification of Zoroaster with Ham, Cham, or Chus, and records the etymology of his name as living star, stating that the Persians worshipped him as a god because he was consumed by fire from heaven. See Appendix V, 37. D. The Chronicon Paschal or Chronicon Alexandrinum, last date AD 629, makes Zoroaster foretell his fiery death, and bid the Persians to preserve the ashes of his charred bones. As he is praying to Orion, he is slain by the descent of a heavenly shaft, and the Persians carefully keep his ashes down to the present time. See text in Appendix V, 39. The same story is found in almost the same words, or with no material addition, see Appendix V, 39, in the works of E. Johann Malilus, AD 6th century, Colonel 84, ed. Migne, p. 18 ed. Bonin. F. Suidas, AD 10th century, SVZA, Pod pair, AOTJ/O/Ho, briefly records the death by fire from heaven. G. Georgius Cedrinus, CAD 1100, tells the same in his Systeriarum Compendium, Colonel 57, ed. Migne, p. 29 seq ed. Bonin, and adds, to, /EC Ava Avito BIA defer, Elksovo El Il Patio. Tavrov Kata PPOV7, 7 AVT Ekoi TTJ. Akrikila II Urekrov. H. Michael Glykas, Floor CAD 1150, and Pars 2. Colonel 253, ed. Migne, p. 244 ed. Bonin, simply repeats the Clementine statement. See Appendix V, 47. I. Georgius Hamardalus, d. about AD 1468, merely reiterates the same in his chronology, Colonel 56, ed. Migne. All these latter quotations go back to the Clementine source. 1 for the full text, see Appendix V, 12. Histoire Française. 1-6, Colonel 164 seq ed. Migne. Chronicles Fash. Colonel 148 seq ed. Migne, or IP 67, ed. Bonin, cf. Windasohinan, Zor. Stud. p. 308 note equals Darab DP Sanjana, Zarathustra in the GDTMS, p. 135. The Iranian tradition of Zoroaster's death 127. They all look upon Zoroaster as an astrologer who perished by a shaft from heaven, and they usually interpret this as a mark of divine displeasure. It might be added, simply by way of greater completeness, that Orosius, AD 5th century, Historiae 4, Colonel 700, ed. Migne, follows the current later classical story about Ninus and Zoroaster, and adds that Ninus conquered and killed him in battle, which perhaps is an echo of the war against Argus. The Iranian tradition of Zoroaster's death. Passing from the realm of fanciful legend to the more solid ground of tradition, we have a very persistent statement in the later Zoroastrian sacred writings regarding the death of the prophet, even if, for reasons to be easily understood, that event is not mentioned in the Avesta itself. This tradition with absolute uniformity makes his death to have occurred at the age of 77 years, and ascribes it to a Turanian, 1 Bertrocresh.3. Whether this occurred at the storming of Balkh or under other circumstances, will be discussed below. For the latest accessible material on the subject we may refer especially to West, SBE. Sladey according to the Pahlavi selections of Zatsparam, Zoroaster passed away at the age of 77 years and 40 days in the 47th to 48th year of the religion, or BC 583, of the Iranian chronology. The month and the day are specifically named, as will be recorded below. The statement of his age being 77 years is repeated elsewhere, and the name of his murderer occurs a number of times, as the forbidden passages will show. A. The selections of Zatsparam, 23. 9, West, SBH Slady I 165, contain the following entry: in the 47th year I pour the text, see Appendix V, 27. 2. See also Geldner, Zoroaster in Encyclopaedia Britannica, XXIV. 821, Colonel A3 cf. Also Justi, Iran. Naaman Butch, p. 71. Asterisk see West's calculations given in Appendix 3, p. 181, and consult the next paragraph. E.g. Masudi, as given in Appendix 11, p. 163. 128. The death of Zoroaster, of the religion, Zarathustra passes away, Ulio attains 77 years and 40 days, in the month Artavashto, on the day Kyr, and for 8 rectified months, till the month Dadvo and day Kyr, he should be brought forward as to be reverenced. The day of his death, according to tradition, is the day Kyr in the month Artavashto, on the 11th day of the 2nd month of the Zoroastrian year, b. in Dinkard, 7. 5-1, West, SBE Slady I 73, we read, about the marvelousness which is manifested from the acceptance of the religion by Vishtasp onwards till the departure, Ilksizo, of Zarathustra, whose guardian spirit is reverenced, to the best existence, when 77 years had elapsed onwards from his birth, 47 onwards from his conference, and 35 years onwards from the acceptance of the religion by Vishtasp. C. Dinkard, 7. 6-1, West, SBE Slady I 77, speaks, among other miracles, about the marvelousness which is manifested after the departure, Ilksizo, of Zarathustra, whose guardian spirit is reverenced, to the best existence, i.e. heaven, and manifested also in the lifetime of Vishtasp. D. Datastani 72. 8, West, SBE 18218, states that among the most heinous sinners, one was Tirai Bratar Vakshir, the Karap and heterodox wizard, by whom the best of men i.e. Zarathustra was put to death. If this be the same Karap that plotted against Zoroaster as a youth, it would imply an extraordinary longevity, p. 28, and 4. E. Dinkard 5. 3-2, West, SBE Slady I 126, mentions among the events in the history of the religion, the killing of Zarathustra himself by Bertroresh. See also the note by Darab D. P. Sanjana in Gagar's Eastern Iranians, 2. p. 216. Compare likewise Dinkart translated by Peshhotan Dastur Biram Giqr May 1st, BC 583, if I reckon correctly. On the Zoroastrian months, see Darmstedter, Leza. I 33-36, and Dosabai Framji Karaka, History of the Parsis, I 149, 150, 2. 154 on the year, see West's calculations in SBE. Slady I Introd. 55, given below in Appendix 3. The Abanian tradition of Zoroaster's death 129 Sanjana, Vol. 7 p. 485, among wicked priests the most wicked was Turi Baratrud, i.e. Turi Bratar Vakshir, of evil nature and desirous of destroying Zarathustra's faith. F. The great Iranian Buddhism in a passage cited and translated by Darmstedter, i.e. ZA 219, cf. also 3. Introd. I6, describes the demon and wizard Makos, who shall appear at the end of 1,000 years to bring distress upon the earth, as a manifestation of ruin springing from the race of Turi Bertrakresh who brought about Zarathustra's death. G. The Persian prose treatise Sad Dar, 9. 5, West, SBEXXIV 267, includes among the list of sinners who are on a par with Ahriman, the same Tirai Bratar Vakshir who slow Zarathustra. The metrical Saddar repeats it also, Hyde, Historia Religion Iones, p. 441. H. The Pahlavi Bhamanyasht, 2. 3, West, SBEV 195, alludes to the same tradition, for when Zarathustra in a vision asks immortality of God, Ahura Mazda declines it, responding thus, when, i.e. if, I shall make thee immortal, Zarathustra the spit Aman. Then Tirai Bratar Vakshir the Karap will become immortal, and when Tirai Bratar Vakshir the Karap shall become immortal, the resurrection and future existence are not possible. The Pahlavi Parsi tradition is therefore unanimous that Zoroaster perished by the hand of Tirai Bratar Vakshir or Bertrakresh, but it gives no specific details. Ferdowsi must be following an Iranian tradition in keeping with this when he assigns this event to the time of the Turanian invasion of Iran, and ascribes Zoroaster's death to the storming of Balkh and the destruction of the temple Nayashadar. Other Persian writers seem to accept the same tradition. The extracts are given. I. Shahnameh, ed. Vuerslandauer, 3. 1559 graphically describes the final scene. I give a version of it, following Mole 4. 363 and Viewers, Fragment, 103, the army, of Turan, there one Makos Sejlhari min Toxma Ituri Bertrakres, Iosi Zarathustra Yabansi Darms Teder. 130 The death of Zoroaster upon entered Balkh, and the world became darkened with rapine and murder. They advanced toward the temple of fire, at Askatake, and to the palace and glorious hall of gold. They burned the Zendavesta entire and they set fire to the edifice and palace alike. There, in the sanctuary, were 80 priests whose tongues ceased not to repeat the name of God, all these they slew in the very presence of the fire and put an end to their life of devotion. By the blood of these was extinguished who the fire of Zerdusht. Slew this priest I do not know. The story is told over again, a few lines farther on, where the messenger bears to the absent Vishtasp the awful news of the sacking of the city, the death of Larasp, the king of kings, and the slaying of the sage or master, Rad, by which none other than Zerdusht is meant. The lines run, cf. Vuerslandauer, 3 1560, and Mole, Trad 4 364, they have slain Larasp, the king of kings, before the city of Balkh, and our days are darkened and full of trouble. 4. The Turks, have entered the temple Nayashadar and they have crushed the head of the master, Zerdusht, and of all the priests, and the brilliant fire has been extinguished by their blood. J. The prose chronicle Shahnameh Nasr, which Hyde terms an abstract of Ferdowsi made by some Magian states similarly with reference to this event, they say that when Argisp's army invaded Iran, Larasp left the place of divine worship as soon as he learned of this, and took to the field of battle. He killed a great many, but he himself was slain, together with 80 priests, who were in the temple at Balkh Bami. The fire was quenched by their blood, and among the number of the 80 priests was Zerdusht the prophet, who also perished in this war. K. The later Persian work Dabistan, beginning of 17th 1c variant in Vuerslandauer, 3 1559, and the translation by Vollers, Fragment, p. 103, and by Mole, 4. 363 Hyde, Historia Religionis vet. Pers pages 319 to 325, 1 ed. After the Latin translation of Hyde, OPCITP 325, the Iranian tradition of Zoroaster's death 131 century AD, claims that its statement is based upon ancient Iranian authority and gives a picturesque description of the manner in which the martyred Zoroaster avenged himself upon his slayer Turbaraturhash, Ieturi Bratar Vakshir, by hurling his rosary at his murderer and destroying him. Or as the passage reads, it is recorded in the books composed by Zardusht's followers, and also in the ancient histories of Iran, that at the period of Argesp's second invasion, King Gushtasp was partaking of the hospitality of Zul, in Sistan, and Isfendiyar was a prisoner in Dezgumadan, and that Larasp, notwithstanding the religious austerities he performed through divine favor, laid aside the robes of mortality in battle, after which the Turks took the city. Turk named Turbaratur, or Turbaraturhash, having entered Zerdusht's oratory, the prophet received martyrdom by his sword. Zerdusht, however, having thrown at him the rosary Sly Umarafan or Ydd Afrish, which he held in his hand, there proceeded from it such an effulgent splendor that its fire fell on Turbaratur and consumed him. 1. Two other late Persian passages imply that Zoroaster's end was violent. Both of these are noticed by Hyde, from whom they are adopted here. The first is from the Persian historian Mahdi, AD 16th century, who, after mentioning the dreadful invasion of Argesp and the death of the priests in the temple of Balkh, goes on to say, he quenched the fire of Zerdusht with the blood of the Magi, and someone from Shiraz then slew Zerdusht himself. The second of these two passages is an allusion found in the Farhang-i Jahangiri, which apparently refers to the day of Zoroaster's death as well as to the day on which he first undertook his mission to Vishtasp, for the dates resemble those. One notice the word second in connection with the preceding chapter. 2 Ieturi Bratar Volthshare. S. Dabistan Tr. Shea and Troyer, I 371-372. Hyde, Historia Selagioni's vet. Pers pages 319, 325. On Mahdi, cfeth 6 in Grundriss d'Iran. Philal. 2.332. Hyde, OPCITP 319, Daharlez, Avesta TRPXXV. Note 7. 132. The death of Zoroaster in Pahlavi sources as already described. The sentence reads, on the 30th day, Aniran, he entered Iran, or Persia, and on the 15th day, Debamir, he departed in sorrow from Iran. Hyde, p. 325, seems rightly to have interpreted the allusion thus, and he should be consulted in connection with pages 40, 128, above. Conclusion. The accounts of Zoroaster's death by lightning or a flame from heaven, as found in Greek and Latin patristic literature, seem to be legendary. According to Iranian tradition, his death was violent, and it occurred at the hand of a Turanian whose name is preserved to ill renown. Whether his martyrdom took place in the temple when Balkh was stormed, as later Iranian writers all state, cannot positively be asserted, although such may have been the case. Chapter 11. The sequence of events after Zoroaster's death. The later Fituizra of the faith still did the mighty flame bum on, through chance and change, through good and ill, like its own God's eternal will, deep, constant, bright, unquenchable. Mux Lalabu Jch. Intiaduktok statements, the cohesive of events. The first 10 years after Zoroaster's death, evidence of further spread of the religion, death of the first apostles, later disciples and successors, prophecies and future events. Summary. Introductory statements, the course of events. With the great prophet dead, with the holy flame of the sacred shrine quenched in the blood of the martyred priests, we might have supposed for a moment that the religion must perish too. Happily, as we have seen, this was destined not to be the case. Fate, circumstances, and merit issued other decrees. Have watched the spark of the altar flame kindling anew, the story of the glorious victories won in hallowed battles for Ormuzd has been told, the banner of the creed waves once more aloft. Little more remains to be chronicled beyond briefly tracing the course which events took in the years that followed Zoroaster's death. In other words, we are presently to enter the realm where actual history goes hand in hand with tradition. Tradition, according to the Bahá'í, asserts that Ardashir the Kayan, whom they call Vohuman son of Spendad, and whom we know as Ardashir Dirazdast, or the long-handed, is the one who made the religion current in the 133-134 events after Zoroaster's death. Whole world. Actual history agrees with this insofar as it shows that Artaxerxes Longimanus, or the long-handed, was an ardent Zoroastrian ruler. From the pages of history, furthermore, we learn that by the time of the last Achaemenians, at least, Zoroastrianism is practically acknowledged to have become the national religion of Iran. History, alas, has also to chronicle in its memorial chapters the cruel blow which Alexander dealt to the whole Persian Empire upon his triumphal march of world conquest. Tradition again is in harmony in recording how the evil-destined or accursed Iskander brought ruin everywhere by his sword, and how he burned the sacred books of the Avesta, the archetype of the Bible of Zoroaster, with the treasury of the ancient Persian kings. This last tragic event stands out as the darkest day in the history of Zoroastrianism until its final overthrow by Islam, when the Quran superseded the Avesta and Ormuzd gave place to Allah. But the 2 centuries or more between the death of Zoroaster and the coming of Alexander are filled by various religious events which the patristic literature of Sasanian times carefully records and which it is proper here to notice in connection with the history of Zoroaster's life. It certainly seems curious that we have no mention of Cyrus nor of the pious Mazda worshipper Darius, unless we are to understand that the events of their reigns are merged in a general way into the achievements of Isfendiyar. This is one of the problems which belong rather to the history of the religion to discuss. For the years themselves that follow Zoroaster's death, the Pahlavi texts give enough general events or incidents to mark off the periods or epochs in a loose sort of way. The first few years at least are certainly worth recording on the lines of the tradition, and a glance should be taken at the 1 Byt. 217, West, 8 BE. T 198 to 199. 2 Yetsi Justi's remark in Iran. Namenhuch p. 34, Artax Sabrd 8. Further spread of the religion 135 chronological table in Appendix 3, which gives some idea of the current of events. The first 10 years after Zoroaster's death. From tradition we know that King Vishtaspa outlived Zoroaster, and it is interesting to see from the assertions of tradition how the miraculous events which attended the prophet's life do not cease with his death, but wonders and prodigies still continue to be witnessed during the reign of the patron king. The influence of the veil and glamour of the heavenly personage is not yet removed. The first decade after Zoroaster's death was certainly eventful for Vishtasp, and we have a fanciful story told in Pahlavi of a wonder that came to pass and a sign that was manifested, which illustrates that the divine favor has descended upon the king and which symbolizes the progress of the religion under the guise of a chariot in its onward course. The Dinkart narrates how the soul of the old warrior Srito, who had been dead several hundred years, appears again, visits the zealous monarch, and presents to him a wonderful chariot. The chariot instantly becomes twofold in form, the one being spiritual, the other material and, as the Dinkart passage continues, in the worldly chariot the exalted Kai Vishtasp travelled forth unto the village of the Navkars, in the joyfulness of good thoughts, and in the spiritual chariot the soul of Srito of the Visraps travelled forth unto the best existence, i.e. returned again to heaven. This allegory of the chariot appears to smack somewhat of Buddhism and the will of the law. And we may also recall a classical tradition which implies Vishtasp's acquaintance with the secret lore of the Brahmins, and the legendary wisdom and prophetic vision which was ascribed to Vishtaspa down to medieval times. Evidence of further spread of the religion. The Dinkart text declares that Vishtasp the king, when he became relieved 1 DK 7. 6:1-11. 2 DK 7. 6:11, West JSBE. Slay I80. Shall we compare SPO in Appendix V, 7? Sikun, Fine Zoroastrisk Prophanium, in Festgrossen Bevan Moth, Stuttgart, 1893, p. 217 SEQ 136 Events after Zoroaster's deep from the war Witlai Argisp, sent to Tlai chief rulers about the acceptance of the religion, and the writings of the Mazda worshipping religion, which are studied with all knowledge. The text then goes on to affirm the rapid spread which the faith saw by the end of the few years. The seed of the Rekjun was the blood of its martyrs slain. And so rapid does the progress seem to have been that the text claims as one of the marvels of history, the fact that at the end of 57 years from the first revelation of the religion, Its advent is published in the 7 regions of the world, as was described in the Lost Spend Nask of the Avesta. All this is supposed to have occurred while Vishtasp still lives. As a proof, moreover, of the general acceptance of the creed, the same passage adduces the fact of the coming of some from other regions to Frashoshtar of the Havabas for inquiry about the religion. 2 of the high priests who came on this holy quest from abroad are from the southeastern and the southwestern regions. Their names are given as Spiti and Erez Raspa, names which are found in the Avesta, and, similarly, the apostles went into many lands to preach the gospel after the death of Christ. Death of the first apostles. Frashoshtra, Zoroaster's devoted friend, follower, and relative by marriage, lives for a number of years to exemplify the tenets and expound the doctrines of the master who has passed away. He himself is summoned, as the Zatsparam selections tell us, some 15 years after Zarathustra, in the month Artavashto, in the 63rd year of the religion. His distinguished brother Jamasp, the Ufus Jamaspa, Grand Vizier of the king, and successor of Zoroaster in the pontifical office of the realm, outlives Frashoshtra but a year, or, as the selections of Zatsparam 1 DK 7. 612, of DK 8. 1410, West, SBE. Slavii 80, XXXVII. 33 2 DK 7. 612. Recall also what has already been said in Chap 7. About the promulgation of the religion, YT. 13121, DK 7. 612. See West's note on DK 9. 2124, and DK 4. 22, in 8 BE. XXXVII 218, 413. Asterisk ZSP 23. 10 asterisk BC 568, according to traditional chronology, see West, SBE. Slavii Introd. 55, and below, Appendix 3. Later disciples and successors 137 proceed to Clerical. In the 64th year of the religion passed away Jamasp, the same as became the priest of priests after Zarathustra. This sage was indeed a Mobd of Mobds. Then in the 73rd year he is followed by his son Hangariash, whose name appears also in the Avesta, YT. 13104. Still another event is recorded in the 80th year of the faith. This is the death of the pious Asmakhanvato, A.B. Asmohvanvat, as well as that of the wizard Oct, who is killed, and his name also appears in the Avesta as elsewhere later disciples and successors. The same Pahlavi text from which the quotations have been made, furnishes also the names of 6 great upholders of the religion. Asterisk these are Zoroaster's 2 daughters, Freno and Srito, with Aharyabhostito, son of Metioma, 3 names which appear in the Avesta and which have been given in chapter 2. Next is mentioned Vohunam, A.V. Vohunema, YT. 13104, whose birth occurred in the 40th year of the religion, or 7 years before Zoroaster's death. But most important is Sino of Bayast, in the land of Sagistan, who is said to have flourished for 100 years and to have left behind him, as the 6th prop and support of the religion, 100 pupils whose teaching fills the century until the coming of Alexander brought ruin and desolation upon the faith. The Greeks likewise recognize a long line of apostles and dis 1 BC 567. See Appendix 3. Below. To compare Phi. ZSP 23. 10 with YT. 13104. 3 Phi. ZSP 23. 10, AVYT. 1396, 1. Equals 3023. 37, 5. 82, of. Yost Ifriano 1. 2, and West's note in SBE. Slavii, 166. Asterisk ZSP 23. 11 asterisk Biased is described by the Pseudo Ibn Hawqal as being on the river Hermend, Hillmend, between Gore and the lake. See Osley's Oriental Geography Rafi, p. 206. This information is from West in his letter translating for me the wonders of Sagistan. E.g. 331, see Appendix High. On the teacher Sino, A.V. Sina, of YT. 1397, ZSP 23. 11, DK7. 76, and consult West, Grundriss d Iran. Philal. 2 118, 99, Peshhotan Dastur Biramji Sanjana, Dinkard, Vol. VP 308, Reading Sino If Diun, CF Darms Tedder, LEZA 2 530, especially also Jivanji Jamshedji Modai, Te.4 Enyugdo J/ of the Avesta, P12 in Bombay Branch JBAS. Art. 17 June, 1896. 138 Events after Zoroaster's death. Sipples, or Magian priests, descending from Zoroaster. Diogenes Laertius, AD 2nd and 3rd century, de Vit. Philos Prum 2, seems to base HS statement on the older authority of Hermodorus, BC 250, when he states that after Zoroaster there were many different Magians in unbroken succession, such as Ostans, Astrampsychus, Gabrias, Pazates, until the overthrow of the Persians by Alexander. The Latin writer Pliny employs the name of a Magian, Apioscorus, and he designates as Osthanes the Magian priest who accompanied Xerxes on his great Hellenic expedition and introduced the magic art into Greece, and so the chain runs on, link after link in unending sequence, and in spite of the changes and chances of transitory fortune, the line of apostolic succession remains unbroken to the present, down to its representatives today in the priesthood that cherishes the sacred flame in the Fire Temple of Bombay. Prophecies and future events. As several times alluded to already, the Pahlavi Bhamanyash describes an apocalyptic vision in which Zoroaster is supposed to have beheld, unfolded before him, the whole future history of the religion. The 4 or 7 branches of the tree which rises before his eyes, symbolize emblematically the gold, silver, steel, and iron, or other eras, of the faith down to the final millennium, all of which is foretokened. These prophecies are not ancient, however, but they date rather from the times that came after the Mohammedan conquest, when Zoroastrianism sank before the rising power of Islam. Nevertheless, they sweep in rapid glance the whole history of the religion, and they summarize one the subject has already alluded to in Chap I, and the text of the passage is given in Appendix V and in Appendix II. The plurals indicate type or class. In connection with Astrampsychus, moreover, we may recall the later dream book which bears his name, Astrampsyche Onirokrit Icon, Sifsunrani Orum Interpretation Rioan. Scaliger, Paris, 1599. 2 cf Appendix V, and also Klewicker, Zende V and Hang, Lithl 3, p. 91 Windishman, Zor. Stud, pages 285, and 286. Furthermore, on a mention of Osthanes, Hosthanes, in Minucius Felix, compare Klewicker, Torn. CITP 119. Summary 139. The great eras which the founder himself in his wise judgment and prophetic insight might in a general way have forecast as the history of nations and of faiths, even though he did not express it. Summary. Zoroastrianism does not die with its founder. National events have changed the course of its history, but it lives on. The occurrences of the years that intervened between the death of the prophet and the coming of Alexander, so far as they are chronicled by tradition, are worth recording as the result, in a way, of Zoroaster's life, and they are interesting from the standpoint of comparison between tradition and actual history. Chapter 12 Conclusion. Read the conclusion, then. Shuxpe, Pericles, 1. 156. And now the story of the life and legend of the prophet of ancient Iran, the sage who was born to leave his mark upon the world, who entered upon his ministry at the age of 30, and who died by violence at the age of 77, is at an end. Hurriedly we scan once more the pages of his career. Born in the fullness of time, he appears as a prophet in the latter half of the 7th century before the Christian era, and the period of his activity falls between the closing years of Median rule and the rising wave of Persian power. He himself stands as the oldest type and representative of what we may call, in the language of the Bible, the laws of the Medes and Persians. His teaching had already taken deep root in the soil of Iran when the Jews were carried up into captivity in Babylon and had learned of that law which ald'ireth not, or before a Daniel came to interpret the ominous handwriting on the wall which the soothsayers failed to read. Zoroaster is the contemporary of Thales, of Solon, or of the 7 sages of classical antiquity. He is the forerunner of Confucius, the philosopher who was to arise to expound to China the tenets of her people's faith. By him is sounded in Iran the trumpet call that afterwards echoes with a varied note in India when the gentle Buddha comes forth to preach to thirsting souls the doctrine of redemption through renunciation. Zoroaster, finally, is the father, the holy prototype, of those 140 conclusion 141 wise men from the east who came and bowed before the newborn light of the world in the manger cradle at Bethlehem. Zoroaster was a Magian. The Magi, as Herodotus tells us, were a Median tribe. Although he was born in Atropatene in the west, it is not impossible that much of his prophetic career was spent in the east, in Bactria, or in that region of country. We certainly have evidence that the seeds of his teaching found fruitful soil in eastern Iran. Crusading achieved the rest. The story of the holy wars between Iran and Turan, the storming of Balkh, the final victories in the great battles of Khorasan or Bactria, have all been told. The spread of the creed continues. Media itself doubtless generally accepted the reform of the prophet. The Median name Fravardish has been interpreted by Justi to mean confessor, i.e. of the Zoroastrian faith, and has been instanced as a proof of its acceptance, although this appellation seems rather to be an old Magian name, agreeing with the concept Fravah, which apparently existed before the Zoroastrian reform. The Magians themselves were known long prior to the time of Zoroaster, as Al-Biruni, p. 314, expressly states, but, as he adds, in the course of time there remains no pure, unmixed portion of them who do not practice the religion of Zoroaster. This tends to prove how universally the doctrines had found acceptance. The question as to the time when and the manner in which the faith entered Persia proper is reserved for discussion elsewhere. As to the general deductions which have been drawn, we may say that time will doubtless prove or disprove the accuracy or inaccuracy of many of the statements upon which they are based. Some of these may be shown to rest upon a foundation of fact rather than fiction, especially if we may judge from the tendency of recent years in finding confirmation for tradition. Some, however, may be proved to be purely fanciful. Can but gain by the truth in either case. The historic import of 142 conclusions some, moreover, may be shown to be not without interest. In the light of such, perhaps, the current views with regard to the relationship between Zoroastrianism and Judaism may take on a new aspect, particularly if we emphasize the fact that Zoroaster arose in the West, in Atropatene and Media, about the time of the early prophetic period of Israel. From the Bible we know that captive Jews were early carried up from Samaria into certain cities of the Medes. From the Avesta, on the other hand, we know that Zoroaster had rung out a trumpet note and clarion cry of reform, of prophecy, and of messianic promise, before the days of Babylonian exile. From our knowledge, too, of contemporaneous history we recall in the current of events that the reputed empire of Bactria, if it existed, had yielded the prestige to Media, and that the sovereignty of Media was swept away before the glorious power of Persia. In Persia, Greece recognized a culmination of the glory of Iran. Though the Greek vanquishes the Persian in battle, he still has stories to tell of Magian wisdom and of Eastern philosophy. Plato, Pythagoras, and other great thinkers are claimed to have emulated the teachings of the Magi, and later Muslim or Zoroastrian tradition asserts that the ancient sacred writings of Iran, the quintessence of all knowledge, were translated into Greek. And as for imperial times, the Persian Wars brought Rome into contact with Zoroastrians, as they had brought the Greeks. A phase of Zoroastrianism known as Mithraism penetrated into Rome and into Western Europe. The rise of the Neoplatonic school was certainly not without influence from Zoroastrianism, nor without influence upon later Zoroastrianism. The tenets of Zoroastrian Manichaeism even disturbed Christian thought for a time. In all such cases the relations doubtless are more or less reciprocal. Even the pages of the Quran and the doctrines of Mohammed are not free from the influence of the faith which they vanquished by the sword. The spark of the sacred fire has never been quenched, the holy flame continues to conclusion 143 blaze, and the religion of Zoroaster still lives on. Yes, and whatever may be the changing fates, it will live on, so long as there are successors worthy to bear the name of the Master, as are the Parsis today, those faithful followers of the creed of the Prophet of ancient Iran. Ujastapal va nam iu Zaraduh. Phi Kdausi, Shah Endma. Appendixes. List of appendixes. I suggested explanations. OE Zoroaster's name. 2 on the date of Zoroaster. 3 Dr. West's tables. OE Zoroastrian chronology. 4 Zoroaster's native place and the scene. OE his ministry. VCLASSICA passages mentioning Zoroaster's name. 6 allusions to Zoroaster in various other older literatures. 7 notes on sculptures purported to represent Zoroaster. Appendix. I suggested explanations. OE Zoroaster's name. The number of etymologies or explanations for Zoroaster's name, a p14, is almost legion. In Greek classical antiquity, Dianon offered an interpretation or paraphrase, as Lai defined the prophet's name as star worshipper Aj Puvqi, see citation in Diogenes Laertius, Pro Em. 1. 6. Ombo Eskoi IXC0 Epig RJVCV6 X of 6VQ, and Tov Zapater Prev D, TTPO6VT RJV of A. The scholiast of the Platonic Alcibiades IP 122, evidently accepts this derivation viphen. He says, Zpada TPROVSC is Irjavik Jav TJYMVRJVP.arapat.ope.vov Tavijksatov DTTPO9VTRVN/X07. See Appendix V below. In this explanation the first part of the name, Zakop, seems to be associated equals in some way with the later Persian Zor Av Zaura, libation. The latter portion of the name is Grecicized as Otrip, cf. Windish Man, Zoroastrisk Study N, p. 275, and see also Pot, ZDMQ. 13 425-28. Somewhat similar appears to be the attempt of the Clementine homilies and recognitions to interpret as Olkra Par, Deripo, or as Vivum Sidus, as given below in Appendix V, Clevi. Homil. 93-68 IA to TFJV Tovd Dipos Kot AVTOV Sakrabiv, 6 JJVAI, /V Recognitiones, 427-29, Quasi Vivum Astrum. Hin nmet nomen post mortem eis Zoroaster, hoc est Vivum Sidus. See Appendix V, 12, and cf. Ep. ZDMG. 1934. The next explanations, if we follow chronological sequence, are to be found in the Syro-Arabic Lexica of Bar-al, CAD 832, and of Bar-Balal, CAD 936, as Golden Kingdom or Royal Gold, Tsar, plus Gold Wast, Kingship, cf. Godheil, references to Zoroaster, pages 27-28. Lapse of time has not caused conjectures to cease, and etymologies have still continued to be offered. Hublik El Avesta, Zoroaster etle Mazdayasna, p. 135 seq, Paris, 1880, enumerates various suggestions that have been made, including the Clementine Vivum Sidus given above and recorded by Barnaby Brisson, De Regio Persarum 147. 148 Appendix I Principatu, p. 387, Argentority, 1710, ORIG ed. Paris, 1590, or another interpretation as friend of fire proposed by Henry Lord, equals religion of the Parses, p. 162, London, 1630 p. 332a, Churchill ed. London, 1732, cf. Likewise De Herbilis, Bahá'í Orient, Art. Zoroaster, or, again, as stated on Parsi authority, a proposed significance, bathed in gold, melted silver, Zercios, Zergio est, found in Cle Broin, Voyages en Perse et Auxiliary ins Orientales, 2. p. 388. Most of these attempts are futile, as they were made without an acquaintance with the actual Avestan form Zarathustra. The discussion by Inquitil du Perons and Avesta, I Part 2, p. 2 seq, Paris, 1771, is of interest because he knew Avestan, but his conjecture Tashter, Aster, Dor connecting the name with Tishtria had little to recommend it. Eugene Burnouf was the first who rightly saw Astra, camel, in the name, and he explained Zoroaster as Foul vos camelos habens gom sur l'ea, pages 12-14, Paris, 1833, but he afterwards gave Aster Dor, notes, p. 166, see Brockhaus, Vendidad Sada, p. 361, Leipzig, 1860, and Windishman, Zor. Stud. Pages 46-47, or earlier in Gen. Lit. ZT, 1834, NR 138, pages 138-139. In the year 1855, Sir Henry Rawlinson made a guess that the name might be Semitic, i.e. Zoroaster seed of Ishtar, descendant of Venus, Jueb, Gt. Brit, and Ireland, 15. 227-246, cf. Georgi Allinson, Herodotus, Vol 3 p. 455. On the contrary Hogg, Die Xnf Ochias, 2. p. 246, abh. F. Kunti Morgan Lons, Leipzig, 1860, suggested Trafe and Icharlob's anger, cf. and Socket Jara praising Uttara superior, but he afterwards abandoned such a view. It was criticized also by Weber, lit. 0 bl, nr equals 28, p. 467, 1861, nr 27, p. 647, 1863, ind Strafe. Pages 449, 466, 1869. Also discussed by Mills, Zoroastrian Gathas, p. 426 seq, 1892-4. Another scholar, Lassen, I believe, if we may judge from Windishman, Zor. Stud. Pages 46-47, Pot, ZDMG. 13426 seq, plus offered Goldsmith, cf. Socket Harry T. Vastar. Jules Oppert made Zoroaster Splendor d'Or in his Elanaver, le Verbe Créateur de Zoroaster, p. 4, Extrait des and de Philos Grecian, January, 1862. In the same year as Oppert, 1862, Prince Muller summarized a number of views that were current at the time, and he explained Zarathustra as Muthaj Kamili Besitsens and Study N, I 635-639, Sitzungsb equals Richter Akademie, Des, 1862, Wien, 1862. Translate by Darab Peshhotansanjana Gagars Eastern Iranians, 172 seq. But cf. lit. Central Blatt, 1863, p. 614, and later Muller offers the bizarre interpretation as Zoroaster von der Geburt and Gleichhabend explanations of Zoroaster's name 149 WZKM 6264, Wien, 1892. J. Spiegel proposed Camille Painigan Sitzch KGL Bayer. A. J. Cad. Phil. DP 10, January 6, 1867. In 1871, the Spanish scholar Euzo accepted the more or less familiar identification of part of the name with star, as shown by his Estrella de Oro El Estudio de la Filología, p. 180, Madrid, 1871, and he repeats the same view in his Los Pueblos Iranios y Zoroastro, p. 7, Madrid, 1874. Turning to France, it may next be noted that J. Darmstädter, Ormazd et Araman, p. 194, and Paris, 1877, first proposed *Zarathustra, comparative degree of an adjective signifying rouge, couleur d'or, but he later suggests auxiliary chamos John Zarathustra, Leza. 3 Introd. p. 76, and Paris, 1893, but on this see Bartholomew, if. 6 Ans. p. 47. Ascoli once offered *Zarathustra der Bebauung des Feldzugugen, Zugathen beit Rage zvgl. SPRV 211, 1868. More recently Casartelli hinted at plowing with camels, cf. Socket Halo Plow. Academy, Vol. 31, p. 257, April 9, 1887. Other suggestions have been made such as Paulus Castle, explaining as Hebraic Sternenson Zoroaster, Sen Name und Seinzeit, Berlin, 1886, cited from Grundriss d'Iran. Philol. 240, n. Brunhofer, Vom Pontus bis zum Indus, p. 147, Leipzig, 1890. Kern's Goldglanz Zarathustra, and Brodbeck's Goldstern, evidently after Ainquetil's etymology, cf. Brodbeck, Zoroaster, p. 30, Leipzig, 1893, are noted by Eintorf, Die Religion des Zarathustra, p. 13, Weimar, 1897. E. Wilhelm has also incidentally dealt with the subject of Zoroaster's name in connection with the form Zeopavatt, which is found in Tisias, in Le Musion, x 669-571, Louvat, 1891. Appendix 2 on the date O. P. Zoroaster presented to the American Oriental Society April ISTH, 1895. Reprinted from the Journal of the American Oriental Society, Volume 17, A pages 1-22, 1896. Few slight additions which have tie-in made are indicated by enclosing them in square brackets. Some trivial changes made for the sake of uniformity, and several unimportant corrections require no notice. Great men are the Cleildrii of their age. Heirs to the heritage of the past, they are charged with the stewardship of the posse's science to be handed down to the future. Summing up within themselves the influences of the times that call them forth, stamped with the impress of their day, their spirit in turn shows its reflexly upon the age that gives them birth. Read them in their age, we read their age in them. So it is of the prophets and sages, religious teachers and interpreters, which have been since the world began. The teaching of a prophet is the voice of the age in which he lives. His preaching is the echo of the heart of the people of his day. The era of a prophet is therefore not without its historic significance, it is an event that marks an epoch in the life of mankind. The age of most of the great religious teachers of antiquity is comparatively well known, but wide diversity prevails with regard to the date at which Iran's ancient prophet Zoroaster lived and taught, yet his appearance must have had its national significance in the land between the Indus and the Tigris, and the great religious movement which he set on foot must have wrought changes and helped to shape the course of events in the early history of Iran. The treatment of this question forms the subject of the present paper 1. This paper forms a companion piece to the present writer's discussion of Zoroaster's native place in JAOS. 15221 to 232. 2. Since the appearance of the monograph on the date of Zoroaster, which is here reprinted, the general subject of Zoroastrian chronology has been ably treated by E.W. West SBE Slai. Introd. PXXVII. SEQ. Drive West's researches confirm the results here obtained, and he is in a position to define the date of Zoroaster still more precisely, at least on the basis of tradition, as BC 660 to 583. His entire discussion should be read. An extract from his chronological table is given in Appendix 3. 150 On the date of Zoroaster. 151 The Ista itself gives us no direct information in answer to the inquiry as to the date of Zoroaster. It presents, indeed, a picture of the life and times. We read accounts of King Vishtaspa, the Constantine of the faith, but the fragments that remain of the sacred texts present no absolutely clear allusions to contemporary events that might decisively fix the era. The existing diversity of opinion with reference to Zoroaster's date is largely due to this fact and to certain incongruities in other ancient statements on the subject. The allusions of antiquity to this subject may conveniently be divided into three groups. Degree the results of earlier investigators of the subject, Brisson, Stanley, Hyde, Buttius, Prideaux, and others, as mentioned by Anquetil du Perron, are practically included in his examination of the problem of Zoroaster's date. Anquetil's treatise, together with Poucher's previous inquiries into the subject, are accessible in Kleoker, and Hangzumzie. ITHL 1, pages 325,374, and THL 2, pages 55 to 81. They are of interest to the specialist. Cf. also Spiegel, Avesta Übersetzt, I-43, n. The later bibliography of the subject is given below in the course of the investigation. I-first, those references that assign to Zoroaster equals OIGP2 the extravagant date BC 6000. 2. Second, such allusions as connect his name with the more or less legendary Ninus and the uncertain Semiramis. 3. Third, the traditional date, placing the era of Zoroaster's teaching at some time during the 6th century BC. All the material will first be presented under the headings AI, A2, and A3. Then a detailed discussion of the data, pages equal 16 to 19, pages 170 to 174, under the heading B, and, finally, a sum equals Mary of results, under the heading C, pages 19 to 22, pages 174 are 177. Synopsis OP Division A. AI Classical passages placing Zoroaster at 6000 BC. A. Pliny the Elder. B. Plutarch. C. Scholion to Plato. D. Diogenes Laertius. E. Lactantius. I. Suidas. G. Georgius Noelua. 152 Appendix 2A2. Passages associating Zoroaster's name with Semiramis and Ninus. A. Tisias. B. Cephalion, Moses of Corine, Georgius Syncellus. C. Thea. D. Justin. E. Amobius. F. Eusebius. G. Orogius. H. Suidas. I. Snorida. J. Bar-al. A3. The native tradition as to Zoroaster's date. A. Artavirov. B. Bundaishan. C. Alberuni. D. Moss Mi. E. Taberi. F. The Dabistan. G. Rurdasi. H. The Mujmal al-Tawarik and the Ulama-i Islam. I. The Chinese Parsi era. J. Reports connecting Zoroaster and Jeremiah. K. Pahlavi Perso-Arabic allusions to Nebuchadnezzar. 1. Amiamis Marcellinus and Beauty Choose. M. Neoalas Damascenus, Porphyry, etc. A. Data for the age OP Zoroaster. AI allusions placing Zoroaster at 6000 BC. The allusions of the first group comprehend those classical references that assign to Zoroaster the fabulous age of BC 6000 or thereabouts. These references are confined chiefly to the classics, and their chief claim to any consideration is that they (origp3) purport to be based upon information handed down from Eudoxus, Aristotle, and Hermippus. Extraordinary figures, however, are presumably due to the Greeks having misunderstood the statements of the Persians, who place Zoroaster's millennium amid a great world period of 12,000 years, which they divided into cycles of 3,000 years, and in accordance with which belief Zoroaster's Fravashi had in fact existed several thousands of years. The classical material on the subject is here presented. On the date of Zoroaster 153 1 so the general classical statements of 5,000 years before the Trojan War, or the like, although some variant readings 500, for 5,000, are found. The number 5,000, 6,000, is, however, the correct one. 2. According to the chronology of the Buddhism 34. 7, Zoroaster appeared at the end of the 9th millennium, compare, West, Bundahesh translate 8 BE. V 149-151 notes, Spiegel, Iranian-speaking Alter Thumbskunda, I 500-508, Windishman, Zoroastrisk I study N, 147-165, also Plutarch is ETOS. 47, 0E, J7R07ROSSEPQ, XL Kark Rose FJ Diopse Z/CTFX4 POS RPXC Ta% Ry RHV FSEV K pair FRHV SHK Potsio Floy TTSI Phi, and \AASET Perxel Ajix Fofe Ka /2 /IIIEII Koi Ava ZE/Tarot ET Po T6 V Airboy /T /OS6 Ataki Iride RHV AI5 T, V, A, Pliny the Elder, AD 23-79, NH 30. 21 WN 279, 288, cites the authority of Eudoxus of Cnidus, BC 368, of Aristotle, BC 350, and of Hermippus, BC 250, for placing Zoroaster 6,000 years before the death of Plato or 6,000 years before the Trojan War. Eudoxus, qui inter sapientiae sectus durissimam utilissimam kern, artem magicam, intelligi valut, Zoroasterum hunc sex milihus anorum anti-Platonus mortem fuis prodidit, sic et Aristoteles. Hermippus qui de tota ea arte diligentissime scripsit et vicien centum milia versuum Zoroaster condita indicibus quoque voluminum eius positus explanavit, preceptorum, a quo institutum dicaret, creditit agonasin, ipsum vera quinqua milihus anorum anti-Trojanum helium fuis. Or that reason apparently nh 30. 211, he speaks of Moses as living multis milihus anorum post Zoroasterum. But Pliny also expresses uncertainty as to whether there was one or two Zoroasters, and he mentions a later Proconnesian Zoroaster, nh 30. 2-1 Sine duio illic ars magica, orda in persida Zoroaster, ut inter octors convenit. Ist unus high fuerit, and postea et alias, non satis constat, and after speaking of Osthanes, the Magian who accompanied Xerxes to Greece, he adds, nh 30. 2-8, Diligenti oris Paulo anti hunc, Osthanum, ponent Zoroasterum alium proconissum. Pliny's Pro-Canesian Zoroaster must have flourished about the 7th or 6th century. See Appendix V5, Beloved.J, B, Plutarch, AD 1st century, adopts likewise the same general statement that places the prophet Zoroaster about 5,000 years before the Trojan War, is ETOS 46, ed. Parte, p81, Zampo at RPLs, sic, 6/Stioi, OV Iraptakia Isloi, Airtts, VT Poilku, /Yioi/Evatropiap Tipovic Topovkriv. See Appendix V6, below.J, C, the Scholion to the Platonic Alcibiades I 122, ed. Bader, Aureli et Winkelmann, p. 918, makes a statement, in substance tantamount to the last one, as follows: Zwipita tprj obsanarapoi idolarakulkru, l/iol erkratiavat zira l enzeroivos. See Appendix VL.J 154 Appendix 2 equals ORIGP 4, D, Diogenes Laertius, AD 2D, 3D century, de Fiv. Philos Prium. 2, Racines. Cabet, Paris, 1850, p1, similarly quotes Hermodorus, BC 250, the follower of Plato, as authority for placing Zoroaster's date at 5,000 years before the fall of Troy Oregon, as he adds on the authority of Xanthus of Lydia, BC 550, Zoroaster lived 6,000 years, some manuscripts 600, before Xerxes. The text runs, Arositsv Mave, and Vapaiz, jpoet.crtprjv tov hepariv, EP/xd suppos/jtf6 exat kuvakos 4ta6a6rpa.2 vik jurj kriv ttjvt poms axativ trrj yovivatruvdakikru, I. La HDVOSSE6OSOS BPOF by D/3A4 Diro Tov Zoapod Pavi $AKR, CX.LD, JRJ, N, Koifir AVTOV Yovave Bro Axovs T6 VAS Mayos Kara Siabo, CV, Okaravaz Kol ACR Tpuf \J/V, Ovs Koi via/3 Vai Koi TLA Dre. PXB Tigis 2JV Tulpa SIV Vir XDV Spav Kara XVAUs. See Appendix V15. E. Lactantius, INST 7. 15, must have entertained some similar opinion regarding Zoroaster, for he speaks of Histisps, famous as Zoroaster's patron, as being an ancient king of Media long before the founding of Rome, Histisps quoque, qui fut Midorum rex antiquissimus sublatum irix orb imperium nomen Roma number multu anti-prefatus est, quam ilia Troiana gens conderitur, cf. Migne, Petrolig Torn 6 and Windish man, Zor. Stud. P 259, 293. F. Suidas, 10th century AD, S.V.'s Vater Tprj, speaks of two Zoroasters, of whom one lived 600, read 6,000, years before the Trojan War, while the other was an astronomer of the time of Ninus e Averos I Tripo Rstv Tpuelk and V Eric Tlv, F. G. Georgius Syncellus, Chronographia, IP 147, ed. Dinderf, alludes to a Zoroaster as one of the Median rulers over Babylon. ACF Windish man, Zor. Stud. P 302, and Hogg, Lecture on Zoroaster, P 23, Bombay, 1865. On Syncellus citation of Cephalion, see next page. A2. Allusions associating Zoroaster's name with Semiramis and Ninus. Second to be considered is a series of statements which connect the name of Zoroaster with that of the more or less uncertain Ninus and Semiramis. These references also are confined almost exclusively to the classics, and the difficulty with them is that, in addition to their general character, which bears a legendary coloring, they are based apparently upon a misinterpretation of the name on the date of Zoroaster 155 OAP Tigis or its variants in a fragment of Tisias, discussed below. W. Maclay. Has been understood as an allusion to Zoroaster. 1. The date of Semiramis, however, is regarded by laymen, Berliner Philolog. Wachenblatt, Nr 8, Kernel 239-240, 17 Febr. 1894, comparing HDT 1. 184, to be about BC 800. A. The authority of Tisias, BC 400, is quoted by Diodorus Siculus, AD 1st century, 2. 6, for the statement that Ninus with a large army invaded Bactria and by the aid of Semiramis gained a victory over King Oxyartes. See fragments of the Persica of Ctesias, ed. Gilmore, p. 29. Instead of the name of Waprt/s, the manuscript variants show Xaperjs, Zaperj, Zayopti. The last somewhat recalls the later Persian form of the name Zoroaster, and Cephalion, Justin, Eusebius, and Arnobius, drawing Ontisias, make Zoroaster a Bactrian or the opponent equals ORIGP5 of Istinus, see below, but Oivaperj may very well be an independent name, identical as far as form goes with AV Uxyatarta, YT. 13128, and it is doubtless the better Greek reading. The other statements are here given as they similarly come into consideration with respect to Zoroaster's native place. They are, b. Fragments of Cephalion, AD 120, preserved in the Armenian version of Eusebius, Grin. 143, ed. Aucher, a passage describes the defeat of Zoroaster the Magian, king of the Bactrians, by Semiramis, Incipio scriberi de quibus et alii commemorarent et cum primus Hellenicus lesbius Tisiascnidius, deinde Herodotus Halicarnassus primum Asiae imperarunt Assyriae, ex quibus erat ninus belli, Gilius, queus regna etate residential quam plurimi celeberrimic virtuts gesti fuerunt. Postea his additions preferred entium generation Semiramides et narrat, de Zoroastri magi Bactrianorum regis cert amine ac debellatione as Semiramide, ne non, tempus nini lii annos fuis, et de obituius. Post quernquam regnas set Semiramis, Trnuro Babylonum circumdedit ad eandum formam, qua plurisk dictum est, Tisianimirum et Zenon Herodotoc ne non aliis ipsarum post eris. Deinde entium apparatum belli Semiramides adversus indos eis demp diadem et fugam narrat, etc. This statement is recorded by Georgius Syncellus, CAD 800, Chronicles, ed. Dind. IP 315, APFIIEPOL_AV, and FSVSX Koiri 2G Virgi J.6 Viva AV, KOX2, TT Putra X V Koiri Oakr/Stos Kytraja TI. 6 KV TCOs, J Reta Bosaurus 6 Axicap Bakram to Trazave Virgiacritus I/SAAX of Krave Upboi, RMB 8E6 Creek of Entvos CTT Ekaya Yevi CCRTV2 FG.Lpfia is Koizi Wipid Pabai Diof, Manuscripts 156 Appendix 2V/Saroy, Error V Antivov Axer Qua%. FX.SOV Bajsvksiva, Iaj 17.5E/T/Oja TSI Tetsia, T Potov, is Ira Kots Ziaktai, KT5RTA, ZI/Tabai, Miller, Ovablo, H/Dosito, Zatot/Zit Autoages, TBaraQVT Pound Air S Carrot TSV Ivsvkot Rav KTKCF also Windish Man, Zor. Stud. P 303, Spiegel, and Alder. 1676-677, Muller, Frag. History Gr3. 627 Furthermore, on the reputed work of the Armenian Moses of Korine, I-16, see Gilmore, Dizias Persica, p. 30, N. Spiegel, Aaron. Alder, I-682, Windish Man, Zor. Stud. Pages 304 to 305, Muller, Frag. History Gr3. 627, v 328 Langlois, Historiens de Armai, 2. 45 to 175, Paris, 1867 to 1869. The Armenian Thomas Artranai associates Zoroaster's name with Semiramis. See Appendix 6. 1. This mention of Herodotus might possibly why he adduced as an argument that Herodotus was at least acquainted with the name of Zoroaster. See, again, Theon, AD 130, Projib Mazmata 9, Triplavik Pyakui, ed. Spugel, Bet. Groic. 2p 115, speaks of Zoroaster the Bactrian in connection with Semiramis, ov yap l top. Bs kpudixvict ik boditi, Kolvalf Jala Ada %I/J.apaj.lsz Wipot Pov Tov Bat Tov, 8 RJAVY, IPRJDOV KAL2 or J15 Tov Apavo. AVSP Lorpov Ive. CF Windishman, Zor. Stud. P290, Spiegel Fran. Alter Thumsk. I677. C Appendix V8. Equals ORIGP6, D, Justin, AD 120, in his Epitome of Trogus Pompeius Histori PGI Lippic. 1-1, distinctly makes Zoroaster the opponent of Ninus, and says that he was king of Bactria and a magician, postramum helium UK fate cum Zoroaster, reg Bactrian orum, qui primus dissiter arts magicus in Venice et mundi principia siderum motus diligentissime spectas. See Appendix V10. E. Arnobius, AD 297, Adversus Gentes, 1. 5, in like manner mentions a battle between the Assyrians and the Bactrians under the leadership respectively of Ninus and Zoroaster, inter Assyrios et Bactrianos, nino quandam Zoroastrici ductoribus. See Gilmore, Dizias, p. 36. See Appendix V16. F. Eusebius, AD 300, Chronicles 4. 35, ed. Aucher, has a like Aluzion, Zoroaster's Magus Rex Bactrianorum Claris Habitur Adversum Quem Ninus Demicavit, and again, Windish Man, p. 290, Preparatio Evang 10. 9, 10, ed. Dind. IP 560, N. Ivas, Cow Ovz Wipoaot Pidgeys Omeos Batpui /Sautaculukrik. See Appendix V18. G. Paulus Orogius, 5th century AD, the Spanish presbyter, of whose chronicle we have also King Alfred's Anglo-Saxon version, states that Ninus conquered and slew Zoroaster of Bactria, on the date of Zoroaster 157 magician. See Orogius, Older English text and Latin original, ed. By Henry Sweet, Early ENG text SOC Vol 79, p. 30-31, Novasim Zoroasterum Bactrianorum regem, undum magici artis repertorum, pugna oppressum interfacit. Or, in Anglo-Saxon, and he Ninus Zoroastram Bactrianus signing, s ec vili cirist manadri creamtaz, he hein oferwan and offslow. H. Suidas in his lexicon, sv Zoroaster, assumes the existence equals of two Zoroasters, CFP 4P 164, the second an astrologer, arpovov.oiirrl antivov/sakrizu. Arovibliov. Appendix V45. I. In the Snora Edda preface, Zoroaster is identified with Baal or Bel, cf. Jackson in PAOS, March, 1894, Vol. 16 Pictsi. See Appendix 6. J. In some Syriac writers and elsewhere an identification of Zoroaster with Balaam is recorded, for example in the lexicon of Bar-al, CAD 832, SV Balaam, Balaam is Zerdasht, the diviner of the Magians. See Gottheil, references to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic lit. Pages 27, 30 and 32, Drissler Classical Studies, NY, 1894. Sometimes he is only compared with Balaam. An association of his name with Ham, Seth, and Abraham, is also found. A3. The native tradition as to Zoroaster's date. Third, the direct Persian tradition comes finally into consideration. This tradition is found in the chronological chapter of the Bundaishan, 34. 1-9, is supported by the Artavirov, 1. 2-5 and Zatsparam, 2312, and is corroborated by abundant Arabic allusions, al-Blurtini, Masudi, etal. It unanimously places the opening of Zoroaster's ministry at 258 years before the era of Alexander, or 272 years before the close of the world conqueror's dominion. According to these figures, the date of Zoroaster would fall between the latter half of the 7th century BC and the middle of the 6th century. His appearance in fact would be placed in the period just preceding the rise of the Aki=Origp 7 Menian dynasty. This merits attention also in detail. A. The Artavirov 1-5 in round numbers places Zoroaster 300 years before Alexander's invasion. Compare Hogg and West, Artavirov, p. 141. The pious Zarathustra made the religion which he had received, current in the world, and till the end of 300 years the religion was in purity and men were without doubts. But afterwards the accursed evil spirit, the wicked one, in order to make men doubtful of this religion, instigated the accursed election 158 Appendix 2 der, the human, Polio was dwelling in Egypt, so that he came to the country of Iran with severe cruelty and war and devastation. He also slew the ruler of Iran, and destroyed the metropolis and empire. The Zatsparam 2312 likewise alludes to the fact that the religion remained undisturbed until the 300th year. B. The Bundaishan chapter, ch. 34, on the reckoning of the years, to which one Ms adds of the Arabs, more exactly computes the various millenniums that made up the 12,000 years of the great world cycle recognized by the worshippers of Mazda. In this period the era of Zoroaster falls at the close of the first 9,000 years. He is placed in reality at the beginning of the historic period, if the long reigns attributed to Kivishtasp and to Vohuman son of Spendat, av Spentodata, ist. P. Isfendi R., may with reasonably fair justice be explained as that of a ruling house. There seems at least no distinct ground against such assumption. West also explains the fabulous length of 120 years for Vishtasp's reign, or BC 660 to 540, as representing a short dynasty Sbe Slavii. Introd. 70. The Bundaishan passage, 34. 7-8, in West's translation Sbe. v. 150 to 151, reads, 7, Kivishtasp, till the coming of the religion, 30 years, altogether 120 years. 8, Vohuman, son of Spendat, 112 years, Hume, who was daughter of Vohuman, 30 years, Darel, son of Saharazad, that is, of the daughter of Vohuman, 12 years, Dere, son of Dere, 14 years, Alexander the Human, 14 years. Vishtasp, after coming of religion 90 Vohuman Spendat 112 Hume 30 Dere Likharazat 12 Dere I Dere 14 Alexander Ryaman 14 272. The result therefore gives 272 years from the coming of the religion until the close of the dominion of Alexander the Great, or a 258 years before the beginning of his power. Repeated tradition exists that Zoroaster was 42 years old when he first converted King Vishtaspa, who became his patron. If we interpret the coming of the religion to mean its acceptance by Vishtaspa, we must add 42 years to the number 258 before Alexander in order to obtain the traditional date of Zoroaster's birth. This would answer on the date of Zoroaster 159 to the 300 years before Alexander of the Artavirov. If, however, we take the phrase coming of the religion to mean the date of Zoroaster's entry upon his ministry equals Origp 8, as does West, Sbev 219, we must then add 30 years, which was Zoroaster's age when he beheld his first vision of Ormuzd. The latter view is the correct one as shown by West. It is worth remarking that as Zoroaster's revelation and the coming of the religion are placed in the 30th year of Vishtasp's reign as well as of the prophet's life, both men accordingly would be represented as born in the same year if we adopt an Oriental custom in dating a king's accession to the throne from the day of his birth. A calculation based upon the figures of this tradition would place plus Zoroaster's birth 42 years 258 years, equals 300 years, before BC 330, the date of the fall of the Iranian kingdom through Alexander's conquest. In other words, it would assign Zoroaster's birth to about BC 630. But as West has shown Sbe Slavii 63-54, there is an evident omission of 36 years in the reckoning. He accounts for this error and combines the items, 272 years of BD 34. 7 to 8 with the date of Alexander's death, BC 323, and with the 30th year of Zoroaster's life in which the evolution came, and he finds BC 660 as the traditional date of the birth of Zoroaster and of Vishtasp's accession. See below. Appendix 3. According to the same tradition, the duration of the various reigns of the Kayanian dynasty would be about as follows. West's corrected chronology now included: King Eind years. Vishtasp 120 Vohuman, Ardashur Dirazdast. 112 Humal 30 Daryl 12 Dere Idarai 14 Accession of Alexander to his invasion. Fictitious date BO 618 to 498 498 to 386 386 to 356 356 to 844 344 to 330 West's correction, including 85 years. 660 to 540 540 to 428 428 to 363 363 to 351 351 to 337 337 to 331. The results would be somewhat altered if the computation be made according to lunar years or if a different point of departure be taken. The excessive lengths of the reigns of Vishtasp and Vohuman seem suspicious and suggest round numbers unless we are to interpret them as comprising successive rulers. For example, in historic times, beside Histasps, the father of Darius, we have the names of two other Histasps, later connected with the ruling house of Bactria. 160 Appendix 2. The historic reigns of the Achaemenians may be compared, cf. Stockvis, Manuel Destoyer, p. 107. Cyrus Cambyses Darius I Xerxes Artaxerxes Longimanus Darius Nathos Artaxerxes Nemon Artaxerxes Achus Arses Darius Codominus BC 558 to 529 529 to 521 521 to 485 485 to 465 465 to 425 425 to 405 405 to 362 362 to 340 340 to 337 337 to 330. Comparison may be made, as with West/identifying the long reign of Vohuman, who is called Ardashur, Artaxerxes or Ardashur Dirazdast the long-handed, with Artaxerxes Longimanus and his successors. Historical grounds throughout seem to favor this. For Hume, West suggests Parysatis as a possibility. The last two Darius answer to Achus and Codominus, and the reign of Vishtasp seems intended to cover the period from Cyrns to Xerxes. West. There seems every reason to identify Vohuman Ardashur Dirazdast with Artaxerxes Longimanus, according to the Bahman Yasht, Byt. 217, as this Kayanian king makes the religion current in the whole world. One might be possibly tempted to regard the Vishtasp reign as representing the Bactrian rule until Artaxerxes, and assume that Zoroastrianism then became the faith of Persis. This might account for the silence as to =origp 9 the early Achaemenians and shed some light on the problem concerning the Achaemenians as Zoroastrians, but there seems to be no historic foundation for such assumption. Suffice here to have presented the tradition in regard to the reigns of the Kayanian kings as bearing on Zoroaster's date and the traditional 258 years before Alexander as the era of the coming of the religion. 1. See genealogical tables of the Achaemenidae in Stockvis, Manuel de Histoire, de Genealogia, et de Aranology, p. 108, Lide, 1888, Pauli, Seal Encyclopédie, article Achaemenidae, Justi, Gfeskik des Alten Persians, p. 15, Iranisches Nameribuch, p. 398 to 399, and Smith, Classical Dictionary, article Histasps. 2. West, Bundahish translated, SBE. v. 150 n. 198 and Harles, Avesta Traduit, Introduction Pietziath, thinks that the early Achaemenians were intentionally sacrificed. Spiegel, ZDMG. XLV 203, on the date of Zoroaster 161 identifies the first Dere Whitli Darius I, and believes that Li was misplaced in the kingly list. This I doubt. West, Bijt. Translo, 8 BE. V 199. See also above, pages 81 to 82. Consult J. H. Moulton in The Thinker, 2. 498-501 Dublux, La Furs, p. 57, sharply separates the Oriental account of the Persian kings from the historical account. C. The sum of 258 years is given also by so careful an investigator as Albertini, AD 973-1048. His statements are based on the authority of the scholars of the Persians, the Urbads, and Imabads of the Zoroastrians. In his Chronology of Ancient Nations, p. 17, 1. 17, translate Sacha, is found a statement of the Persian view in regard to Zoroaster's date, from his, i.e. Zoroaster's, appearance till the beginning of the Jsra Alexandri they count 258 years. Several times he gives the received tradition that Zoroaster appeared in the 30th year of the reign of Vishtasp. In another place, Chronicles p. 196, translate Sacha, he gives further information in regard to Zoroaster's time. On the first Emadan AH 319 came forward IBN equals ABL Zachariah. If, now, this be the time, i.e. AH 319 AD 931, which Jam Asp and Zarathustra meant, they are right as far as chronology is concerned. For this happened at the end of the Ra Alexandri 1242, i.e. 1500 years after Zarathustra. From this statement we may compute back to the year BC 569 as a date when a prophecy is supposed to have been made by Zoroaster and Jamasp. Al-Blur QNL is not exhausted yet. In Chronicles 121, translate Sacha, he says, we find the interval between Zoroaster and Yazdajird ben Shapur to be nearly 970 years. This gives the date about BC 571 if we count Yazdajird's reign as AD 399 to 420. Furthermore, the carefully constructed tables which Al-Biruni gives from various sources are interesting and instructive, owing to their exact agreement with the reigns of the Kayanian kings as recorded in the Bundashan. Thus, Chronicles p. 112, 107 to 114, translate Sacha, Kai Vishtasp till the appearance of Zoroaster 30 the same after that event 90 Kai Ardashir Baman, Vahaman, 112 Kumani, Hume, 30 Dara 12 Dara ben Dara 14 on p. 115 he contrasts these dates with those given by OGP low early Occidental authorities. Finale, Chronicles p. 32, translate Sacha, the name of Thales is brought into connection with 162 Appendix 2 Zoroaster, CFP 169, and 3 below. Nished by Al-Biruni. So much for the information for 1 Al-Biruni, Chronology of Ancient Nations, translate, and ed. By Sacha, p. 109. 2 According to Al-Biruni, p. 32, translate Sacha, the MRA, Alexandria would date from the time when Alexander left Greece at the age of 26 years, preparing to fight with Darius. D. Of somewhat earlier date but identical in purport is the statement found in Masudi's Meadows of Gold, written in AD 943 to 944, Mar Esudi died AD 957. Like the Bundashu and like Al-Biruni, Mosmi reports that the Magians count a period of 258 years between their prophet Zoroaster and Alexander. He reiterates this assertion in Indicatio et Admonitio by saying between Zoroaster and Alexander there are about 300 years. Nearly the same, but not exactly identical figures, are found as in the Bundashan, regarding the length of the reigns of the various Kayanian kings, Zoroaster is stated, as elsewhere, to have appeared in the 30th year of Vishtasp's reign, and he dies at the age of 77, after having taught for 35 years. The statement that Zoroaster lived to the age of 77 years is also found elsewhere. What Masudi has to say on the subject of Nebuchadnezzar's being a lieutenant of Laras, or Vatispa, and regarding Cyrus as contemporary with Bahman will be mentioned below, as a similar statement occurs in the Dinkard, BK 5. West, SBE Slayai. 121 Masudi, Majidai, Les Prairies DF or, Text et Traduction par Barbie de Maynard, 4. 107 Les Mages Comptent entre le Prophète Zoroaster, Fils d'Espaman, et Alexander, un période de 258 answer entre Alexander, chu ils font arner 6 ans, et iav nemen d'Archer, 510 septembre ans, enfin entre Archer et ih gyre 564 ans du revenu d'Alexander que l'annalzance du Messie, 369 ans, de la naissance du Messie est celle du prophète 520 et un answer. Observe especially that Mos me in indicatio et admonitio, p. 327-328, accounts for the intentional shortening of the period between Alexander and Ardashir. What he has to say on this subject is worth looking up in connection with SBE. V 151 and 2 Mosid, Le Libre de Vindication et de V Admonition, in Prairies d'Or, 9 p. 327, Zoroaster fils de Porochas fils d'Iasanman, dans Iavesta, qui est le libre qu'il lui at 6 refivel, ananske, dans 300 ans, I empire des Perses fiprivera un grands révolution, sans que la religion soit toute, mais tu about de 1000 ans, I empire et la religion p and iron n msme temps. Or entre Zoroaster et Alexander ilya environ 300 ans, car on the date of Zoroaster 163 Zoroaster appara du temps de Cavastasp, fils de Calilirasp, cum nous iavans dit si idavant. See Masudi, Kitab al-Tanhit, p. 90 seq, ed. De Gauge, Leiden, 1894. Compare also Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 35, in Drisler Classical Studies, New York, 1894, and Le Libre de Viavertissement, Traduction PARBC de Vox, SOOI 66 Asiatique, p. 140, Paris, 1896. 5 Moscou d'L, Prairies d'Or, 2. p. 123, ed. Barbie de Maynard. Eustasph, Gustasp, Rgnaa Profsunfra, Larasp, etr Sida K. Balk. 26 Tait sur letr 6 ne Depuis 30 ans, Lorsk Ziradect, Fils d'Espaman se Perg devant Louis. p. 127. Eustasph Rgna cent equals origp 11 vlngtans avant d'adopter la religion des mages, pus il morud. La prédication de Ziradec dura 35 ans, et 11 morut and g6 de 60 et dix September. Answer the detailed reigns, Mosid, OPCIT 126 to 129, Arvishtasp 120 years, Bahman 112, Hummel 30, or more, Dara 12, Dara son of Dara 80, Alexander 6, cf Bal 4p 107 Alexander, Chu ils font arner 6ans. The latter would answer pretty nearly to the commonly received years of Alexander in Persia, BC 330 to 323. Observe that the years of the last three reigns vary somewhat from the Pflondition. Deducting from Vishtasp's reign the 30 years till Zoroaster appeared and counting simply to the coming of Alexander, the resulting 274 years would place Zoroaster's appearance at BC 604 or, if 42 years old at the time, his birth at BC 646. See now West's correction, which gives BC 660. But notice that instead of 274 years as here, Mosme elsewhere says, Prairies d or, for 106, quoted above, there were 258 years between Zoroaster and Alexander. Asterisk e.g. Dinkart BK 7. 5.1, Communication from West, and in the Ribayats. The period at which the Arabic chronicler Tabaral, died AD 923, places Zoroaster in his record of Persian reigns, is practically identical vs the preceding in its results, although he occasionally differs in the length of the individual reigns, e.g. Bahman 80 years, although he mentions that others say 112 years, Hume about 20 years, Darad 23 years. He tells also of a tradition that makes of Zoroaster one of the disciples of Jeremiah. The latter, according to the generally accepted view, began to prophesy about BC 626. These points will be spoken of again below. I.C. Zotenberg, Chronique de Taberi, Traduit sur la version persane d'Abu Mohammed Bel Ami, Tome I 491-508, Paris, 1867. F. The Dabistan, translated by Shea and Troyer, I 306-309, narrates that the holy cypress which Zoroaster had planted at Kishmar in Khorasan I formerly wrongly read Kashmir and which was cut down by the order of Mutawakkil, 10th Caliph of the Abbasides, reigned AD 846-860, had stood 1450 years, 1450, from the time of its being planted, to the year 232 of 164 Appendix to the Hejrali, AD 846. If these years be reckoned as solar years, according to the custom of the ancient Persians, and counted from the beginning of Mutawakkil's reign, the date of the planting of the cypress would be BC 604, but if reckoned according to the lunar calendar of the Mohammedans, i.e. equivalent to 1408 solar years, the epoch would be BC 562. The former date, B.C. 604, recalls the reckoning of Mazdayasna alluded to above, on P10 equals P162. The event of the planting must have been an occasion of special moment, from a reference to the same in Rirdosi, translation by Moll, 4291-293, Paris, 1877, the conversion of Vishtaspa is perhaps alluded to. If the conversion of Vishtaspa really be alluded to, 42 years must be added to give the approximate date of Zoroaster's birth. Perhaps, however, some other event in the prophet's life is commemorated. In any case, the results lead us to the latter part of the 7th century BC and the first part of the 6th century. See now above, p. 80. 1. See the calculation of Inquitil du Peron, in Cleucher, on Lizum Zaithl 1 pages 346-347, and of Shea and Troyer, Dabistan, equals ORIGP 12 translated, I 308, N, Paris, 1843 and Merkhan's History of the Marla Kings of Persia, translate Shea, p. 281-282, London, 1832. According to E. Roth, Zoroastrisch Glaubenslehre in Geschichte unserer Benkelandischen Philosophie, I 850, the era of the cypress is BC 560. This is adopted by Fleugel, Cyrus und Herodot, p. 15, 18, Leipzig, 1881. On Kislamar consult also Viewers, Fragment, p. 113. 2. In case the 1450 years be reckoned back from the date of Mutawakkil's death, AD 860, instead of from the beginning of his power, the numbers would be respectively BC 590, if solar, or BC 548, if lunar. G. The figures of the chapter headings in the Shahnameh of Pir Dazlo, AD 940, 1020, likewise place the opening of Vishtaspa's reign at about 300 years before Alexander's death. 1 Ferdozi Ishanim, ed. Voleslandauer, 3. p. 1495 sec. See also Shea and Troilus Dabiston, Introd. IPIFC and p. 380. Consult the chapter headings of the reigns in Moll's translation of Perdossi, Vols, 4v. Observe that Bahman is assigned only 99 years instead of the usual 112, the duration of Vishtaspa's reign is given in Moll, Vol. 4 587, Cent Vingt ans in harmony with the usual tradition. H. The Persian historical work, Mujmal al-Tawarik, AH 520 equals AD 1126, following the authority of the Chronicle of the Kings of Persia, brought from Farsistan by Bahram, son of Merdan Shah, on the date of Zoroaster 165 Mobd of Shapur, enumerates 258 years before Alexander. The Ulama-i Islam counts 300. 1 See Extraits du Mujmal al-Tawarik, Relative Savias d'Oyer de la Perse, Traduits du Persan, Par Jules Moll, Journal Asiatique, Tome 11 pages 136, 258, 320, Paris, 1841. 2 CFOPCLT. p. 230. The author acknowledges indebtedness also to Hamza of Isfahan, Taharil, and Kurtazlo. His chronology may he deduced from pages 330 to 339 of the work cited. It runs, Larisp 120 years, Gushtasp 120 years, Bahman 112, Hume 30, Darab 12 or 14, Dara son of Darab 14 or 16, Alexander 14 or 28. Observe the alternative figures in the case of the last three numbers. According to Eoth, Geschichte unserer Abendlandeskief Philosophe, I 351, the author of the Mujmal al-Tawarik places Zoroaster 1700 years before his own time. On this ground Eoth places the death of Zoroaster at BC 522, and is followed by Floigel, Cyrus und Baradat, p. 18. Cf. Klewiker's Zendavesta, on. BD I Thiel 1, p. 347. 8 C. Viewers, Fragment über Zoroaster, p. 58. Interesting is the fact noticed by Ainquetil du Perron / that a certain religious sect that immigrated into China AD 600 is evidently of Zoroastrian origin, and that these believers have an era which dates approximately from BC 659. This date Ainquetil regards as referring to the time when Zoroaster left his home and entered upon his mission, a sort of Iranian hejra. See Ainquetil du Perron quoted by Klewiker, and Hangzum Zendavesta, BDITHL 1, pages 349 to 351, cited also by Shea, Merklian's History, p. 282, and by Roth in Geschichte Abendland. Philosophe, I 353 and note 566, and followed by Floigel, Cyrus und Herodot, p. 18. J. Similar in effect as far as concerns the period at which they place the prophet, although of doubtful value or otherwise to be explained, are those Syriac and Arabic =ORIGP 13 reports which connect the name of Zoroaster with Jeremiah and which make him the latter's pupil or even identify him with Baruch the scribe of Jeremiah. Presumably this association is due to confusing the Arabic form of the name Jeremiah Armiali with Zoroaster's supposed native place Urmia, Urumiyat. 1. A. The Syro-Arabic lexicon of Barbalal, about AD 963, S.V. Kasoma, divinator, like Zerdasht, who people say is Baruch the scribe, and because the gift of prophecy was not accorded to him he went astray, journeyed to other nations and learned 12 tongues. C.F. Painesmith, Thesaurus Syriacus, Kernel 3704. 166 Appendix N8, also Bishop Ishodad of Hadatha, about AD 852, Commentary on Math. 2.1, some say that he, Zoroaster, is the same as Baruch the pupil of Jeremiah, and that because the gift of prophecy was denied him as had been his wish, and because of that bitter exile and the sack of Jerusalem and the temple, he became offended, or angry, and went away among other nations, learned 12 languages, and in them wrote that vomit of Satan, i.e. the book which is called Avesta. Cf. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 29. 7. Identically, Solomon of Hilat, born about AD 1222, Bujc of the B, this Zarathustra is Baruch the scribe, p. 81 seq, ed. Budge, Anecdota Oxonianzia, also Ikun, ein Zoroastrisk Prophesiung in Christlichem Gewanda, Festgrossen Ivan Roth, Stuttgart, 1893, p. 219. Consult especially Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, Drissler Classical Studies, New York, 1894. S. Tabarel, died AD 923, likewise notices the association of Zoroaster with Jeremiah. According to him, Zoroaster was of Palestinian origin, a servant to one of the disciples of Jeremiah the prophet, with whom he was a favorite. But he proved treacherous and false to him. Wherefore God cursed him, and he became leprous. He wandered to Adarbijan, and preached there the Magian religion. From there he went to Vishtaspa, who was in Balkh. Now when he, Zoroaster, had come before him, and preached his doctrine to him, it caused him to marvel, and he compelled his people to accept it, and put many people to death on its account. Then they followed it, the religion. Vishtasp reigned 112 years. Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 37. See also Chronique de Taberi Traduit Parh Zotenberg, IP 499. In the story of the leprosy can there be some reminiscence of Elisha's servant Gehazi, who was cursed with leprosy for falsehood after the cleansing of Naaman? C2. Kings, v. 1-27 and compare Serath, p. 30 above, and Hyde, p. 314. E. The same general statements of Taberi are repeated by Ibn al-Athir, 13th century, in his Qa'ud al-Kamil fl al-Ta'arulk. See Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 39. F. Once the Syrian Gregorius bar Abitraya Abul-Faraj, c. AD 1250, calls Zoroaster a disciple of Elijah, mistake for Jeremiah, see Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 32. R. Similarly the Arab historian Abu Muhammad Mustafa calls Zoroaster a disciple of Ezra, see Hyde, Histori Religion Veterum Persarum, p. 313. 2. So suggested by de Sacy, notices et extraits ses manuscrits de la Bible du Roi, 2. 319, see Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, Drissler Classical Studies, p. 30n. Ainquetil du Perron's view was, that this is owing to an unwillingness to attribute to the Persians a prophet of their own, without Semitic influence, see his paragraph in Kleuker, on Zoom Zaitbl 1, p. 341. This is no doubt also true. See likewise p. 30 above. K. Pointing to a similar era are the Pahlavi, Dinkart Bk5 Enkli, and Perso-Arabic allusions to Nebuchadnezzar as lieutenant on the date of Zoroaster 167 of Vishtasp's predecessor, Larisp, and of Vismasp himself as well as of his successor Bahman, Vohuman. See also above, p. 91, and 2. In the same connection Cyrus's name is joined with Vishtasp and Bahman 1, a, according to Tal, Arl, 10th century AD, and Mazudi, equals ORIGP 14. Nebuchadnezzar was lieutenant successively under Larisp, Vishtasp J, and Bahman. The tradition regarding Larisp's taking of Jerusalem is found in the Pahlavi Dinkart Bk5 and Malnagai Kairat 27. 66-67, translate West, 8 BE. XXIB 65. Taharil, or rather the Persian version of the latter by Bel-Ami, gives two different versions of the story. See Chronique de Tabaril, traduit sur la version persane de Bel-Ami Parh Zotenderg, vol I pages 491 to 507, Paris, 1867, and Tabari Op. p. 503, the return of the Jews to Jerusalem is placed in the 70th year of Bahman. Signs of confusion are evident. So also in Merkhand, 15th century AD, who in his history repeats Tabari's statement with reference to Nebuchadnezzar and Liarisp, and makes Cyrus a son of Larisp although he is placed in the reign of Bahman. He regards Bahman, Voilman, as a contemporary of Hippocrates, e.g. 460 to 357, and Xenocrates, BC 396 to 314, which would har equals manis properly with the traditional dates above given, pages 8 to 9 pages 159-160, for Bahman's reign. Sichet, Merkhand's History, pp. 264, 291, 843. 8. Mosmi is worth consulting on the same point, especially in respect to certain presumed relations between the Persians and the Jews. See Barbey de Maynard, Makoti les Frères d'Or, 2. 119 to 128, 1. At this point may be mentioned two other allusions that place Zoroaster's activity in the 6th century before the Christian era, although the former of these rests upon the identification of the prophet's patron Vishtaspa with Histasps the father of Darius. The first of these allusions, that given by Ammianus Marcellinus, 6th century AD, directly calls Vishtaspa, Histasps, the father of Darius, although Agathias, 6th century AD expresses uncertainty on this point. The second allusion is found in Eutychius, the Alexandrian patriarch, who makes Zoroaster a contemporary of Cambyses and the Magian Smerdis, a view which is shared by the Syrian Gregorius bar Abitrea Abulfaraj, c. AD 1260, and by the Arab chronologist Al-Maqln. 1 Ammian. Marcel. 23-6. 32. Magium opinionum insignium octor amplissimus flato, macagistum esse verbo mystico docet, divinorum incorruptissimum cultum, quia scientia seculis priscus multa ex Chaldeorum arcanus patrianus addidat Zoroasters, deant Histasps rex prudentissimus, dera e pater. The general opinion is that seculis priscus is allowable in consideration of the 1,000 years that separated Zoroaster and Ammianus, 168 Appendix 2, and assuming that Ammianus understood Zoroaster and Histasps to be contemporaries, of Kieukar enfta Jesum Zendavesta, Bdithl 1, p. 334. 2 Agathias 2, 24, Zapad for Pavtov op Dirtus Kutos 5 ed Zapad sos, Toys apt srjs sit, Yap ctt Aravi 7, Iranus ila Dirafil Kafiv Phi Kpui of ttjk ops 6 asterisk Toy v6 piovs eok Toy ovk iveot ifkupasai vuve, I leptre seai /rhvot pvvc tri t, rtoff7 re and j, o0 tmstjti war xws epoeri isyapive, as /adve /I pivov 7 r6 ai, kol auk elvwa /adpiti airdropo eapio virariapafraho. And /os optos tun reads icard ceteris. See Appendix B 35. 8 Utiai Patriarchy Alexandrini Annates. Illustre. Selden, Interpair. Epoch. Oxon 1658, pages 262 to 263, Mortuo Ciro Dario Babelis Reg, post ipsum imperavit filius ipsius Cambyses annos novem, post quern Samartius magus annum unum. Hi. Magus cognominatus est quod ipsius tempor flaruerid persequitum Zaradasht, Psychojuo, qui magorum religionum candidatatibus igna dedicatus. Post ipsum regnavit Dara primus, annos viginti. Post ilium artaxast longimanus cognominatus annos viginti quatuor. On this authority Fleugel, following Roth, wishes to assign the year of Zoroaster's death to e.g. 522, cf. Cyrus und Herodot, p. 18, and Roth, Geschichte uns Abendland. Philosophie I 353. Bar area, Arabic Chronicon, p. 83, ed. Salhani, Beirut, 1890, cited by Gottheil, References to Zoroaster, p. 32. In those days, of Cambyses, came Zarathustra, chief of the Magian sect, by birth of Adarbijan, or, as some say, of Athor, Assyria. It is reported that he was one of Elijah's disciples, and he informed the Persians of the sign of the birth of Christ. 5 See Hyde History Belig Vet. Pers pages 528-529. Finally, 2 other allusions are here added for the sake of completeness, as they have been interpreted as pointing to the fact that Zoroaster lived about the 6th century BC. There seems to be nothing in them, however, to compel us to believe that Zoroaster is regarded as living only a short time before the events to which they allude. The first is a passage in Nicolaus Damascenus, 1st century BC, who represents that when Cyrus was about to burn the unfortunate Croesus, his attention was called to Zbotkrtipov Koita, which forbade that fire should be defiled. The second item of information is found in such references as represent Pythagoras as following Zoroaster's doctrines. Lastly, the association of Zoroaster's name with that of Thales, by Albarnel, has been noted above. 1 Nicolaus Damascenus Eram. 65, Muller Fram. History GFR 3. 409 Self-IRA Sci-Fi 6I/IA Ivit, Col O Irit. St $6 // is XPVFOLRD Rizapod for Pod /6 ida L for Capo 7, Rho Fiv OZVE 6 WVTTJUAWOCWD Chi, 8 Eve. V6 Via FX V Zeta Pod for PIV and WWS Yukfat O Ikivok DTE Tyrov, George CVE Poisk Alive, /AT5 TRVP, Col IRD /AI Tofto /Caflectus RHV6 NIIGOFT, T6 $E0 IU, Road Fevoy. Latin version, Persis Religio AC Metis DIVSM Incessit, Sibili quoque Vaticania AC Zoroastris Oracula in Mentum Venibant. Itac Clamidabant, Multu, Quam Antia, on the date of Zoroaster 169 Contentius, ut Croesus Zoroaster. At firsi exinda sanctarunt juxta precepta Zoroastris, ne cadavera cremere nec ignum contaminare post hac liceret, quodquam apodias ex vetri instituto alatinuisit, turn magus conflor maverunt. Cf. de Harles, Avesta traduit, intrad. Pages Sliv, Ixi. 2 The principal references are to be found in Windish Man, Zoroastrisk Study N, pages 260 to 264, 274, from whose work they are taken. Several of these allusions mention Zoroaster's name directly, in others we may infer it, since Pythagoras is made a student of the Magi, whom classical antiquity regards as the exponents of Zoroaster's teaching. Such allusions are, a. Cicero, De Fin 5. 29, Ipsi Pythagoras et Egyptum lustravit et Perserum magos adiit, Phi, Valerius Maximus 8. 7 Extern. 2. Ind ad Persis perfectus magorum exactissimi protheia se formandum tradidit, 7, Pliny, nh 30. 2-1, Pythagoras, Empedocles, Democritus, Plato ad Hanc, Magiene, Descendum Navigabra, 5, Porphyrins, Vita Pelag. 41, Il Caltositov, as Irafraviae item bave 2, %vnpo/i.d tipka /ovnve/sequoy, and Vita Pythag. 12, 46 av zetav tolls saaits x.axios fawaev rokox irf zd perof ziparov, nauk, Zoroaster, di/ce2, e, Plutarch, de animi procre. In Timeo 2. 2. Zaptera 6 Tu Basebavis Iswar / Caaoj, Q Clemens Alexandrinus, Stromata, 1, p. 357, ed. Potter, Zapad for Prev Se Radiovri / Uparili Ilti 6a.y6 pa icri / a, rel, Ms. Edfikaya ev, of Cyrillus, Adverb July 3, p. 87, where Pythagoras is called Vobplotost Jot S of Zoroaster, IJ, Suidas SV Pythagoras, Chlvi I6 pa Ovtos ZDPRJTOS Rodfidiov, is it Zoroaster? E. Apuleius Florid, p. 19, ed. Altib, sunt qui Pythagoram ai and eo temporis intercapt ivos cambici regis Egyptum cum adviritur, doctors habis perserum magos a praesepu Zoroasterum omnia divini arcani antistidum, 1, in Lucian's Dialogue Menippus, 6, p. 463, the Babylonian Magi are the pupils and successors of Zoroaster / J.07E50E is BA, 3I / A 4 / E6 Vita Dedisi Val RTMS Ray May Y Rabzupod, 70 POV Naberjatov Kol Dias XOJV. Also some others. 2 CP 161 above. The particular passage is one in which Albiram discusses the various possibilities as to the date of Thales. He adds that if he, i.e. Thales, lived at the time of Kaikubad, he stands near to Zoroaster, who belonged to the sect of the Haranians, Chronicles p. 32, 115, translate Sacha. B. Discussion of the data. The material above collected presents most of the =ORIGPI6 external evidence that we have in regard to the age at which Zoroaster lived. Are now prepared for a more comprehensive view of the subject, for a discussion of the data in hand, for a presentation of certain internal evidences that need to be brought out, and for arguments and possible deductions. Several points immediately suggest themselves for comment. First, in discussing the classical allusions above presented, one is justified from the connection in assuming that such allusions as are 170 Appendix 2 made to the name of Zoroaster as a religious teacher or sage, all refer to the one great prophet of ancient Iran. No account, I think, need therefore be taken of such views as assume the existence of two or of several Zoroasters, belonging to different periods in the world's history. Such a view was held by Suidas, SV Zoroasters, and was evidently earlier shared by Plio. It met with acceptance also among some of the old-fashioned writers in more recent times, but there is no real evidence in its favor, and it is due to an attempt to adjust the discrepancy existing in classical statements with regard to Zoroaster's date. History knows of but one Zoroaster. 1 Pliny nh 30. 2:1. Signed Ubio illic orda, ars magica, in persida Zoroaster, ut inter octors convenit. Bet unis hic fuerit, and postea et alias, non satis constat. He adds a little later, 30. 2:8, Diligenti oris Paulo anti hunc q.eosthanum, Zoroasterum alium proconissum. 2 E.G. Klewiker, quoting the ABT, 6 Foliar, and Hangzum Zendavesta, BDITHL2, p. 68-81. Second, among the three dates which may be deduced from the material above collected and which are summarized on p2 = p162, we are justified upon reasonable grounds, I think, in rejecting the excessively early date of BC 6000 or thereabouts. The explanation above offered to account for the extravagant figures seems satisfactory enough. Third, such dates as might be arrived at from the sporadic allusions that associate the name of Zoroaster with Semiramis and Ninus, with Nimrod and Abraham, or with Baal, Bel, Balaam, as above discussed, have little if any real foundation. In each instance there seem to me to be reasonable grounds for discarding them. There remains finally a comparatively large body of material that would point to the fact that Zoroaster flourished between the latter part of the 7th century and the middle of the 6th century before the Christian era. The material when sifted reduces itself first, to the direct tradition found in two Pahlavi books, Mazdayasna and Artaviroth, which places Zoroaster's era 300 years, or more exactly 258 years, before Alexander's day. Second, to the Arabic allusions which give the same date in their origp 17 chronological computations and which in part lay claim to being founded upon the chronology of the Persians themselves. Third, to similar allusions elsewhere which place Zoroaster at about this period. On the date of Zoroaster 171 1 compare Al-Biruni, Chronology of Ancient Nations, p. 109, 112, translate Sacha, and the Majmal al-Tawarik, p. 142, 320, 330, Traduit Mol, Journal Asiatique, 1841, stating that the account is based on the Chronicle of Mobd-Baram. Certain objections may be raised to a view based upon this material last given. Pierced among these objections is a claim often urged, that the traditional date rests upon an erroneous identification of Vishtaspa with Histasps, the father of Darius. One cannot see, from the allusions or elsewhere, that the Persians made any such identification. The impression gained from the material presented is rather in fact to the contrary. One may recall, for example, how widely different the ancestry of Vishtaspa is from the generally received descent of Histasps, the father of Darius, a point which Floigel and Eoth seem to have overlooked. It was only the classical writer Ammianus Marcellinus who, in antiquity, made any such identification. The point has already been sufficiently dealt with above, p. 14 equals p. 167, and West now also treats it in like manner sbe Slavii. Introd. 70. A second objection may be brought on the plea that the traditional date, 7th to middle of 6th century BC, would not allow of the lapse of sufficient time to account for the difference in language between the Gathas and the Old Persian inscriptions and for certain apparent developments in the faith. Furthermore, that a longer period of time must be allowed to account for the difference between the fixed title Ahura Mazda, Poixta current in Western Persia in Achaemenian times, and the divided form of the divine name Ahura Mazda, or Ahura alone and Mazda alone, as found in the Avesta, especially in the Zoroastrian Gathas. This point has been noticed in the interesting and instructive paper of Professor Tyle, over de Auditheid van het Avesta, p. 16, who comes to the result that Zoroastrianism must have existed as early as the first half of the 7th century B.O. if we accept, as I believe we should, the theses that Vishtaspa ruled in eastern Iran, and that, although Zoroaster was a native of Azerbaijan, the chief scene of his religious activity was eastern Iran and that the faith spread from Bactria westwards. I cannot see that these arguments militate against the traditional date under discussion. Dialectic differences between the Bactrian region and Persia proper would sufficiently account for arguments based on language alone. This, added to national and, 172 Appendix 2 individual differences, might well account for the fixed form of the name Ahura Mazda among the Achaemenians as contrasted with the Avestan form. Who can say how rapidly the creed spread from the east to the west and what changes consequently in a short time may have resulted? New converts in their zeal are often more rad equals origp 18 equal in progressive changes than first reformers. Persis, with its original difference in dialect, may in short time have developed the single title Ahura Mazda from Ahura Mazda as watchword of church and state. See also note, p. 20, top equals p. 174. 1 reprinted from the Mededelen Gender Koninklijke Academie van Wetenschappen, of Dealing Letterkunde, 3de Reeks, Deel 11. 364 to 385. Two Tiles Little World argues admirably for the antiquity of the Avesta as opposed to Darmesteder's views for the lateness of the Gatlias. I wish I could be convinced by Professor Tyle, p. 19, that the names of the Median kings, Fraorts, Fravetug, Kyaxares, Bavoxjadara, Diox *Dahayaka, as well as Eparna, Siddhaparna of the early Esarhaddon inscription, explained as containing Vardhana, glory, are due to concepts originated by Zoroaster and are not merely marks of beliefs which Zoroastrianism inherited directly from existing magism. The name of Darius's contemporary Xathratha, BH 215, 419, BHE 6, is not so important for the argument. I confess I should like to place Zoroaster as early as the beginning of the 7th century. The earlier, the better. Onfra Orts viewed as a Zoroastrian, compare more recently, Justi, in Prus. Jarhucher, BD 88, P 258 Krundris d Iran. Filal. 2 P 411. On Eastern Iran, C.F. Geiger, Ostiraniskultur, Erlangen, 1882, an English translation of same, Darab D. Pisanjana, Eastern Iranians, London, 1885–1886. *C. Jackson, Zoroaster's Native Place, JAOS. 15230 sec. So in spite of Spiegel, ZDMG. XLV 198 sec. A final objection may be raised as to the real historic worth and chronological value of the Persian tradition which places Zoroaster 3 centuries before Alexander. This, it must frankly be said, is the real point of the question. Is there a possibility of Arabic influence at work upon the statements of the Bundahishan and Artavirov and Zatsparam? Is the whole chronology of the Bundahishan and that of the Persians artificial, and did the Zoroastrians intentionally tamper with history and bring Zoroaster down as late as possible in order that the millennial period might not be regarded as having elapsed without the appearance of a Saoshyant, or Messiah? On the date of Zoroaster 173 Spiegel, Iranisk Alterthuinskunda, I 506, with Windish man, regards the data of the Bundahishan as unzuverlässig, but it must be remembered that his figures, 178 years for the period between Zoroaster and Alexander, now require correction to 258, which alters the condition of affairs. See West, SBE. V 150–151, and Spiegel, ZDMG. XLV 203. Compare especially to Harlez, Avesta Traduit, Introd. Peak Ziath. These questions require serious consideration in detail. The introduction to the chronological chapter of the Bundahishan, BD 34, does indeed read, according to one Ms., on the reckoning of the years of the Arabs, see Bundahishan translated by West, SBEV 149, but the word Tajikan of the Arabs is not found in the other manuscripts. Moreover, the scientific investigator al-Biruni, and also the Mujmal al-Tawarik, whose data agree exactly with the Bundahishan, affirm that the dates given for the Kayanian kings are obtained from the records of the Persians themselves. There seems no reason, therefore, to doubt that the =ORIGP 19 Bundahishan really represents the Persian chronology. But what the value of that chronology may be, is another matter. Personally, I think it has real value so far as giving the approximate period of 3 centuries before Alexander as Zoroaster's era. Every student of the classics knows the part that chronology plays with reference to the Magi. Every reader of the Avesta is familiar with the time of long duration. Everyone who has looked into the scholarly work of al-Biruni will have more respect for Persian chronology. Errors indeed there may be. Attention has been called above to the lack of agreement between the years assigned by tradition to the reigns of the Zoroastrian Kayanian monarchs and the generally accepted dates of the reigns of Cyrus, Darius, and Xerxes. To the dynasty of these 3 kings there corresponds only the long rule of Vishtaspa, 120 years, and a part of that of Bahman Ardashir-Dirazdast, some of whose reign answers to that of Artaxerxes Longimanus. As above said, it is difficult to identify the Kayanians of the tradition with the early Achaemenians of Greek history, but this need not nullify the real value of the traditional 3 centuries before Alexander. What Masudi, CAD 943, in his Indicatio et Admonitio can add on this subject is full of interest. Little attention seems thus far to have been drawn to this important passage and to the explanation which it contains. Masudi is fully aware of the difference that exists between the Persian and the generally accepted chronology, and he shows how it was brought about by 174 Appendix 11 Ardashir's purposely shortening the period between Alexander and himself by causing about half the number of years to be dropped from the chronological lists, but the 300 years of Zoroaster before Alexander were allowed to remain untouched, for the old prophecy regarding the time of Alexander's appearance had been fulfilled. The passage in Barbi de Maynard is well worth consulting. 1. See note above, p8 equals p160. 2. Cf. Barbi de Maynard in Le Livre de Vindication et de vie admonition. MA50 UDI, Prairies d'Or, 9 327-328. See also the translation by Vaux, My, Budai, Le Livre de vie avertissement, p. 136, Paris, 1896. 3. See preceding note. I have since found the passage given by Spiegel in ZDMQ. Iran. Oerthums Jacunda, 3. 193, compare also Spiegel, XLV. 202 see exalts. To draw conclusions, although open to certain objections, still, in the absence of any more reliable data or until the discovery of some new source of information to overthrow or to substantiate the view, there seems but one decision to make in the case before us. From the actual evidence presented and from the material accessible, one is fairly entitled, at least, upon the present merits of the case, to accept the period between the latter half of the 7th century and the middle of the 6th century, e.g. perhaps still better, between the middle of the 7th century and the first half of the 6th century b.c.j, or just before the rise of the Achaemenian power, as the approximate date of Zoroaster's life. Origp 20. Since the above was written, Drive E.W. West writes me, under date December 19, 1895, the interesting piece of information that his investigations into the history of the Iranian calendar have led him to the date BC 505 as the year in which a reform in the Persian calendar must have been instituted. He suggests that Darius, upon the conclusion of his wars and during the organizing of his kingdom and putting in force new acts of legislation, may with the aid and counsel of his priestly advisers have introduced the Zoroastrian names of the months which have supplanted the old Persian names which were given in the inscriptions. If this be so, the point may have a special bearing towards showing that the Achaemenians were Zoroastrians. Prom al-Biruni, Chronology, pages 17, 12, 55, 29, 205, 2 and 220, 19, translate Sacha, we know that Zoroaster himself must have occupied himself with the calendar. Benfei Ustern, Überdimenitsnamen einiger alter Volker, p. 116, regarded the Medo-Persian year as having been introduced into Cappadocia probably on the date of Zoroaster 176 as early as BC 750. Drive West's paper on the Parsi calendar has just appeared in the Academy for April 23, 1896. Later postscript, 1898, West gives his results in SBE Slayai. Introd. 79 SEQ. Similar results have been reached by others, or opinions to the same effect have been expressed, for example, Hogjusti, private letter, Geldner, personal communication, Kassartelli * and several names familiar to those acquainted with the field. Some effort might be made, perhaps if the premises will allow it, and some attempts have been made, to define the period more exactly by a precise interpretation of the various time allusions with reference to cardinal events in Zoroaster's life: the beginning of his ministry at the age of 30, the conversion of Vishtaspa in the prophet's 42nd year, the death of Zoroaster at the age of 77 years. See Appendix 3. 1. C.F. Hogg, Essays on the Farsis, West's Introduction, PXLV. Although Hogg had previously adopted various earlier eras for Zoroaster, e.g. BC 2300 Lecture on Zoroaster, Bombay, 1865, not later than BC 1000 Essays, p. 299, where the subject is discussed, cf. also Essays, pages 15, 136, 264. 2. Personal letter from Professor Justi, dated June 14, 1892. 8. Geldner formerly placed the date of Zoroaster as prior to BC 1000, see article Zoroaster, Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition. Philosophy of the Mazdayasna and Belijun under the Sassanids, translate Firoz Jamispji, p. 2, about 600. The best collections of material on the subject are to be found in Daharlaz, Avesta Traduit, 2d ed. Introduction, pages XXXXV, Xiv. See also Daharlaz, The Age of the Avesta, in JA08, New Series, 17349, London, 1885, who finds no reason to place the Avesta earlier than 600 or 700 e.g., or in broader terms fixes the epoch of Zoroastrianism and the Avesta between 700 and 100 e.g., Spiegel, EAI 673 to 676, and Windishman, Zoroastrisk Study N, pages 147, 162, 305, the latter suggested Zor. Stud. p. 164, about BC 1000 as Zoroaster's date. The present writer Aesta Kramar, p. 11, once held the opinion that Zoroaster lived more than 1,000 years before the Christian era. The date assigned by the Parsi Orientalist K.E. is about e.g. 1300. E.g. Ain Quitil du Peron, Zendavesta, IPT 2, p. 6, 60-62, assigns e.g. 589 to 512 as the age of Zoroaster. Compare also Klewaker, and Hangzum Zendavesta, BDITHL1, pages 327 to 374, THL2, pages 51 to 81, Thauker. Ain Quitil's monograph should be consulted. Floigel Cyrus Und Haradot, p. 18, following Roth, gives B.C. 599 to 522 as Zoroaster's era and identifies Vishtaspa with Histasps, the father of Darius. Neither Ploegel nor both seem to take any account of the difference between the genealogy of Vishtaspa's ancestors as given in the Old Persian inscriptions and the lineage given in the Avesta, Pahlavi, and later Persian works. Ploegel does not, moreover, sufficiently take into consideration, p. 17, that 42 years, or at least 30, must be 176 Appendix 2 added in every instance to the 258 years before Alexander, as that was Zoroaster's age when Vishtaspa accepted the faith. This would in any event place the date of Zoroaster's birth before e.g. 600. ORIGP 21. The above results, if they be accepted, i.e. the light at least of our present information on the subject, seem to be not without importance for the history of early religious thought and of the development of ethical and moral teaching. If one carefully works through the material, it must be acknowledged that the most consistent and the most authoritative of all the actual statements upon the subject place the appearance of the prophet at a period between the closing century of Median rule and the rising wave of Persian power, that is, between the latter half of the 7th century and the middle of the 6th century BC. Better, between the middle of the 7th century and the former half of the 6th century BCJ. It is the sowing of the fallow land that is to bring forth the rich fruits of the harvest. The teaching of Zoroaster must have taken deep root in the soil of Iran at the time when the Jews were carried up into captivity at Babylon, 586 to 536, where they became acquainted with the law of the Medes and Persians, which ald'ireth not / the time was not far remote when the sage Confucius should expound to China the national tenets of its people, and the gentle Buddha on Ganges bank should preach to longing souls the doctrine of redemption through renunciation. How interesting the picture, how full of instruction the contrast. And in this connection, the old question of a possible prehistoric Indo-Iranian religious schism comes perhaps once again into consideration. Certain theological and religious phenomena noticeable in Brahmanism are possibly not so early, after all, as has generally been believed. It may perchance be that Zoroastrianism in Iran was but the religious, social, and ethical culmination of the wave that had been gathering in strength as it moved along, and that was destined in India to spend its breaking force in a different way from its overwhelming course in the plateau land northwest of the mountains of Hindu Kush. 1. The view strongly upheld by Hogg. 2. Deductions that might perhaps be made in the light of Hopkins, Belijuns of India, pages 177, 186, 212, and 3. Consult especially the suggestive hints of Geldner, article Zoroaster, Encyclopaedia Britannica, here the much-mooted question of Ahura, Devadeva, god-demon, is discussed. On the date of Zoroaster 177 the kingdom of Bactria was the scene of Zoroaster's zealous ministry, as I presume. The question raised on this point is noticed in the present volume. Born, as I believe, in Atropatene, to the west of Media, this prophet without honor in his own country met with a congenial soil for the seeds of his teaching in eastern Iran. His ringing voice of reform and of a nobler faith found an answering echo in the heart of the Bactrian king, Vishtaspa, whose strong arm gave necessary support to the crusade that spread the new faith west and east throughout the land of Iran. Allusions to this crusade are not uncommon in Zoroastrian literature. Its advance must have been rapid. Fierce religious war which in a way was fatal to Bactria seems to have ensued with Turan. This was that same savage race in history at whose door the death of Victorious Cyrus is laid. Although tradition tells the sad story that the fire of the sacred altar was quenched OGP 22 in the blood of the priests when Turan stormed Balkh, this momentary defeat was but the gathering force of victory, triumph was at hand. The spiritual spark of regeneration lingered among the embers and was destined soon to burst into the flame of Persian power that swept over decaying Media and formed the beacon torch that lighted up the land of Iran in early history. But the history of the newly established creed and certain problems in regard to the early Achaemenians as Zoroastrians belong elsewhere for discussion. Addendum 1. In an article on the date of the Avesta, The Times of India, March 11, 1898, now draws attention to the fact that Darab Dastur Peshhotansanjana has again called up the proposed identification of Avestan Nadi Hyajayotima, in YT 1316, with the Rishi Gautama whose son is Nidas in the Veda. See this pamphlet Observations on Dharmasteter's Theory, pages 25 to 31, Leipzig, 1898. On his point and on the other suggested identifications of the Avestan Jayotima with Gautama the Buddha, or with the Brahman Kangranghoka, see pages 85 to 88 above, we may refer to what has been said by Windishman, Mithra, p. 29, and to the references and discussion given by Justi, Jason Buchterzen Sprach, p. 99, Leipzig, 1864, where good material will be found. Justi's statement in his Iran. Naaman Buch, p. 110, Marburg, 1895, reads, Jayotima, Veal-like name Einsgenners der Zarathustrischen Religion YT 1316, das Wort kabend auch appellative sen, Sanskrit Gautama. In the passage I do not think that the words Vidkano necessarily refer to Zoroaster at all, but that they allude to some later follower of the faith who may have vanquished in debate some opponent of the Zoroastrian creed. Notice also Justi's Einsgenners der Zarathustrischen Religion. I cannot therefore see that we shall lose anything if we accept the view which was first suggested 178 Appendix 2 by Hogg, and interpret this allusion to Jayotama as a thrust at Buddhism, and regard Nisya as a derogatory attribute, or connected with the Vedic root color is given to such an interpretation because, farther on in the same Yasht, YT 1397, mention is made of the Pyasena, a great religious teacher and successor of Zoroaster, who flourished between 100 and 200 years after the prophet himself, or BC 531 to 431, if we accept the traditional Zoroastrian chronology, and who might therefore have been a contemporary with Buddha. Upon the date of Sina, see also Jivanji Jamshedji Modi, The Antiquity of the Avesta, Bombay, June, 1896. Sina belonged to the ancient territory of Sakistana, Sistan, and thus to the region of White India, of p. 45, and 4, 72, and 3, 87, and 1, and Appendix 4. Now if in the particular case of Sina, and the lines are metrical and therefore probably original, the Yasht actually makes mention of a Zoroastrian apostle who lives a century or more after the great teacher, I do not think we are necessarily forced to place Jyotima back into the Vedic period. In other words, in the case of Jyotima as of Sina, the Yasht may be alluding to one who is Bam after Zarathustra, and may be hurling anathemas against an opposing and heretical religion, and that religion Buddhism, which began to flourish about the same time as the Yasht may have been written. Of the various identifications I should prefer that of Gautama the Buddha, rather than to call in the Vedas and Gautama whose son is Nitis. Addendum 2. My pupil, Mr. Schuyler, draws attention to a reference in a work that was published in the middle of the last century, which is of interest because it deals with the Huns and places the date of Zoroaster about the year 683 avant Jesus Christ. The reference is Designes, Histoire Générale des Huns, IPT 2, p. 376, Paris, 1756, Appendix 3 Dr. West's Tables of Zoroastrian Theology as based upon the millennial system op the Buddhism, from Sacred Books of the East, Slavii. Introd. 55. After investigating the traditional Zoroastrian chronology of the Buddhism, and the statements of the other Pahlavi texts, which have been recorded in the preceding appendix, W. West has compiled a series of chronological tables, synchronizing the Zoroastrian and European systems. The statement of BD 34. 7, 8, places the death of Alexander 272 years after the coming of the religion, i.e. after the 30th year of Zoroaster's life and of Vishtaspa's reign. Combining these dates, and allowing for an apparent omission of 35 years, which is explained, the items 323 272 35 give as a result BC 660 to 583 as the date of Zoroaster, and BC 660 to 540 for Vishtaspa's reign, which in Oriental manner is apparently conceived of as dating from the king's birth. West's tables are now presented, SBE Slavii. Introd. Pages XXVIIIXXX, if we adopt the abbreviations AK for Anno Religion Iones and BE for before the religion, we are prepared to compile the following synopsis of Zoroastrian chronology according to the millennial System of the Buddhism, extended to the end of time, but dealing only with traditional matters, combined with the European dates of the same events, deduced from the synchronism of AE 300 with BC 331, as stated above in 54, BK 9000, BC 9630. Beginning of the first millennium of time, and formation of the Fravishis, or primary ideas of the good creations, which remain insensible and motionless for 3000 years, BD. I. 8, XXXIV, 1. 1 Through the courtesy of Dry B.W. West and of Professor F. Max Miller, editor of the Sacred Books, I have been allowed to reproduce these pages, for which kindness I wish to express my appreciative thanks. AVWJGGEISBE. Slavii Introd. 70. 179-180 Appendix 3 BR 6000, E.C.6630. Beginning of the Fortli millennium, when the spiritual body of Zarathustra is framed together, and remains 3000 years with the archangels, DK 7, 2, 15, 16, while the primeval man and ox exist undisturbed in the world, because the evil spirit is confounded and powerless XXXIV, BD. I, 20, 22, 3, 1, 3, 5, 1. BR 3000, BC 3630. Beginning of the 7th millennium, when the evil spirit rushes into the creation on New Year's Day, destroys the primeval ox, and distresses Geomart, the primeval man, BD. I, 20, 3, 10 to 20, 24 to 27, XXXIV, 2. Z appears to remain with the archangels for 2,969 years longer. BR 2970, BC 3600. BK 2930, BC 3560. Geomart passes away, BD ill, 21 to 23, XXXIV, 2. Mosye and Mazye had grown up, BD 15, 2, XXXIV, 3. BK 2787, BC 3417. BR 2747, BC 3377. BR 2717, BC 3347. BR 2000, BC 2630. Accession of Hashang, BD XXXIV, 3. Accession of Takamorup, Ibid 4. Accession of Yim, Ibid. Beginning of the 8th millennium. Accession of Dahak, Ibid 4, 5. BR 1000, BC 1630. Beginning of the 9th millennium. Accession of Friedan, Ibid 5, 6. BR 500, BC 1130. Accession of Mantasayr, Ibid 6. BK 428, BC 1058. Spend Armat comes to Manasayr at the time of Phrazayev's irrigation works, ZS 12, 3-6. West's brief remarks on correction of the manuscripts here omitted. BK 380, EO 1010. Accession of Auz5BO, BDXXXIV, 6. BR 375, BC 1005. Accession of Kal Kobat, Ibid 6, 7. BR 360, BC 990. Accession of Kal Us, Ibid 7. BR 300, BC 930. Zarathustra first mentioned by the ox that Srito killed, ZS 12, 7-20. BR 210, BC 840. Accession of Kal Khusral, BDXXXIV, 7. BR 150, BC 780. Accession of Kal Larasp, Ibid. BR 45, BC 675. The glory descends from heaven at the birth of Dikduk, ZS 13, 1. BR 30, BC 660. Accession of Kivishtasp, BDXXXIV, 7. Vohumano and Ashavishto descend into the world with a stem of horn, DK 7, 2, 24. Zarathustra is born, Ibid, v. 1. BR 23, BC 653. Z is 7 years old when two cherubs visit his father, and Dairas Robo dies, BK 7, 3, 32, 34, 45. BR 15, BC 645. Z is 15 years old when he and his 4 brothers ask for their shares of the family property, ZSXX, 1. BK 10, BC 640. Z leaves home at the age of 20, Ibid 7. AR 1, BC 630. Beginning of the 10th millennium. Z goes forth to his conference with the sacred beings on the 45th day of the 31st year of Vishtasp's reign, DK 7, 3, 51-62, 8, 51, ZSXXI, 1-4. AR 3, BC 628. Z returns from his first conference in 2 years, and preaches to Orville Tadang and the Caribs without success, DK 7, 4, 2-20. AIT 11, BC 620. After his 7th conference, in the 10th year he goes to Dr. West's tables of Zoroastrian chronology 181 Vishtasp, Medioma is also converted, Ibid 1, 65, ZSXXI, 3, XXIII, 1, 2, 8. AK-13, BC 618. 12 years after Z went to conference, Vislitasp accepts the religion, though hindered for 2 years by the Caribs, DK7, V, 1, ZSXXIII, 5, 7. AAK-20, BC 611. Kavig, son of Kunda, is converted, ZSXXIII, 8. AA-30, BC 601. Defeat of Argisp and his Kayans, Ibid. AR-40, BC 591. Voelnem is born, Ibid. About this time the Avesta is written by Jammis from the teaching of Z, DK4, 21, V, 3, 4, 7, V 11. Compare also DK37, 1, 8 BEXXXVII. 406 AK48, BC 583. Z passes away, or is killed, aged 77 years and 40 days, on the 41st day of the year, DKV3, 2, 7V, 1, ZSXXIII, 9. AK58, BC 573. Arrival of the religion is known in all regions, DK7, 6, 12. Compare also DK4, 21-22, 8 BEXXXVII. 412-413 AR63, BC 568. AR64, BC 567. AK63, BC 558. AR80, BC 551. Frashoshtar passes away, ZSXXIII, 10. Jammisp passes away, Ibid, Hang Rqsh, son of Jammisp, passes away, Ibid. Asmakkanvito passes away, and Oct the wizard is killed, Ibid. AR91, BC 540. Accession of Bohuman, son of Spendad, BDXXXIB, 7, 8. AR100, BC 531. Sino is born, DK7, 7, 6. AR200, BC 431. Sino passes away, Ibid, ZSXXIII, 11. AK203. BC 428. Accession of Hummel, BDXXXIB, 8. Some additional dates are given by Drive West, which include the equals invasion of Alexander, AR 300 EG 331, and his death, AE 308 equals BC 323, and carry the chronology down to the final millennium of the world, AK 3028, AD 2398. Appendix Li Zoroaster's native place and the scene of his ministry. Outline of contents. Introduction. Passages 182 to 185. I. Zoroaster's native place 186 to 205. A. Classical references 186 to 191. 1. Bactria and the East. A. Cephalian. Bethian. C. Justin. D. Arnotius. E. Eusebius. F. Epiphanius. 186 to 188 grams. Ammianus Meroelinus. H. Orosius. I. Augustine. J. Isidorus. K. Hugo de S. Viodor. 2. Media, Persia, and the West. 189 to 198 Pliny the Elder. G. Gregory of Tours. B. Clemens Alexandrinus. H. Chronicon Paschal. E. Origen. I. Georgius Syncellus. D. Diogenes Laertius. J. Suidas. E. Porphyrius. K. Michael Glycas. F. Laotantius. Estimate of the classical allusions. 191. B. Jibntal Rafi'inses all imply Western Iran. 191 to 205. 1. Adarbijan, Atropatene. A. Zoroastrian literature 193-197. A. Bundaishan, 2032. B. Bundaishan, 2415. C. Zatsparam. D. Avesta. J3. Mohammedan literature 197-201. A. Ibn Kurdadba. G. Shahrastani. B. Ahmad Yahya al-Balad Hurai. H. Ibn al-Athir. C. Ibn Faqih al-Hamid Hanal. 1. Yaqut. D. Tabari. J. Qazwini. E. Masudi. F. Hamza al-Isfahanal. K. Bar Abitraya. 1. Abulfetha. Estimate of Mohammedan allusions. 201. 182. Zoroaster's native place 183. 2. Raga, Rai, Media Ragiana, FA 0E8 202-205. A. Ista, VD 115. B. Avesta, YS. 1918. C. Zatsparam. Conclusion as to Zoroaster's native place 205. 2. Scene of Zoroaster's ministry 205-224. Genical remarks 205-207. 1. Bactria and the East 208-219. Geographical allusions in the Avesta and in Pahlavi. 208. Kaval dynasty in the East 209. Allusions to Balkh 209-210. Where was Vishtaspa's capital 210. Sacrifices by Vishtaspa discussion 211-213. Where was Arajataspa's capital the Hyaunians 213-214. Scene of the Holy Wars 214-216. Location of the Sacred Fires 216-217. Minor points are 6 Sum 6 of the Eastern View 217-218. 218-219. 2. Media and the West Sea de Harles Spiegel. Other scholars Justice views. Additional arguments are 6 Sum 6 of the Western View 219-224. 219-220. 220 220 221 221-222 222-224 224. General summary 224-225. Introduction. With regard to the native place of the founders of three of the great Oriental religions, Buddhism, Confucianism, Mohammedanism, the authorities are in agreement for the most part, and the recent discoveries with reference to Buddha's birthplace have rendered assurance doubly sure, at least in his case. With respect to Zoroaster's native land, however, and with regard to the exact early home of Zoroastrianism, the case is different. In classic times, the question with regard to Zoroaster's native place has been examined by the present writer in Jags 15-221-232. Some of the material which was briefly presented at that time is reproduced here, but it has been largely augmented and rewritten, and the subject is now treated entirely anew, especially with regard to the scene of Zoroaster's Mazdayasna. 181. Appendix IR. 7 cities claimed a share in the honor of being the birthplace of the poet Homer. Hardly less can be said of the prophet Zoroaster, if we take into account the various opinions which have been held on the subject of his origin. The question is one of interest, for with this problem there is also closely connected the question as to where we shall place the cradle of the religion of Mazda. The natural uncertainty as to whether a religious teacher's birthplace or early home is necessarily identical with the scene of his religious activity complicates the problem considerably. Manifestly, it is fallacious to assume that the scene of Zoroaster's ministry must likewise of necessity have been his place of origin. This fact must be kept in mind when we examine the arguments that have been brought forward by some to prove that the east of Iran, or Bactria, must assuredly have been the original home of Zoroaster as well as the scene of the reform work of the so-called Bactrian sage. The same fact, on the other hand, must be kept equally in view when the claim is made that Zoroaster came from western Iran, whether from Atropatene or from Media proper, or from Persia. In the present memoir an endeavor will be made to keep the two sides of the question apart, and to discuss, 1. First, the question of Zoroaster's native place, 2. Second, the scene of his ministry. With regard to the disposition of the subject, authorities are agreed that we must look either to the east of Iran or to the west of Iran for a solution of the problem. The question of north or of south is excited by the nature of the subject. Since this is the case, we may examine the general points of view, and resolve these into three classes. 1. First, the view that the home of Zoroaster is to be placed in the east of Iran, in the Bactrian region, and that the scene of his religious reform belongs especially to that territory. 2. Second, the view that the home of Zoroaster is to be placed in western Iran, either in Media proper, Media Ihagiana, or in Azerbaijan, Atropatene, and that the scene of his ministry was confined to that region. 3. Third, a compromise view, which maintains that Zoroaster arose in western Iran, in Azerbaijan, Atropatene, or in Media proper, Media Bagiana, but that he taught and preached in Bactria as well. In this threefold summary it will be noticed in the first place that Persis, or Persia in the restricted sense, is left out of considera. Zoroaster's native place 185 shown a justifiable omission because there is no especial ground for believing that Zoroaster originated in Persia itself. In the second place, it may be stated that there seem to be just reasons for coming to a definite conclusion that Zoroaster actually arose in the west of Iran. In the third place, it may be added that a definite conclusion as to the scene of Zoroaster's ministry need not for the moment be drawn, but that this problem must be discussed as a sequel to the question of his place of origin. With these points to be kept in mind by way of introduction, and with this word of caution, we may proceed to examine the testimony of antiquity on the subject, which is the source from which we draw our information. After that we may go on to present arguments, or to draw deductions, which are based upon the material A that is gathered. Division of the sources may be made into two classes: A. Classical sources, Greek or Latin, and Oriental authorities, either Iranian or non-Iranian. The testimony of these witnesses will be taken first with reference to the light they may throw upon the native country of the Prophet. 1. Partial bibliography. Tour general references, see Jackson, Where Was Zoroaster's Native Place at JA08. 15 pages 221 to 232. Consult also Appendix V below. The principal classical passages have likewise already been given by Windishman, Zoroastrianism, p. 260 seq, tr by Darab D. Pisanjana, Zarathustra in the QDTHDS and, in the Ori and Roman Classics, p. 65b, Leipzig, 1897. This material is now to be supplemented considerably by references which have since become accessible in Pahlavi literature, and by abundant allusions found in Arabic and Syriac writers. For the latter, see Godheil, References to Zoroaster in Syriac and Arabic Literature, Drisler Classical Studies, Columbia University Press, New York, 1894, for example, pages 32, 33, 6 is, 34, 37, 39, 40, ms, 42n, 44, 48, ms. These latter references to Zoroaster will be constantly referred to in the present article. Furthermore, the general question of Zoroaster's native place has often been discussed. It is sufficient to mention Hyde, Historia Religionis Veterum Persarum, p. 310 seq, Oxon 1700 Barnab Brisson, De Regio Persarum Principatu, p. 385 seq, Editio Argent. 1710, ORIG ed. Paris, 1590, Inquitil du Peron, Zendavesta, Tome IPT2, p5 seq, Paris, 1771, Spiegel, Iranisk Oerthumstkunda, I 676-684, tr by Darab D. Pisanjana, Gaggers Eastern Iranians, 179-189, London, 1886, C. de Harlez, Avesta Traduit, Introd. Pages 23 to 25, 2d ed. Paris, 1881, Darmstädter, Zendavesta, tr. Introd. Pages 47 to 49, SBE. 4 1st ed. Oxford, 1880. Special notice is not taken here of works relating to the home of the Avesta itself as a sacred book, although this question is more or less directly connected with the present subject. If references be desired, one may find the more important bibliography 186 Appendix 4I Zoroaster's native place. A classical references to Zoroaster's nationality. The classical references which allude to the country of Zoroaster seem very contradictory if they be viewed alone, and they are doubtless responsible for much of the uncertainty which has prevailed on the subject. It must also be remembered that a man is sometimes known to fame through his adopted country rather than through the land of his nativity. Although often conflicting, these classical references are of service in argument. It is well, therefore, briefly to present them, first giving those statements which connect Zoroaster's name with the west of Iran, with Media or Persia; second, giving those citations which imply that Zoroaster belonged to Bactria or eastern Iran. Most of the allusions date from the earlier centuries of the Christian era, or somewhat later, although claims may be made in one or two instances that the statements rest directly upon older authority. 1. Bactria. Classical references placing Zoroaster in eastern Iran. Several allusions in the classical writers of Greece and Iome point to the fact that Zoroaster was thought of as a Bactrian, or, at least, as exercising his activity in the east of Iran. The writers seem to have somewhat of a hazy notion that Zoroaster was not a Magian only, but that he was a king and military leader, the opponent of Ninus and Semiramis. There appears to be a reminiscence of an early struggle between a presumable Eastern Iranian monarchy and the Assyrian power of the West. Most of the classical allusions to Bactria seem to indicate a common source. This source may reasonably be traced back to a misunderstood allusion material on the subject of the Avestan cradle noted by Geiger, Vaterland und Zeitalter des Ost und Synchrom der Abhandlungen der KGL. Bayer. Alcid. Dewis. Philosophie Philal ci. 1884, pages 315 to 386. Geiger's list may be supplemented by de Harlez, Der Avestis Kalender und die Hamath der Avestamaligen, Berliner Orientalist Congress, Abiten. 237 SEQ, Berlin, 1882. Geiger's views are criticized also by de Harlez, Das Alter und Hamath des Avesta, Bezenberger's Beitrage, 12. 109 SEQ, 1887, and by Spiegel, Über das Vaterland und Zeitalter des Ost, Zweiter Artikel, in ZDMQ. Sli 280 SEQ, 1887. Consult Darmstädter, Le Zendavesta, 3. Introd. Pages 89 to 90, Paris, 1893. Zoroaster's native place 187 in Tisias * in his legendary accounts. Tisias refers to wars carried on between Ninus and Semiramis and Devwapreis, variants, Ea 6 PRTS, Zaoptt : Zaopchi. The allusion in Oxyarts, Ab Uxyaperta, is not to Zoroaster, although Cephalion, Justin, and Arnobius, who draw on Tisias, make Zoroaster a Bactrian and the opponent of Ninus. The matter has been commented upon above, Appendix 2 154 SEQ. The statements of these particular writers, however, are added for the sake of completeness, and they are supplemented by other classical citations. See also Appendix 2. A. Fragments of Cephalion, AD 120, which are preserved in the Armenian version of Eusebius, Chronicles 1. 43, ed. Aucher, describe the rebellion of the Magian Zoroaster, king of the Bactrians, against Semiramis, de Zoroastri Magi Bactrianorum regisert amine ac debellatione Semiramide. Compare also, in this connection, Georgius Syncellus, Appendix V41 below, Cf. ed. Dind. 1p 315, and the reputed work of Moses of Chorene, 1.6, Le Mage Zoroaster, Roi des Bactrians, say a dire de M6 Des, or, on the other hand, Moses of Chorene, 1. It, Zoroaster, Zarathustra, Magi T. Chef Religio des Medes, Mar, C. Langlois, Collections des Historiens de Armeni, 2. 59 and 69, also Appendix 6. 1 below, here Zoroaster is a contemporary of Semiramis, and he seizes the government of Assyria and Nineveh. Semiramis flees before him, and she is killed in Armenia, Langlois, 269. See also Gilmore, Dizia Persica, p. 30n, Spiegel, Aaron. Alterthumskunda, I 682, Windishman, Zor. Stud. Pages 302, 303, Miller, Fram. History or. 3627, v 328. For the statement of Thomas Artrani, CP 217 below and Appendix 6. B. Theon, AD 130, Progymnasmata, 9, Triple Cravictoius, ed. Spengel, Bet. Groic. 2 speaks of Zoroaster the Bactrian Zwipita Poptob Batplov in connection with Semiramis. CAP Appendix V8 below, and cf Windishman, Zor. Stud. p. 290, Spiegel, Aaron. Alterthumskunda, I 677. C. Justin, CAD 120, in his Epitome of Pompeius Trogus Histori Philippic. 1:1. 9-10, makes Zoroaster a king of Bactria, a Magian, and the opponent of Ninus Helium cum Zoroaster reg Bac Trianorum. See Appendix V10 below. D. Arnobius, AD 297, Adversus Gentes, 1. 5, also mentions a battle between the Assyrians and the Bactrians, under the leadership respectively of Ninus and Zoroaster, inter Assyrios et Bactrianos, nino quandam Zoroastrici ductoribus. See Appendix V16. 1. See also Justi in Iran. D. Iran. Philal. 2 402. 188 Appendix 17, E. Eusebius, AD 300, Grin. 435, ed. Aucher, has a like allusion to Zoroaster, Bactria, and Ninus. Zoroaster's Magus Rex Bactrianorum Claris Habitur Adversum Corn Ninus Demicavit, and again, Windisclyman, p. 290, Perspiratio Evang 10. 910, ed. Dind. p. 560, Antivas, Cocu ov Ziapoda rprjo meos baptogi iaoix of cray. See Appendix V18 below. F. Epiphanius of Constantia, AD 298-03, ADV Syracuse, lib I Torn. 6i, Torn I Kernel 185 SEQ, ed. Migna, associates Zoroaster's name with Nimrod, and states that Zoroaster came to the east and founded Bactria, Tiapoetan Pergi, os Irpokno uprj, ta percent irn to Avashoxico, p apirj almo tr, is of Tibat Puv. See Appendix V21 below. The same statement is later repeated by Procopius of Gaza, see Appendix V33 below. G. Ammianus Marcellinus, 23. 632, in discussing magic rites, connects Zoroaster's name with Bactria, but identifies Histasps, Vishtaspa, with the father of Darius, quia scientia si cous priscus multa ex si haldi orum arcanus Bactrianus additat Zoroasters, deant Histasps rex prudentissimus, derapator. See Appendix V22 below. H. Paulus Orosius, 5th century AD, states that Ninus conquered and slew Zoroaster of Bactria, the magician. or the Siddhartian, and for the Anglo-Saxon version CP 167 and Appendix V 27 below. I. Augustine, AD 354-430, De Civ Dei, 21.